The power of steel.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on. Go. Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The new Classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
And so it begins. New levels of smooth for your skin. Move so slick. Ooh, it's gonna click. Go. Get your mark on. 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 Get your mark on.
The exciting new Mark III grooming range. Get your mark on.
This is the moment that we have been waiting for. Today is all the sweats that have been toiled from various different players and teams will be coming into fruition. One of the teams will be making their mark today and striding their way into the champions title. Today is the decider when the winner will be named. Welcome back to the Gillette 7Sea Invitational by Skyesports. My name is Lucifer. I'm going to be your host and caster, and alongside me, it's going to be the man who thinks that his corners are really good, and he is an edgy man, and his name is also Edge. Welcome back.
Oh, well, wasn't ready for that, but yeah, thank you so much for that introduction. But Sam, as you said, final day. Now it's got to be the
Yes.
judgment day, but it's already done for some of the teams there. I mean, I'm already judging on the judgment day. You can call me the judge if you want, but here's the thing: the team sitting at the 15th and 16th, the run for the money is probably over. The maybe now the 13th spot is all they can get, but the one sitting at the top. Now, these are the teams that I'm, really looking forward to. Who's going to be coming in on top? At the end of the day, I mean, the team sitting at the top right now, well, good for them. But here's the thing. They need to, hold on to that position till the end because this is what they're fighting for. They're fighting for 20,000, total prize pool. And the team at the top, they're going to be walking away with 8,000 US dollars, Sam.
Exactly. The champions, as I said, will be crowned today, and we will be getting that victor who will be walking away with this trophy as well. Let's see who that is going to be. As you said, 8,000, but yes, there are spoils for the other players as well. 4,000 for the second place team and 1,500 for the third place team, which is going to be the second runner up. But for the teams who are going to be placing themselves from the 4th to the 8th position, calling themselves the top 8, will be having a chance to get $700 in their name. But the teams which also have a chance of getting their, I would say, names, as we were saying, right, from the 9th to the 13th position, will also stand a chance to get $300 for themselves. But this does not end with the total prize pool of 20,000 being split up. There's still two most valuable titles that are up for grabs. One, MVP, which is going to be an individual prize, and another one is going to be a team effort. And as always we say, BGMI is a team game, which is going to be the most valuable team. Both these prizes, $1,000 and $500 respectively, is what the prize it holds. So a player can grab $1,000 edge, and a team can add on an additional $500 if they get the champions title as well. If they don't, for the other prizes as well, if they do get that.
That is true. I mean, imagine a team getting on top and also having the MVP and also getting that most valuable team award for themselves. That's 9,500 for themselves. And now talking about teams, I mean, one that is looking real good to come out on top, GODLIKE Esports. With Clutch God, Neo, Z God, Jonathan, Aspar, and Gil. They've been popping off they actually popped off on day number 1. And after that, it's been a couple of ups and downs, but they were still being consistent now, sitting on somewhere around top 5. So they got to work hard and make their way to the top. Team Soul, on the other hand, Akshay, they'll make a Goblin, Hector, player 5, player 6. Well, Goblin, he's one of the top 5 fraggers. So, he's got to be making his way to the top. I think he's not top 5 anymore, but I mean, I'm pretty sure he's somewhere there in the top 10. So he can actually, help Team Soul come out on a better position than they're in right now because they're not at the top. They can still make their way to something around, I don't know, maybe top 5.
I hope they do, Edge. As you said, I'm looking forward to how soon they'll be getting there. But the next set of 4 teams are right in front of your screen. Starting it off, it's going to be 7Sea, Revenant, OR, CHEMIN. From 7Sea, and it's going to be Prince Aladdin, Sarang, Spray God, Savitar, and Ranjit. Revenant will be consisting of Encore, Top Dog, Paradox, Yoya, Austin Vertex, and new player. OR will be consisting of Jelly, Aru, Aditya, Atanki, new player 8, and new boy as well. And we'll be looking at who that new boy is. But Kemen will be right now having Destro, Delta, Justin, Robin, Bob Dope, and a new player. So yes, there are some, I would say, masks that yet have to be, I would say, removed, but still these players who are under the mask are kind of performing really exceptionally, Edge, and that is kind of I would say, blowing our minds, and we are looking forward to them doing a lot more in terms of damage. But do you think, Edge, we will be seeing a little bit of a shift in the general rosters rather than the new players coming through?
Well, I think they're gonna be sticking because Enigma themselves with Rex, Eggy, Evoidly, Avi, Viru, I mean Enigma Gaming as well. They've been popping off in recent times, right? I think four
Yes.
chicken dinners for themselves, absolutely insane. HYDRAS on the other hand, Ace Black Carry, Manti, Striker, FTW, and Maxi. Well, another squad that everyone needs to be worry about. 8-Bit, Tsunami, Riot, Juicy, Madman, Secret, and Regaltos. Man, they had some moments yesterday and day before yesterday as well, So you got to be careful what you give them. If you give them space, they're going to take it. That's all I'm saying about Team 8-Bit. Because Tsunami, with those grenades and Madman, he's an absolute mad lad. Enigma Galaxy on the other hand, MJ, Polo, Dreams, Vixie, and Max. Well, Dreams, Apollo, and Vixie, yes, they are good in their own terms, but MJ and Max, they're just on another level right now.
I mean, every team right now is looking forward to either being on another level or at least carrying forward their aggression and all the performance that have been showcasing us in the past 4 days. I mean, it is not easy because, as I said, the other teams are also showing up their best games. So we'll be hoping for them to doing a lot in terms of damage. But right now, we are going to be seeing another set of 4 teams who are also your grand finalists and playing for one last time these last 6 matches. Starting off with Global Esports, Entity Gaming, Blind Official, and Marcos Gaming Global with Joker, Manya, AJ, Nakul, Ronnie, and Mayavi. Entity will be consisting of Dark Lord Troy, Shadow, Noob, Cloud, and Wraith. Blind will have Shadow, Rage, William, Spy OP, Zaddy, and ML Sam. Marcos will be consisting of Dawn, Pavkilo, Ghosty, Dionysus, as well as Star. And yesterday, at the end, very close when we were getting, Marcos did kind of come close where we thought that they could have gotten their chicken dinner. But the performance, at least, I would say, their intention of gaining the points were seen, Edge. So I think they might be able to pull it off again today. But what are your thoughts on that?
Too little, too late.
Mm-hmm.
They should have, had that going on maybe on day number 3 or at least, by the early day number 4. But they were, they started to get some finishes and also some points to themselves later half of the day, which I think at this point now, I mean, I'm talking about number 1 spot, right? I mean, yes, they can still make their way to the top 10 maybe if they perform really well. Because look at who's sitting on top and look at where they're sitting.
Exactly.
30 points, leagues ahead of everyone else. OR Esports, 3 chicken dinners, 158 placement points, absolutely insane. 121 total finishes. With a total of 279 points, they are. I mean, if they can just hold on to that position for 6 more matches, they might be crowned the champions of Gillette 7Sea Invitational.
Exactly, 30 points is the difference, as you said, Edge. We'll be looking forward if there's a change up over there. But TSM is looking forward to getting their spot over there. Did it once? Well, let's see if they'll be able to do it today with TSM second position, 249 points for them. Enigma with 227. Godlike in the fourth position. Same number of points as Enigma, that is going to be 227. 208 for Chemin at the fifth. Sixth position for 8-Bit with 206. And seventh for SKYLIGHTZ with 196. And Hyderabad HYDRAS not the last one on the list because they're still in the top 8 with 184 points. But these two last teams, SKYLIGHTZ as well as Hyderabad HYDRAS, in the first page, still not reached the double century mark. So we'll be looking forward to their performance as well because these are also one of the teams who have a chance, Edge, to get to that spot of maybe top 4 or even top 3 because Hyderabad HYDRAS, they did once get to the top 2, top 3. They were already in the fourth position, but after the performance, after day 2, is where they've been taking a tumble along with SKYLIGHTZ. And SKYLIGHTZ, unfortunate the journey was, it was every time Marcos facing them off at Erangel, because of which SKYLIGHTZ, I would say, forcefully had to move to a different location, and because of that, SKYLIGHTZ were unable to hold their position strong. But right now, we were also talking about the MVT title, Edge, and look at this. The MVT for TSM looks probable, but 2 finishes away is going to be OR.
That is true. Just OR is going neck to neck, and I mean Also, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming and Hyderabad HYDRAS. I think it's the hunt for number one is kind of done for them. They're just too far away. I mean, with only 6 matches left, I don't think it's possible. Maybe they can prove me wrong with getting 30 bombers 6 times in a row. That can
Mm-hmm.
happen, but it's highly unlikely. We're talking about the other 8 teams in the scorecard. Revenant Esports sitting on ninth position with one chicken dinner and 87 placement points, 82 total finishes, 169 total points. Nigma Galaxy slowly made their way up, and now they're sitting on 10th position. Maybe by the end of the day, they can make their way into the top 8, maybe top 5, to get themselves a better piece of the prize pool. But Team Soul, another squad that has worked their way up, 141 total points for them. 7C dropped as of now, but they're still holding on to their position. They're still going to be getting a piece of the prize pool. They still hold on to 12th position. Global Esports on 13 with 131, but there are other teams at the bottom, 130, 117, 116. Now, that is not a number that I'm a fan of.
None of us are, but in terms of gameplay, we are a fan of all these fraggers that we are seeing right in front of our screens, because what they're doing is just unbelievable. And especially yesterday's play coming in from TSM was incredible. Yes, they were denied chicken dinner 3 times, but still, in terms of the way they've played yesterday, Edge, I think that aggression is going to be carrying forward, especially with two of their top fraggers. One, Ninja Jod, who we know for how insane his gameplays are, but on the other end, he's been assisted with his IGL Aquanox 40 freaking finishes. IGL, god damn it! But as we keep saying on the desk, as you also mentioned, he's a leader who is walking with his teammates, showing them the direction and proving what as a leader and showing them a path that you guys can also do this. But not long behind, it's going to be Neo with 36 finishes. He was looking strong, looking forward to the first spot, but Godlike have had a little bit of a tumble here and there. Same goes for Soul. I mean, initial few days we never saw Soul at all, but then they started rising up a little bit midway. I would say day 3, and we are seeing Goblin with 35 finish. Last but not the least, we keep talking about it, right? At CHEMIN, they perform on the last day. Today is the last day, CHEMIN. So let's hope for this team coming up strong, grabbing the title out of the other teams. 35 finish, Delta is the man. I was hoping for Testra also making his way here, but we could not see him. But next 5 fraggers as well on our screen, starting off with Jonathan with 35 finishes for himself, Nakul with 34, Enigma Viru with 33, Atanki with 32, and Hyderabad Hydras Maxi will be having 31.
I mean, those finish their ratios are absolutely beautiful on both Ninja Jot and Atanki at 1.88 and 1.78. But here's the thing, I want to know if I want to see if there's anyone in that 6 to 10 spot that can actually cross Ninja Jot as of now.
Yep.
Because Jonathan himself is sitting on 35, 10 finishes away, and Knuckles 11, Viru 12, Atanki 13, Maxi 14. Well, that's a lot. And also, Ninja Jot is not going to be quiet today. He also is going to be playing 6 matches along with these other players. So he might also get some. For sure, he's getting a few finishes. But here's the thing: his teammate, as you said, Aquanox, is IGL, right? He is not only calling the shots, but also paving the way.
Exactly.
Now, that is the best way to play the game, and that's exactly what he's doing. You gotta hand it to Goblin. That one match, I still remember 10 finishes. I'm not really sure if that's the highest as of now, but I think in this particular tournament, at least, that is the highest number of finishes any player has gotten in one particular matchup. So I still have my hopes high on Goblin maybe coming in, but I do want to see a good competition between Ninja Jod, Neo, and maybe even Delta.
Let's hope for it. As you said, yes, Goblin is the man who has right now set a record in Gillette 7Sea Invitational with the 10 finishes in a match itself. Yes, we'll be looking forward to the other players as well. But if you remember 8-Bit Secret, in the early stages of the matches, we saw him performing. He got 8 finishes in his name, but Goblin, he superseded him. And he made it sure that his name also comes on the top leader list, as well as making sure that the other fraggers over here are kind of a little bit worried about him. But we saw Goblin, after he got 10 finishes, right? It was the start that man completely started popping off. The way he was able to deny not players but squads from entering either the circle, either the compound. And yesterday we saw when he spotted Godlike, he eliminated 3 players on a stretch with a single spray through the smoke. He had no vision of where those players were, but he was sure that there was a slam in where SKYLIGHTZ were taken down by GODLIKE, and Goblin took up that opportunity. Yes, there was an immediate retaliation because of which Goblin went knock, and therefore he could not completely capitalize the fight, but he stalled enough that GODLIKE eventually fell down, and there was nothing that GODLIKE could do to make a comeback on Erangel's matchup. But again, that Erangel's matchup is going to be happening here today. We'll be looking forward to these counters happening here today. The fights again happening to take revenges, because Erangel will be played 3 times. We will be heading over to the schedule. We will also be seeing Miramar played twice and Sanhok once. The twister of this entire journey of Gillette 7Sea Invitational can actually make a huge, I would say, swivel at Sanhok if it is played right, Edge.
That is true. And also, I mean, Erangel, yes, classic map. Miramar played a million times. But here's the thing. Sanhok is the only map that we usually don't, go for. So I'm just saying, speculation once again, if a team wins on Sanhok, right? Let's say any of the teams got themselves one of the chicken dinners, and if that team is in like second or third position at that point of time, they have that momentum to end the things off on a good note. So the ones sitting at the top, like number 1 or number 2 spot, they gotta be really careful going on to those final 3 matches. And by that I mean Miramar, Sanhok, and Erangel, because it's gonna be 3 different maps, right? I mean, it's gonna be still the same teams, but those 3 different maps, because it's the last 3 maps of the tournament, right? Everything matters. Every single point counts. Every single finish comes into play there as well. But talking about the first matchup, Erangel, map statistics, you can see Enigma just on another level. That average placement points combined with 5.3 average finishes per match. Well, I don't know if anyone can stop them.
Enigma have been playing, as you said, they have many number of chicken dinners in their name, 4 to 5. We'll be looking forward to them getting a lot more, and also they're one of the top contenders. Yes, right next to them is going to be GODLIKE, and right above them it's going to be TSM. So the probability is going to be very tough in terms of chances, but if somebody has done it and has the chance of doing it again, I would say Enigma. But OR, they're not going to be sitting back, and you can see they're right at the second spot. But teams that I'm worrying about, who are looking forward to making their way or get a better positioning, you might see them. Marcos, look at that. If you talk about how they played Erangel, it feels like they've been really good. But this change-up has been seen with 2.8 finishes as well as 3.7 average placement points is seen after yesterday's last match, not before that. Marcos, every time they would have a 4 players, I would say, squad squad standing, they would survive maybe in the first 2 circles, but the third or the fourth one comes through and Marcos completely disappears. We don't even get a hint of what happens to Marcos. But yesterday they survived, and that's the reason the average has kind of, I would say, went their way, and they've immediately jumped to the middle spot. But look at Seoul, NIGMA Galaxy, Revenant, SKYLIGHTZ, Blind, 7C, Global Esports, and Entity as well. Entity, yes, in the second page, Global Esports in the second page, 7C in the second page, Blind in the second page, but which team is not in the second page is going to be SKYLIGHTZ. But still, why is SKYLIGHTZ here? Because their performance on Erangel has been kind of very wavery, not because of them, but it was of Marcos.
All the time, Pochinki, man. Every
Yes.
single time. They gotta make their way to Pochinki, and then there's Marcos immediately just waiting there for them. And I mean, not only them, there are other squads coming in to third party. So SKYLIGHTZ just had to come out, but Marcos every single time they catch them
Yes.
off guard, take him down. I mean, if not Marcos, I don't think there's anyone else on Erangel that that takes down SKYLIGHTZ. I mean, 7 out of 10 times it's gonna be Marcos, because they, as I said, those default drops is the Pochinki for both the squads. But talking about other teams, CHEMIN and Revenant, both of them dropping towards that military base. Yesterday, one matchup, it did work out in their favor because that zone was favoring them, so they had a really good run that particular game, right? Both of the teams, but I'm pretty sure it's not gonna happen. It's not gonna keep happening. You never really know the prediction, but the BGMI gods, man, the zones is something to worry about. You can go in for those default drops. You can go in for those unique ones, but you gotta stay on point. You gotta stay on top. But let's take a look at team statistics. We're talking about Team OR because they're the ones sitting on top with 121 finishes, Sam.
This is what is important. It's a good thing to talk about Edge, because as a team is how you're going to be able to function. Look at this. We did see Atanki in the top of the, I would say, top fraggers list. Not completely in the top five, but still making his stride. But again, if you pay attention to the his other teammates, they've also given their contribution, and that's the reason he's not been completely able to capitalize. And he's not the only solo lifter over there. His teammates are contributing and helping him out, and everybody's doing their job. Jelly, also being the agile, is doing all that is needed for the team. Aditya, Aru, and Atanki, and especially we've also seen Aru and Atanki as a deadly duo sometimes that function as a well-oiled machine. We'll be looking forward to that. But player 8 and New Boy, we saw a couple of matches coming in from these two players, and it was really good edge and unbelievable certain times when we saw New Boy. He was showing some new tricks up his sleeves, but right now it's about the time when we will be seeing Erangel, the flight in front of our screens, and the players getting their game faces on. And you might ask, how are they getting their game faces on? It's because of the Gillette Mark III razors, especially the limited BGMI edition ones. And alongside with them, just as we were talking about, another sharp team over here who gives us chills down our spines. It's going to be godlike. 117 finishes, and again this team as well has been functioning together, trying and making new things, I would say, try, and they have been changing in terms of their strategies as well. Edge here, we have been seeing that godlike, they're not functioning similar in every day. They've been changing up every day in terms of whether they're aggressive, whether they're playing passive, whether they're going in for team executions. They change up their strategy of an entire day, not an entire matchup coming to each other. But right now, Neo, as we said, standing strong edge, but Jonathan is not far behind.
So I mean, Jonathan has played one less match, right? I still remember that was the first game of the grand finals that he did not actually play there. But you can see S-Power, 3 finishes in one match. I mean, he has a beautiful finish rate ratio of 3, but the fact that he only played one match, right? You got to keep that in mind. But Neo sitting on 36, Jonathan 35. Not a lot of difference between them, but only one match less being played by Jonathan. Clutch scored another one. You can see his number of finishes as well is pretty decent for an IGL. Yes, Equinox is on another level. That's a different thing on the side of TSM, but Godlike as well. They've been going really, really good. And one last day, right? They can actually pull it off and get that number 1 spot back to themselves. But are OR going to let it happen? Because to be honest, my bet's on OR today. Because the lead that they have, 30 points, I don't think they're going to let go of that easy. So I mean, there's one squad that's following them, right? That's following them right through the dark as well, and that's TSM. Let's just take a look at how they are performing with 123 finishes. Shadow OG with 18, 20 finishes on Blaze, and then comes the IGL. And as soon as I say IGL, you guys might be like 25, maybe 30.
Yeah.
Well, guess what? He's sitting on 40 finishes, the second highest among everyone else in this goddamn tournament. But then TSM Ninja Jod, 45 finishes. He's leagues above of everyone else. The second highest, I mean, if you exclude TSM's Equinox, is 35. So he's 10 finishes ahead of everyone else at least. So he's looking for that MVP. TSM's looking for that MVP, and also the entire TSM fam. They're together looking at that number 1 spot. So Sam, we were speculating about that number 1 MVP and MVT.
Yeah.
But looks like TSM might just deliver it.
I agree with you. That's the reason. There's just 2 in terms of difference between them and OR, but the possibility of them pulling it out is higher because they've been playing really, really good from yesterday. But another team which we are already speculating can actually surprise us today, it's going to be Enigma. The statistics are right in front of your screens. Not high on finishes, but they're somewhere balancing both their finishes and placement points. And one of their top fraggers, who's already on the fraggers list as well, it's going to be Viru with 33 finishes. But the others, they're not trailing far behind. You can see even Avi with 19 finishes, Rex with 20 finishes, Egi with 15 finishes, and Evo Idli with 15 of himself. And this is the main surprising thing that I want to talk about here, Edge, is that we saw all 5 players having close to 15 to 20 finishes. That tells you that irrespective that it's a 5-man roster, even though whenever anybody has a chance to play in a respective map, everybody's popped out from Enigma. It was not like that person comes in, has just gotten 3 finishes for himself. So that 5-man roster has been functioning brilliantly when they've been changing up for any map you give or take. But I'm looking forward to this last day. They have to function really good today.
I mean, there's a reason why they have 4. They're the only team with 4 chicken dinners, right? So, I mean, every one of them is absolutely, mechanically skilled, and that's exactly how they, continue to have that consistent performance. But talking about performance right now, let's see who's gonna be coming out on top. Because if you start the day off well, you're gonna end the day off well as well. It's gonna be the match number one. It's gonna be Erangel. We are left with 6 fellas, and we're gonna be going in with number one. Keep the counter coming, Sam, because it's gonna be 5 after this. Um, Taking risks. Not really. Let's see how it works for them, but also the zone, right? As we were talking about it as well, it's pretty default. Let's see um how these teams are going to be playing in this. As we said, last day, last match. I mean, last day, last few matches,
Mm-hmm.
and CHEMIN and REVENANT will already. They haven't. I think they actually maybe REVENANT didn't change anything. But give me a second. Let me spot the CHEMIN on the map. They are towards the Zarki.
Saki.
Okay, as you said.
Exactly.
So that's a huge switch up. But then Revenant is still sticking to their plan. So I think CHEMIN, as we all know, what happens to them on day number, the last day, right?
Exactly.
They wanna pop off. They wanna go ham, and what better way to do that with starting off on an angle and then just shifting things up. Now, no one saw this coming. You didn't see it. I didn't see it. I'm pretty sure none of the players, none of the teams saw this as well. So it might be that element of surprise coming into play, but let's see if they can actually make it work. Because thinking of a plan is different, but executing is a whole another thing.
Exactly. It's not that whenever you think about something, it's easy to do. It's always difficult, and that's how everything kind of falls apart. So let's hope Kemen has strategized for this. If they make even the slightest mistake here, and they are unable to figure out that Hyderabad HYDRAS are just going to be down south them, and if they want to not go south, if they're looking forward to making their way across shooting range in Severny, there's going to be Entity, and Entity already have the circle in their favor. Godlike also a little bit of the circle in their favor, so they'll not be more than happy about it. Nothing for them to be worried about, but we will be looking forward to how it's going to be all working out, because this is the first match, and because of it you can see how calm and composed every player and every team is. No drop clash, no squad clashes coming through, and everybody's just concentrating on loot. And when the next minute we are going to be seeing the circle being restricted, the zone to play being restricted, and teams need to start wandering their way into the circle itself. And I said talked about Kevin, and also
Yep,
you mentioned this is the last day for them. Let's
true.
see their
For
last
everyone.
day. Exactly, for everyone. But here specifically for Kemen, because the last day is when they become kind of the beasts awakened.
That is true. They kind of have that God mode coming out them, and they turn it on, the peace mode. But let's see. And also Godlike need to turn on their God mode as well. Because they were sitting at top for the first couple of days, but after that they kind of fell off. And I mean, OR capitalized. OR capitalized really, really well, and there's no way that you can't give them credit. You gotta, you gotta be cautious when you see OR. You gotta make sure that they are the teams that are going down first, because every game that you play, OR is gonna be playing. Every time you have a chance of getting a finish, every time you have a chance of getting a chicken dinner, OR has that same chance.
Mm-hmm.
So if you get 10 and OR gets let's say you get 15 and OR gets 10, that distance is not gonna close up every
Yeah.
time. I mean, yes, 5 points, but that's not gonna be enough. Because OR is the kind of team that's performing consistently in 4 days. Let's see on day number 5 if there are gonna be any changes, just like how Kemen, put up a change here. But I'm still waiting to see how it's going to be working in their favor. Well, everything depends on their gameplay. Well, we see GODLIKE sitting on 4th position, 227. They are almost 50 points behind OR.
Yeah.
Even for them to come out on top at this point, they need to work really, really hard and consistently as well in the last 6 maps. Because once again, last day, it's not about qualifying, it's about every single point. 1 point, 2 point, 3 points, doesn't matter. At the end of the day, you gotta be on that number 1 spot.
Number 1 is where OR is sitting right now, and I'm pretty sure, just like we saw the switch up coming in from CHEMIN, right? OR, I'm pretty sure they're also switching up in their strategy to play very cautious and very strategic. They'll not be just going in for rotations and picking fights on the get-go, even though they get the information. They'll be just waiting for the opportunity and then striking fear into the hearts of their opponent. But they will not just blindly do it without information, because they already know they're already the champions pedestal. It's all about them being, I would say, awarded and rewarded at the end of the day. So they'll be waiting till the end. But right now, Enigma, they're not going to be waiting for the end of even Erangel. They'll be looking and hunting down players as soon as possible, because they understand the only way they're going to be going up is by denying points, but also grabbing points themselves. CHEMIN, as well, as we already said, they'll be giving their best and fighting it out. TSM on the other end, they're in close quarters with a team that's going to be Global Esports. Let's see if that's a fight that's going to be starting off. But do you think, Edge, that these players are going to be sharp and precise today as just the Gillette Mark III razors? Because it's the time to get their game faces on for one last time today without any mistakes.
One last time, and after that they can have a break for themselves, because they've been working hard for the past 8 days now. Today's going to be the 9th day. Yes, there was 1 day of break, but even after that, 9 long days for them. I mean, at least 4 long days, because 4 days back to back with 6 matches every single time. That 6 matches back to back itself is tiring. It's exhausting. And all these teams, they've been consistently performing. It's not like them trying to just play because they're already tired. It's not just playing for the namesake. But here's the thing: everyone has been performing well. Everyone is looking to get that number 1 spot. Yes. There are some matches that are usually go for 30 to 40 minutes. There are some that take 25 sometimes, at best 20. You're not going to see any match, even on the map of Sanhok, that goes below 20 minutes, right? We were talking about that one as well the other day. So all these teams, they're putting a lot of effort. So for them to go home without being rewarded like at least $300, that's the smallest piece of the prize pool that you can get, is going to be disheartening. So those teams at 14, 15, and 16, they need to work really hard and consistently perform so at least they can make it to the top 13.
Let's wait and watch for that. If any of these teams who are on the, I would say, 14, 15, 16 positions, can they make it to the top 13? Because yes, even in the last match, you can deny players and teams to get to the top 13 and grab a part of the prize pool. SKYLIGHTZ, they're at the 6th position. 7th position. They'll not be happy about the position that they're in, but they'll be looking forward to not making any mistakes today. And look at that. Whenever we saw SKYLIGHTZ, especially yesterday, they were so split apart. Irrespective of the map, every map they started playing split. But right now, they've all regrouped. They're playing together. And this looks maybe a little bit surprising, but that's what they wanted to do. But look at this. CHEMIN, who wanted to do the damage, have been found and isolated. Unfortunate. Bobdop, not too sure what happened over there. They were able to isolate Bobdop, and Hyderabad HYDRAS immediately capitalized it. And Hyderabad HYDRAS, look at that. They're immediately disappearing from where they picked the fight on CHEMIN's Bobdop, and that's a really good strategy. This is the same strategy that needs to be applied on Miramar, because if you pick a fight on Miramar, it's easy for you to be known on a third party. But right now, look at this. After them finishing a fight, looking forward to heading into a different direction, Entity have come their way, and Entity will be doing the damage. Darklord takes a player down, but the Fire is there. Striker takes down a player from Entity, and that's Darklord down. But Carry looks like he's also about to fall down. He's already found a knock. Will they be finding a finish is the question. But Clutch God right now finds TSM Ninja Jot. Global Esports finding TSM Shadow. What is happening? We are just about to reach 10 minutes and the fights are getting super intense. Now look at the exchange. Entity have one last player and Hyderabad HYDRAS have one last player. And now this is the push that Ace Black needs to do if he wants to finish off the entire squad. But I think he's going to go in for the revive because he understands the possibility of getting all the finishes is going to be difficult. But the third party from Seoul,
Oh, this is not gonna be good. This is not gonna be good if there are any grenades being thrown. HYDRAS completely caught off guard. It's gonna be carry and Maxi going down in the hands of Goblin. Goblin, what a way to sneak in. He gets one, he gets two. Can he get the third? It's a question. He's dealing a lot of damage, but NIGMA, are they coming into picture? No, that's another other fight happening on the other side of the map. It's gonna be Goblin taking out one more. It's a triple for him. He's absolutely popping off, and GODLIKE as well takes down the big ones. TSM, only one more surviving player. HYDRAS had a beautiful start, but after that, nothing's working in their favor. But look at this fight now.
The fourth party.
They were third partying, and yep, fourth party coming in from blind.
So last surviving player, Omega, he throws down a grenade. A player from his end has fallen down in the confirmation. A is going for Sadie's end. He picks it up. Hector is out of the game. But look at Omega. He's been damaged from various different directions. Blind were covering every angle. And that's going to be Soul also out of the game. They went for a third party. Did actually eliminate Hyderabad. HYDRAS. But that's all. And 7C right now fighting with Enigma Galaxy. Enigma fighting with a different team. GODLIKE already had 3 finishes, but Jonathan, he's knocked right now. But the revive is being kicked in because Enigma, they thought they could pick up a fight. But look at this Global Esports. They are picking a fight with Enigma because all that distraction and chaos and sounds being heard. GODLIKE and Global Esports are in close quarters. Blaze OP still surviving, being the last surviving player. I thought TSM might be completely finished off. But this fight that GODLIKE, Enigma as well as Global Esports were having, they are exchanging blows. Clutch God finds Viro as he was trying to make a run for it, wanted to do the damage, but in the meantime we just saw Eggy confirming a player on Global Esports. Now it's all up to Manya, the last surviving player. But what just happened? This is just under 2 minutes after we reached the 9-minute mark edge that we have lost 3 different teams, and also very close that every team has almost lost 2 or 3 players.
This doesn't feel like the map of Erangel.
Exactly.
It feels like Sanhok, or I don't know, Erangel shot something like a really small map, because we usually don't see this, these fights happening this early on this map at least.
Not at least like these many teams going out.
Exactly, multiple, 3 to be exact, and almost TSM went down as well. So
yeah,
mostly 4.
TSM
almost.
and Global Esports both have just one last player surviving, so it's 5 teams who have gone down. Who could?
Yeah. But 3 already went down.
Exactly.
I mean, Sam, this is just insane. But here's the best thing about this. It's the final day, and looks like everyone wants a piece of not just the prize pool, but also of that action. Now I'm really happy to see, because this is what we've been waiting for from day number 1, right? We wanted these fights, and Blaze OP. How wise is this decision? 1v3, can he pull it off? Is a question right now, because CHEMIN, they already lost a player. They only have 2 more. The grenades are being cooked. Blaze OP cooks 1. Delta PG throws in 1. He's going to be missing it. It's going to be smoke being deployed. But let's see if they can actually take him down. The sole surviving player on the side of TSM. Destroy is going to be back on his feet. And now, Blaze, he has to pull off this 1v3 again.
In the meantime, OR and GODLIKE. Atsanki, is he isolated from his team? Yep, it's a little bit further away where 7C are entered and having a fight with other players of OR. GODLIKE, a good position. Thankfully, that clutch god did not die over there while Atsanki was going in for a spray. I think it just connected on the vehicle, nothing else. But in the meantime, look at this. Marcos are also looking forward to a fight. But OR, I think they're making a smart move here. They've understood that there's too many teams that have entered, and they just want to make sure they get a compound for themselves. But in the meantime, GODLIKE, they're not letting them go. GODLIKE, they're looking forward to trailing right behind them, looking forward to the players and looking forward to the opening. 7C also read this right, and they're immediately jumping off board of this fight. And teams who are taking a decision to disengage from a fight is a good call right at this moment, because there's just too many teams surrounding each other.
Gotta be careful of where you go, where you trail, because they're not just one team, they're multiple teams already. It's still the 3rd zone, but it feels so small, and I see a lot of squads being next to each other. I mean, look at this once again. GODLIKE, OR, and ENIGMA right next to each other. This might be a fight happening here. Again, ENIGMA and GODLIKE, but Neo, he's gotta be careful. Anyone, I mean, one of the players inside of OR can just run him over if he gets spotted.
Yep.
At that range, it's not gonna be easy for him to take him down with, even with the hip fire. And this is so good. Positioning is so good from Neo. Aru has no clue, and they're going in for the 3rd party.
Oh no, he gets it!
He got it. He got it finally, but Aru is out in the open. Can Neo capitalize? No, sir, he can't. He's gonna get taken down. Jelly the IGL will be the one taking him down, and the finish is gonna be coming into play, I guess. But let's see, Enigma, what are they doing? Is it only Rex towards that position? I think all his teammates have actually, fled the region. But look at this, Zegon taking a lot of damage, and Jonathan to the rescue.
This is going to be too tough for GODLIKE. They shouldn't have picked up a fight out in the open. Now they're surrounded by 7C, Enigma and OR right in their forefront. But Jelly gets spotted out from 7C. This is the hope that GODLIKE needed. Now 7C, if they take down a fight against OR, if they start eliminating players, they can capitalize. And that's what they do. Jelly was knocked from 7C and Zegod will be wrapping up that finish for himself. But encore from Revenant in the play zone. When this kind of a hectic fight is happening in front of our screens, how can somebody go down to a play zone? But we will be disregarding it because this fight we are unable to figure out what's next. GODLIKE, yes, back to all 4 players surviving. OR have a disadvantage. 7C, I'm not too sure if they have a disadvantage. Yes, they do. They've also lost Prince, and Enigma, they had a disadvantage very early on when the fight happened between GODLIKE, Enigma and Global Esports. So GODLIKE is the only team here, Edge, who have all their 4 players surviving, so they need to be smart about it. But when I did say about Global Esports, the last surviving player, Manya, was found from Gamma Boy from SKYLIGHTZ, and that's end for Global Esports here on Erangel. At least the first match being eliminated at the 13th position, 0 placement points for them. At least 1 finish for all the efforts that they put through.
I just can't imagine what's going on in their heads right now, because it's the final day, and I mean all the teams that have been eliminated as of now, 4 squads, right? What must be going on in their heads? Because they wanted to put up a really good performance, and unfortunately they couldn't do it. Even right now taking one of the players on the side of blind down, they're getting third party by Entity as well. Shadow goes down, and now 7C, they are in the crossfire of GODLIKE here. Jonathan is not gonna stop. He gets another knock, but he's getting knocks. No real connections on the finishes there, but Sarang is the only surviving player right now on his feet. SKYLIGHTZ there as well, who wants to steal these finishes, but Jonathan, he's now running back. Couple of grenades being thrown. Let's see what can be done here.
I think
Molotov. Okay.
This is good. Jonathan going in for a different direction. Look at that. Immediately there's grenade coming in. He's moving in 2 different directions. And Jonathan, he is not stopping. Edge, you did ask, right, whether Jonathan will be pushing up. Looking forward to taking that MVP title. Even there's a story, guys, at the Skyesports handle that you can check out. Whether it's going to be Jonathan walking away with another MVP. Put up your opinions even in the chat as well as in the story, and also don't forget to hit that like and subscribe along with the bell icon, because Jonathan, he is popping off already and he does not want anybody else to even take away the champions title as well as the MVP other than his team and himself.
He wants to keep it going. That shelf, in his house, I mean, I don't know if it's made for the other trophies or not, but that MVP needs to go in that shelf.
Yep.
That's what he's working out for right now. And you can see now OR, once again, they're not going to let go of GODL. They want to take this fight yet again. A smoke being deployed there. They want to revive Neo. They want to make sure that they have 4 players surviving. They already have 7 finishes, which is a great start for them. Already we're down to 29 players and 10 squads. We're about to hit that 20-minute mark. And that zone is going to be shrinking and shrinking. They got to be careful. CHEMIN on the other hand as well. They got 1 finish, but they're still holding on with 3 players. There are Aditya takes a lot of damage. Clutch squad mid-range, beautiful, and now spraying through the grass there. I'm not really sure if you can find him because there is a lot of cover there, and the Clutch squad, well, you gotta reposition yourself better, I guess, right now. But it's gonna be Neo back on his feet, and GODLIKE back to 4 players.
GODLIKE, they're not letting go of OR. They made a mistake. They look forward to trying to catch them off guard. And GODLIKE, we're going to bring the aggression right on your faces. And let's see how are you going to be retaliating to it. And OR, they are finding strategies. They're figuring a way out. Even that they have lost the player, they've had a casualty. They're not giving up the fight. They know they're already on the top. They will be looking forward to the finishes. But right now, Entity, they did have a couple of casualties because of Hyderabad HYDRAS. Hyderabad HYDRAS could have capitalized, but Soul came in for a third party. Soul did eliminate Hyderabad HYDRAS and a couple of finishes. They did grab out of them. But look at this. Zegod is finding players from OR as they're trying to rotate. Can he find a knock? Can he find a finish? It looks like Atanki's tire has been bursted. The vehicle is already smoking. If he did not go for the reload, he could have found that. But 8-bed, they started popping off on OR. And OR are coming into too many casualties and unexpected fights that they were never ready for. And Juicy is looking forward to fighting with another player. And Aditya, he's just spraying out in the smoke without any connection. But in the meantime, SKYLIGHTZ, look at them. They're popping. on CHEMIN and denying them anything.
I think OR is a bit too confident right now, a bit too overconfident at this point. That shouldn't have happened, but CHEMIN now capitalizing, get themselves a couple of finishes on the players of SKYLIGHTZ there. But OR, as I said, they're sitting at top. They are, they know that they have a really good lead. And TSM, they're nowhere to be found. And NIGMA, well, they're also nowhere to be found as of now. But GODLIKE's another team that's fighting their way to the top. Yes, 50-point difference is a lot, but a lot of damage was dealt by Quaya there with the headshot, and Pucar goes down, and with that, CHEMIN eliminate SKYLIGHTZ. Wait, is it? No, it's the other way around.
Other way around. SKYLIGHTZ, man, the way they just now denied CHEMIN was brilliant. But look at GODLIKE, they're outside the circle edge, and this is when GODLIKE kind of make a lot of mistakes. So I think GODLIKE just need to hold their horses here, try to figure out a way inside the circle, and then pick a lot more fights. They already have 7 in terms of their name, and they're looking really strong of trying and dominating in the lobby. But if they make even the slightest wrong move here and go in for a slam and without information, we have seen what happens next. Now Entity, even though they have last 2 surviving players, because of the higher edge advantage, they're still playing in the same position that they're happy about, and also that they're inside the circle, nothing for them to be very proud. But Kyoya, he's been spotted from 2 different teams. One is going to be GODLIKE as well as another one Marcos, but it's going to be Marcos confirming Kyoya as well as Austin Vortex. And now it looks like Revenant, they might be starting to lose players one after another. But Jonathan, he is right now, I would say, connecting himself to a tree. He immediately slams in and he stopped. There could have been Marcos or Enigma spotting him out, but this is a central push coming in from GODLIKE. A real good one to just make their way inside the circle. But as soon as they make their way, the circle immediately moves. And yes, it's not too further away, and GODLIKE are immediately making their way in. But Enigma, look at them standing still as if they are snails. They're not even making any movement, because of which 8-bit are unable to read their movement, and they are still surviving. But Jonathan, as OR could not let them go, right now GODLIKE are not letting OR go away. And look at the grenade. I think it should find a connection, because OR, the player Atanki, he is stuck to a tree.
Oh, beautiful grenades, and the spam as well coming in is absolutely brilliant coming in from Jonathan. He's trying his best to take him down, and he wants that finish. Nevertheless, everyone else, they're trying to, sneak their way behind the players of GODLIKE. They gotta be careful. NIGMA can actually third-party this fight between OR and GODLIKE as well, get themselves a couple of finishes, but they're really, playing super passive, and 8-bit's capitalizing right now. It's gonna be Tsunami with the GODL taking one player down on the side of ENIGMA, almost ignored the second one. Yes, Aditya actually it's from the side of Entity now. Third party again. Man, oh man, Enigma, the team that usually goes for the third party, are getting third party. How unfortunate is that? It's going to be play zone once again. I was so happy that we didn't see any play zone finishes, but guess what? That play zone finally comes into play, and Rex is on his knees. And looks like Rex will go down to the play zone. He's a 6-1, deals a lot of damage. Jonathan's still outside, opening with those grenades, but Enigma on the other hand, they go down. Jonathan, mollied and gone.
Wait,
or is he?
He's there. I think he can survive. He is bleeding out, but he needs the help from his teammates. But Atanki was the last surviving player. Jonathan knew that, but Jonathan, he was fighting with Enigma over there when he saw the finishes. But right now, look at that Marcos. They know that the players are there, but ZGOD is providing the cover fire that is needed. Pavkilo is down now. Star and Dionysus, they'll be looking forward to making something work, but Neo is already here. Jonathan, I think the revive should come through this. This should not be very difficult, but ZGOD is holding Marcos to the ground, not making sure that they do not push up. And Dion, as he picked up his buggy, they punished him, but ZGOD, he was not ready for another fight, and Star picks him off, but Neo is ready with a fight. Can the spray connect? Neo gets a lot in terms of the damage, but ZGOD gets the confirmation. Neo gets a confirmation on Dionysus, and now ZGOD, yes, is down, but Jonathan is back online. ZGOD is down. Along with him, I think ClutchCord is also down, but both these players should be back online, because GODLIKE's position is good, but 8-bit, they're pushing up. So before 8-bit can push in, Jonathan needs to make this magic work and make sure nothing else works. But 8-bit, they're looking forward to survive. Madman is throwing up a grenade. They need to push back. They need to go to better positioning. Jonathan, he's revived, but ZGOD, can he be revived? Marcos were up close, but GODLIKE as dominators in this match, they're not at all stopping. And there's nothing else I feel like that we can talk about, because every time we switch into a different fight, again GODLIKE start popping up in the finish feed. And look at this, the grenade connects from GODLIKE on 8-bit. The grenade that 8-bit wanted to connect on Godlike. It's being retaliated with now. 8-bit under difficulty. Clutch God coming back, gaining space so that once 8-bit tried to climb uphill, Godlike can easily spot them out.
Tsunami is about to bleed. I think the revive is coming into play from Riot. Yes, that's exactly what's happening. He's gonna be revived as of now, but 2 players inside of Entity. They gotta be careful because Godlike are the ones that's being sandwiched as of now. It's gonna be Neo on his knees. Ziga takes one down. Ziga confirms that finish on the shadow. But Tsunami now from the other side takes down Clutch God on his knees. Jonathan out in the open. The big man takes down one, finishes it off as well. The other one is really, really low map, and that is Juicy. You gotta be careful as well. It's gonna be him taking a bit of damage, but that ghillie suit is gonna be covering him so much. That comes handy for him. But where is Entity? Now they have one more player left, and now Jonathan will be healing himself. But guess what? That timing was absolutely juicy from Juicy. And now Godlike Jonathan is down and out. They're down to 3 players. Clutch God is bleeding, and he's gonna be down and out as well. A 4-man. 4-man being alive to now down to 2 right now.
But look at Godlike, they're not stopping. The only person who can cause, I would say, difficulty here is Entity's last surviving player, who's Troy, who's hearing all the chaos but not making any move. He's making sure more number of players from 8-bit fall. Now 8-bit, yes, they can lose a lot more players. I think they are surviving with just 2 more players. Yes, it's going to be Wraith and Juicy only. So it's a 2v1 fight, and Troy is in the backlines, and I'm pretty sure Godlike have zero idea about this. Godlike, please be sure about this. And Z-God, as I was talking about it, he has the idea, he has the clue, but Troy is spotting him in a TPP, and the spray should come in. Z-God, the creep was not good, the snake slithering was not that great, and Neo right now left alone. He is the top fragger for Godlike. He has a chance right as of now, but Troy needs to be eliminated before Neo can pick up any other fight. Entity Troy, the circle is pushing from his end, but in the meantime 8-bit are also pushing up. Troy, he's moved to a different location, but Raid and Juicy, they're playing together, and now this can become a difficulty for Neo if he does not isolate the fights. If he gets isolated in a turn that they get to know his position, Neo might be out. But Troy, he is playing like a wild card here, Edge.
Sometimes I think, the skin colors also come into play because they can be sometimes easily spotted. So, sometimes that might work against you. But having the ghillie suit on one of the players inside of 8-bit, that's going to be really helpful. But now 8-bit are the only ones with a mad advantage. So Troy and Neo, if they take down each other, then I think 8-bit is going to be coming out on top. But if they can just manage to take down one player on the side of 8-bit, then maybe we might have a 1 versus 1 versus 1. But let's see who's going to be coming out on top, because Neo is 10 minutes away and 12 minutes away is Troy. They got to make their way back into the zone, and Troy is slowly slithering. He has to be careful, and Neo now has to make a move as well. Will be going in. The smoke has been deployed coming in from Troy. And Entity, they're going to be going out in third position. It's going to be Riot taking him down in a 1v2. Neo, show us why you can be the MVP. Riot is spotted, but Neo, he has no clue that Madman is right next to him.
Juicy.
Does he?
It's Juicy.
No, Juicy, my bad. But no idea. And that was a distraction. And Juicy takes it off once again. The team that has dominated from minute 1 was denied the chicken dinner at the end. It's gonna be 8-bit coming out on top and making sure that their run to the number 1 spot is still on the cards here.
Oh, Edge. What a clash, what a fight that we just witnessed. And this is the first match. This is just a wrangle that we witnessed. And if this last day, the grand finals, decider day, judgment day is going to be like this, get up. I was not prepared to have the first match like this, but the ways we saw the third party, fourth party coming through. But this last end zone fight, especially that slight inclination that was there, was the reason both Godlike as well as Entity, the last surviving player's position, was easily known. Z-God could have actually picked up Troy, but Troy had a better bush in terms of cover, whereas the small, I would say, shrubs that Z-God was trying to creep across, that did not work. And especially if you're coming down in inclination, right, you're easily spottable, and that's how it worked. And as you said, a couple of colors here and there with that TPP angle, Troy made it work. But on the other end, same worked for 8-bit as well. As Troy thought maybe he could make another, I would say, great move, find players from 8-bit, he started creeping downwards. And downwards, again, you get easily spotted. Just because you're moving down a couple of pixels with that TPP is enough. And that's what 8-bit did. And Neo, look at it. Even though he was the last surviving player, the opportunity was there. He had spotted Raid. And we thought that maybe he'll be looking forward to fighting out with Juicy. But Juicy did not make any sounds. He was slowly also moving across. And as he got the information that he's just, I would say, prone and waiting for an opportunity to surprise, Juicy just took up that opportunity. He did not want to risk that, at least. And if he wanted to, he could have gone up close and then went in for a surprise. But who knows? Neo might be able to spray transfer immediately on both of them and get that chicken dinner for themselves. But I'm pretty sure, even though Godlike went down second here, I think in the overall standings, in terms of at least the match
Maybe.
standings for Erangel, they should be in the first position because they had 12 finishes already. Edge 12.
And I'm staying till the end. Neo did get those extra 2 points for themselves as well, so maybe total up to 24. But let's take a look at how it all begun. Right, it all started with CHEMIN, unfortunately losing a player there, Bob Dope, completely out of coordination, out of sync with this team. But then everything went mayhem for HYDRAS. They were the first one to get eliminated, unfortunately. NTD were the ones that caught them off guard. Yes, Godlike did come into play. NTD, Soul coming into play as well. Goblin saw the opportunity, took it, got multiple finishes, and was happy.
I mean, Soul, I think they should have thought through about this fight. They thought we are just hearing noise, let's just jump into it. They jumped right into it. They got the finishes, but then Blind also said, we have also heard the noise, we are also going to be jumping in, and they did do the damage, and Soul completely fell apart. After getting, I guess, 2 or 3 finishes, that's all they got. And Blind were really happy, but we didn't even see Blind after that. Global Esports and Enigma were also having a fight where Godlike were also finding a couple of players here and there, but it was just Enigma being better. And they did do a lot in terms of damage and eliminated 3 players from Global Esports. And Mania was the last surviving player who eventually went down, I think, to SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. Unfortunate for them. But CHEMIN, I don't know what happened to them. First it was Bopdope, then it was Blaze OP who did so much in terms of distraction and damage that they were even unable to convert the fight on Blaze OP. So I think it's just the last day pressure and also the first match, how it turned out to be. CHEMIN were not ready for it. Maybe they thought that their, I would say, change of drop going to Zarki could have worked, but I think it was a turn off of confidence that they could not capitalize on. But Godlike, the confidence going in for this team was sky high. Roaring was this team. Jonathan was not at all stopping in any direction. Even though he was getting knocked, immediately the players were able to revive. But I think when Godlike got a little bit split apart, right, Edge, 2 in one direction where they were fighting with Entity, 2 in another direction fighting with 8-bit, that's when I think everything started falling apart for Godlike. If they would have come close together, maybe they could have still done a lot in terms of damage and maybe got on the chicken dinner for themselves.
I think that happened as well. You know, see, here's the thing. Jonathan was going for that MVP. He's 10 points behind, 10 finishes behind Ninja Jod. But also, they managed to take down TSM pretty quickly, right? They denied anything that TSM wanted to do. But then these last fights, man, 8-bit, to be honest, 8-bit should have gone down because they were at the bottom of the hill and they did not have that high ground advantage. Every other team in this particular fight, Marcos, Godlike, what was the other one? It was NTD there as well. Yep, all these teams, they had an up ground advantage, they had the high ground advantage, they had everything going in their favor. But then somehow this fight between Jonathan and 8-bit there, unfortunate because you know he was actually third party, unfortunately. Otherwise, it would have been an easy one for them. Because look at this, that beautiful grenade coming in, and then a couple of shots being fired from one of the players on the side of Entity as well onto him, which helped that which helped the side of 8-bit Juicy to actually confirm that finish as well. But then these ghillie suits, man, how many times? Every single time you can see Juicy got that beautiful vision there, a couple of pixels. That's all he needed. And MVP, well, for the match is gonna be our clean shaven 5 finishes, Godlike Jonathan.
Exactly. Domination was what Godlike was doing, and Jonathan, as you said, was eyeing his title of MVP, another one on his shelf very soon, I'm pretty sure. But I think right now Neo is also popping off, so these two might have a fight in between themselves. Even though Neo was surviving here, being the last hope for Godlike, did hold off the fight, but it's not that easy, especially when you're out in the open, to pick up fights. Otherwise it could have worked out. But 8-bit, look at that, just because of the chicken dinner they're on the top, but Godlike 13 finishes for them. If there was one less finish for 8-bit, it was Godlike in the first spot. Just because of, I would say, chicken dinner, you can see them with 25 points clashing with Godlike as well. And this is how you deny points for the other teams. Entity also coming up strong till here, till the end edge, where they got spotted out very early on when they picked up a fight with Hyderabad HYDRAS, as well as when sole third party entity should have lost and be eliminated. But they played smart, picked the right fights, and they got on themselves 16 total points. Marcos, they're also looking good, getting a little bit better, but as you said, it might be a little bit too late. Same goes for Blind, just 10 points for them. OR 5 is all they got, so that's a great mark that these teams have done for them by denying points. But the main team that should have denied them the points, we'll talk about them, because Enigma, SKYLIGHTZ are also having 5. CHEMIN and 7Sea are going to be having 4 points for themselves. Soul with 3 points, Hyderabad HYDRAS with 2, but Revenant, TSM, Global and Enigma Galaxy all having 1. But as I was saying, the main team to deny OR the points should have been TSM Edge, and they have not done it. Means Godlike are looking forward to start jumping up to the spot of the first.
Well, they look at that jump already from 4th to 2nd position. OR still holding on to that position as of now. 162 placement points, 122 total finishes, 284 total points. They're on the verge of getting that 300 mark. Godlike Esports, on the other hand, they only have 2 chicken dinners. Would have been the third one this time, but 130 finishes and 252. 32 difference. Now they're closing it. They're closing in on OR. If they can put up a good performance once again in a couple of matches, and OR, if they put up a similar performance that they just did, then Godlike might just steal away that position from them. And then it's going to be TSM sitting on third with 250, just 2 points behind Godlike and 34 behind OR. Enigma Gaming, on the other hand, dropped down to 4th, 232. 8-bit, on the other hand, with this particular chicken dinner, that's a really good boost. They are on their run to number 1 as well. But CHEMIN, 212 chances of them being on top are looking grim as of now.
Yep.
SKYLIGHTZ on 201 and Hyderabad HYDRAS with 186. I do not think so that they have a chance of making it to the number 1 spot.
It's
with
gonna
only
be
5
too
matches
tough.
left.
Exactly, just 5 matches, where all these teams will be done with 30 matches for this Gillette 7Sea Invitational. But look at this, Kemen, who were standing strong, right, Edge? From when they started getting their chicken dinners, they were at the 5th spot, and they did not move an inch from that 5th spot. They were completely stagnant. Every match they were getting points and making sure nobody pushes them down. But finally, a team has come up to push them down to the 6th position. So do you think, Edge, that Kemen right now are going to be tumbling even further down, or is this where they're going to be putting a stop to it and looking forward to climb up?
I think they are going to be I mean, everyone's gonna be trying to get on top, obviously, but and also CHEMIN, they tried changing things up. They tried to do something different here in the final day of Gillette 7Sea Invitational, last day of the grand finals as well. And as I said, thinking of a plan, making it work is a different thing,
Mm-hmm.
right? So CHEMIN unfortunately couldn't make it work this time around, but everyone else, man. I mean, Revenant, unfortunately, yes, did not work in their favor as well. But
Mm-hmm.
everyone else, except CHEMIN and Revenant, they got so many finishes. They had multiple fights happening, and Revenant sitting on 170. The fight for them to get on top is also over, if you ask me. I mean, unless it's still there is still a chance, but for that to happen, they need multiple 30 bombers, and
Yep.
which by the way, by the looks of 8-bit and Godlike, by the way that they're playing, I don't think they're gonna let anyone else get those 30 bombers.
I agree with you. 30 bombers are very difficult to pull off. And the main reason we are saying 30 bombers, Edge, I'm pretty sure, is because it's not easy to get consistently 15-20 points on all the next 5 matches. It's highly, I would say, impossible. I'm going to be using the word, because we have seen teams who we expect to get 20-15 points on every map to just make sure they get to the first spot are still being denied. here Godlike might have gotten it. What happens on Miramar, we are unsure about. TSM, we just thought maybe they could have started off really good. They could have gotten them at least 15 points or maybe even 10, but they get just a single point here on Erangel. Talking about OR, only 5 points. And if top teams do not and are not able to get double digits, 15 points, 20 points, the teams here in the second page or at the low spots of 7 and 8 position of the first page are, if you're thinking about them, then we just hope for them to get 30 bombers so that their journey in the upcoming matches become a little bit easier. But now with the first match done, next match going to be Miramar, and as we said, it's the action is not going to be stopping today. And being the last match, every team is going to be giving their all, bringing their A game in, making sure they perform to precision and a complete spectacular show. But Edge, irrespective of it's a spectacular show or a complete precise execution or a proper strategized game, there are teams to break it down and eliminate players. And that's what happened here from the start, where we saw Soul fell apart, we see Hyderabad Hydras falling apart. Even I would say Godlike fell apart. I wouldn't say that Godlike got this map under control. Once 8-bit started firing from different directions, even though Jonathan was able to hold him, it was not that Jonathan had all the idea, and Jonathan did not have the cover from Neo and Zgod, because Neo and Zgod were fighting with Marcos as well as Entity, and that's one of the reasons that having a split over there makes teams fall apart one after another. And TSM fell apart, Enigma fell apart, Global Esports fell apart. So this is going to be happening a lot more.
Basically, everyone fell apart there
Mm-hmm.
on the map of Erangel, but we're going to Miramar now. And it's not going to be Enigma in that top, average performance. It's going to be
Yes.
OR, their best map with 9.4 average placement points and an average finishes per match of 6. Next comes TSM with 6 placement points and 7.3 finishes per match. Now, these two teams were in number 1 and number 2, respectively. Now OR is still there, but TSM has dropped to number 3. So they got to make sure that they capitalize on this particular map up. But here's the thing, these are just the stats, right? Anything can happen. OR can go down with no points, with no finishes. TSM can, same thing can happen. Squads like Marcos can come out on top. Squads like Soul, who's at the bottom there, and Global, they might come out at top. So stats, yes, they are there, but anything can happen in that final day. You never really know what's gonna happen. You never know who's gonna be delivering their best. You never know what kind of plan that they have. But
Mm-hmm.
also, once again, as I said, plan is one thing, but executing that into action is a whole different story.
Exactly. Every time, as we say, right, theories are something that are not going to be working out every time until you make it work and then call it a proper proven, I would say, strategy. So whatever you try to do today, it's all about, I would say, the ones that have worked, do not change it. Now you saw Chemin, for example, Edge. We saw Chemin's usual drop spot was military base, but today they switch it up to Zarki, the complete
Yep.
northern edge of the map, and they started falling apart. And I'm pretty sure that half of that, I would say, mind process would have been, I would say, destroyed just because of them not having proper confidence once they gotten down to Zarki. Otherwise, if they got down to military base, they would have been like flying around and eliminating teams. What do you think? I think Edge, you're muted, I
Oh,
presume.
my bad. My bad there. I think I misclicked one of the keypads button there. But anyway, as I was saying, the last 4 days, Kemin were going in that military base, right? Look where they got it. Look where it got them, right? Maybe
Mm-hmm.
they're fifth. They were on their 5th position, but now they were pushed down. So last day, they still have a. It's not like the different
I think again it happened, Edge.
like that. You can hear me now.
Yep. But right now, let's get back to the match so that you can tell and talk more about it. But right now, as we said, this is the second match for the day. The flight path is right in front of our screens, and just like players who are looking forward to getting their way in, I'm looking forward to how they will be making sure that this matchup works here on Miramar. It's time for them to get their game faces on. It's time for them to start dealing damage for all the players, and I'm seeing and looking forward to how they're going to be doing it. But for you viewers, you can have a chance to get your game face on. Hashtag use the hashtag get your game face on, and also show us your mark movement along with the Gillette Mark 3 limited edition BGMI Razor, whose link is right in the description. But the flight path right now being diagonal, starting out from the south close to Puerto Paraiso and ending up towards ruins.
Well, let's see where the play zone is gonna be coming in, because that's gonna be the most important and crucial thing as of now. Every team, they gotta be careful. And second match of the day. 4 more left after this, Sam. I mean, I am super excited to see who comes out on top on this particular matchup, because it's all about the momentum, and I want to see if Godlike can keep on carrying that moving on to the second match of the day here. I mean, 8-bit did get that chicken dinner, but Godlike was the one that actually won the match, if you ask me, because of those finishes and that beautiful performance as well. Yes, 8-bit played smart. Sometimes that's what you need. But can they play smart again? Or can they be completely dominant? Because that zone is completely unpredictable and it is surprising. And now it has made its way towards that, I don't know, northeastern, not completely northeastern, but a bit to the east there, a bit to the north. But a lot of, junkyard is there, and there are a lot of loot there. Not really, I don't see any teams actually making their way towards that area. So I'm kind of confused. I'm kind of, looking forward to see if there are going to be any more fights happening here pretty early. Because last time on the map of Erangel, Sam, we did not expect those many fights, at least in the first 10 minutes.
And it looks like it's going to be happening here. Let's look at this Hyderabad HYDRAS. They spotted a player from CHEMIN. It was also previously the same thing happened. Hyderabad HYDRAS were able to spot out a player from CHEMIN. But we didn't even see Hyderabad HYDRAS always fighting with Global Esports. But where is Global Esports this time? They head down to La Cobreria. They're not looking forward to picking up a fight. SKYLIGHTZ right now close to Elpo, so nobody contesting them. But you also said, right, why are we seeing that many of the teams are outside of the circle? The flight path was diagonal, so maybe thought that the circle would be centralized, so they got down right next to the flight path itself. Now with the circle going so further away, I'm pretty sure teams will be looking forward to making their way as soon as possible close to the circle. But a team who's looking forward to getting their chicken dinner as soon as possible is going to be Godlike. They already came close to tasting it. I'm pretty sure they smelt it, but right now they will be looking forward to feasting on it. And Miramar is where Godlikes completely, I would say, perform. And 13 finishes you might have seen on Erangel, but I'm pretty sure the capability that Godlike pack is a lot more. But what? Aquinox, TSM, last match was a no-go, was a no-show for you guys. Here, you have a player fall down to his own knock. I hope it's not a finish, and you guys are still able to get that player back.
Gotta be careful and make no mistake, because there's no space for errors this time at all. Day number 5, and I cannot stress on this enough. But once again, those play zones, getting that finishes. Yeah, last time it was just one, so it was kind of okay. But let's see if it's gonna happen again here on the map of Miramar. I want to see a lot of the sniper action. I want to see if this particular player carry is gonna be caught off guard. Don't tell me Juicy spotted him. Wait, did Juicy see him? Or maybe he just, never mind. I don't think he did. For a second, I thought maybe he had an intuition that there is a player hiding there, so he just turned around. But carry, what do you think is the strat there, or like the call there, Sam? I mean, do you think it's happening? It's coming in from the the IGL there, that we want one of the players to be completely away from us. It's okay if you go down. Or do you think it's just miscommunication, or like players not following orders?
It's, I think, I would say, one of the players trying to becoming the informant for the team. Looking forward to going a little bit further away, gaining information. And I don't think he'll be giving away his position. He's just going to be hiding in the shadows to try and make sure as much as he can gain information. But the entire squad of Hyderabad HYDRAS themselves look split apart. We can see Ace Black in front of our screens, but nobody next to him. And Ace Black is on foot on Miramar, and especially running around is difficult here on Miramar, because it's already such an open map. The only way you will be able to dodge bullets is with the vehicle just hitting that gas pedal. But right now, making mistake of slowly moving around, running around might be difficult. But you see, Godlike as well, they know running around in the map, treading, I would say, paths across and going into different terrains and reaching houses might here and there find a knock because other teams might be just moving in the same direction. And you saw one of the players pick up his teammate, drop him to a close compound and let him be over there, find loot as well, and make sure that becomes a stronghold as later Godlike will be entering the compounds. And as we saw, yes, Aquanox did fall, but right now he's back. He's already patching himself up and also boosting. But again, TSM are also playing split apart. So every team right now in Miramar are playing a little bit split apart at least, Edge.
Splitting up is good, but gotta be careful. You gotta be aware of where your teammates are. If too far away, well, you know what happens. Free B will be given away, and at this level of competition, at this stage of the tournament, you cannot afford those kind of mistakes. You can't afford giving away your finish for free at least. Maybe a one-on-one trade or one-on-two trade is okay, but for free, well, that's just a point thrown. That's just an advantage being given away to any of the squads. But let's see where the second zone is going to be coming in, because it's still the first zone. Still a lot of time. 6 minutes, that's it. We're into the map of Miramar here. Everyone is looting, respecting each other, not really going for the fights there anytime soon. Once again, the biggest map, right?
Yeah.
Biggest map, so it's gonna be quite a while for any of these fights to even happen. 8-bit, as you can see, are in 5th position right now after that chicken dinner as well. 91 finishes, 231. Tsunami Ride, Juicy, and Madman. Well, let's see if they can actually pull off another one. I mean, they have that potential, but will they be, allowed to do so is the question that I have in my head. SKYLIGHTZ, on the other hand, 7th position as of now, 201. Just crossed that 200 mark.
200. It's good. And we like every team trying to get to the double century mark. We are hoping for the teams in the second page also get to that mark, but it's going to be difficult for them. Hyderabad HYDRAS, as we was initially talking about them, it looks like they finally regrouped, slowly moving around the map with vehicles rather than just walking around the map. But let's hope they'll be able to climb up because they are at the brink of going to the second page. The team waiting to push up is going to be Revenant at the 9th spot. So 8-bit, Hyderabad HYDRAS as well as Revenant, they'll be looking forward to doing something better. But Enigma Galaxy on our screens, we hope for this team to start popping off a little bit early on, but now, as you said, Edge, for a couple of the teams at least, it's a little bit too late in the journey of Gillette 7Sea Invitational to get to the top. But still, they're not out of the race. They should not think that we are done for, let's just give our okay game and make sure we get at least something. They can still fight out. Teams which are out of the top 13 can fight for top 13. Teams which are out of the top 8 can fight for top 8. So they will be at least getting $700 or $300 depending on whether they're on top 8 or top 13. And they'll be a little bit happy about it.
It's all about the confidence, the experience that you walk away with after the tournament is done, right? So that is what these teams need to capitalize on as of now. Yes, it's going to be a little heartbreaking for you not making it on top, not even... I mean, there are going to be some teams in 14, 15, and 16. So it's going to be disheartening for them. But you always got to count the experience as well coming in. You lose some, you win some. It's a part of the game. It's part of life. But how you come back, how you turn your setback into the comeback is the question. And, you might, yes, lose this. You can go 14 to 15 to 16 position. But then that next tournament, if you're still in that 14, 15, and 16, Sam, that means you haven't taken away anything. You haven't learned anything. If you do the same mistakes, multiple times, once, twice, thrice, understandable. But if you don't learn from your mistakes, if you don't improve, if you don't try to improve yourself, that is on you. Because once understandable, yes, you might have better teams, you might have better players. They're also going to be, consistently trying to improve themselves. Because you have 24 hours in a day, they have 24 hours in a day. But right now, it looks like Juicy does not have a lot of time on his hand. He was almost taken down there. He was out in the open as well. Not really sure what he was doing. But he's lucky to find some rocks there. But now, He has to be careful. I'm not really sure how far away he's away. He's from his team. But Jonathan, it's not going to be Jonathan. It's actually going to be Sarang with the first one there. But Jonathan with an instant, third party presence there. Sarang goes down on his knees.
But still, Edge here, we have not seen a first pick. But look at that, all the players of 7C looking and making sure like they make it feel like they're regrouping. But another player, I think it's Prince, he's come up close to Godlike, and Jonathan is a little bit unwary about that, but immediately they exchange that blow. But it is coming in from SKYLIGHTZ, so this is going to be a big third party here between Godlike 7C as well as SKYLIGHTZ. So Godlike need to finish it off as soon as possible, but before they could do that, Neo is already been lost. SKYLIGHTZ right now doing the damage and confirming Prince on the other hand. But where is this SKYLIGHTZ fight coming through? We are unable to figure it out. We are unable to see them on the map, but it is happening. The finish feed is giving us the clue about it.
Is this?
Exactly. I mean, finally, we saw the name card. Finally, Gamla Boy, he's looking forward to making a retreat. But right now, Godlike, they're looking forward to punishing 7C for making sure that they at least lost one player. And Godlike will not be happy about this because Neo is one of the top fraggers. And look at this grenade making its way to Aladdin. Does a little bit of a chip damage. Z-God is going in for a slam in. Clutch God did receive a lot in terms of the brunt force coming through. Nigma Galaxy on the other end were fighting out with 8-bit, but Jonathan, look at that. That confirmation was needed, and Aladdin will be going down to 7C. And I'm sorry, Aladdin will be going down from 7C, and 7C will have one last surviving player. But Nigma Galaxy have all their players, but saving Vixie is going to be trouble written all over it.
You gotta be careful. And 7C, unfortunately, we're in a really tough spot. And look at 8-bit. Who is that? Is that Juicy? Oh no, in a really bad spot. But MJ, I don't think he wants to go for that finish as of now. I think they're gonna let him bleed. But where's Vixie? You're right. Where is Vixie? I think he's gonna be bleeding as well. Unfortunately, yep, never mind. He's gonna be finished off by Sanhok. And now, ooh, Dreams. His crash is not even going out. He almost went down there. What is happening here with 7C Savitar? He's trying to take down Clutch God here. 3, 2, 1, he peeks. And Clutch God, obviously, man, he will come out on top. Perfect timing, perfect crosshair placement. Instantly takes him down. That beautiful performance from him there. But then, Juicy, on the other hand, he goes down at 7C. 12 minutes, 30 seconds. He's going to be the first squad to be eliminated from match number 2.
First team to be eliminated is not a good thing, but right now, especially 7C trying to climb up, it's looking a little bit difficult. But look at this on the other end. Enigma are having a fight. There was 8-bit having a fight. SKYLIGHTZ now getting in between a fight with Enigma. OR right now going down to entity, and if OR fall now, just imagine Edge how many things are just going to be opened up. TSM will have a chance, Enigma will have a chance, Godlike will have a chance, and TSM already popping off. They're taking players down from Enigma. 2 players are already out. Now it's all up to Avi and Rex. The revive has been kicked in, but TSM, they're not letting them go. They're pushing in. On the other end, Entity are taking down OR one after another. Atanki has fallen on Aditya, and another player has already fallen apart. Jelly, I guess, is the last surviving player, and if Jelly survives, we might see OR a little bit further down the line, but if they find Jelly as well, OR will be done for here with nothing. Not even placement, not even finishes. Hyderabad HYDRAS on the other end found themselves a cover where they will be looking a little bit safer in their next steps of the circle.
TSM found that groove yesterday. Found the groove. I mean, it looks like they're finding it today. But Enigma, they lost 2. They gotta be careful. But another squad that I'm looking forward to, the ones at top, OR, where are they? They are nowhere to be found, and they're playing really safe as well. But it looks like they're going to be in between a fight between Blind and Marcos. They got to be so careful because there's Global right behind them as well. So multiple squads, and if OR goes down once again, the teams in number 2, 3, 4, and I mean GODLIKE, TSM, and NIGMA, all of them have a really good chance of stealing away that crown, making sure that they're dethroned. So OR, even if they don't get any finishes, gotta make sure that they stay alive at least till top 5, get at least 10 points to their name.
Right now it's gonna be too tough in terms of a match. It's looking so good and aggressive. I'm completely enjoying this. TSM they're not going to be having fun because they understand there is a gap, and also that godlike right now have jumped on top into the second position. TSM need to start making their strides, get points, and especially now with them being at the center of the circle, they'll be good. But why is Clutch got so far away from his team, whereas Godlike is about to face off SKYLIGHTZ? Now Godlike will be happy, two of the players have the circle, but the entire squad of SKYLIGHTZ have the circle. Marco's losing player one after another, but before, wait, it was not Marco's, my bad, I saw that death card over there and I thought it was Marco's, but it was somebody else. I think it was a player from NIGMA Galaxy, and so NIGMA Galaxy have a casualty. They're going to be having a lot more as they have moved into a different direction, but not out of danger, because Soul, they spotted them out, but Entity Cloud, he right now goes down to the play zone because of Marcos. They're trying to gatekeep, but Marcos, you guys are also outside the zone, so you need to figure a way in. But SKYLIGHTZ are not picking a fight with Godlike. I think Godlike have not given a clue. That's the reason. Blind are the ones right in front of the screen, and as we said, Soul will be finding players from NIGMA Galaxy, and that's what is happening. The push comes in, and Goblin along with Akshat, wait, Goblin was just an assister over there, whereas Akshat with his grenades made the magic and eliminated NIGMA Galaxy, and NIGMA Galaxy are out, and it's going to be Soul surviving. But look at Hyderabad HYDRAS. We saw them very early on, but have zero finishes for themselves right as now. Ace Black, he's in a dangerous situation and a spot because he's right in between various different teams, and it's going to be getting even more intense and difficult for him. Marco's not giving it up, but 8-bit also after their chicken dinner. They're looking so confident. The jump did come in from Kyoya, but it was not enough to knock Madman. You know his name, and it's not going to be easy to destroy him. But right now, Revenant and Core, he does the damage on the player. That's going to be Tsunami. So Tsunami is in a little bit of a trouble, but Raid, he's coming in. But Madman, as mad as he's ever, he wanted to jump up and get inside, but Raid is trying to provide him cover. Aston Vortex thought he could capitalize, but Madman, irrespective of health, he is going to be doing the damage, and he does now. Raid, he's falling back to cover because his health is not looking good, so he wants to patch himself up before the next fights that he picks up.
Let's see if they can actually put up. But once again, the play zone coming into play takes on Shadow 7. Unfortunate, the one thing that I didn't want to happen, and it did happen. Revenant Encore is trying to take down Riot, but guess what? A lot of shots being fired here. The play zone might just take down both the players there. It's going to be Riot coming out on top in that particular case. It's going to be 8-bit eliminating Revenant there, but I think Riot also is going to go down to the play zone, and there you go. He's on his knees, and Omega takes a lot of damage with the grenade there, but Jonathan on the other hand takes on comfortable on the side of SKYLIGHTZ, and SKYLIGHTZ is an instant straight onto one of the players on the side of Global. But well, this is happening. NIGMA Galaxy, they get eliminated. We're down to 13 and 40 players right now. It's going to be Goblin trying to take down Striker FTW. Will manage to get that headshot mid-range. Beautiful, but he's trying to third party every fight that he can, and once again it's a fight between Entity and Hyderabad HYDRAS. It's just a love story that's never gonna end between these three teams, and so Goblin, he wants to take every opportunity he gets to get that MVP back on him, and also try to, you know, secure the #1 spot for this side as well. That looks like we're gonna stretch, but you know it can happen. Marcos Gaming on their hand, they're gonna be eliminated as well, but Soul Hector now is gonna be taken down by TSM Blaze OP's Mini 14. They're coming into picture as well. They have a really good position. Oh my god, don't tell me it's one of those positions again. And that one, I mean, if that's the position, if the zone comes into play into their favor, there's no team that can actually take him down because of that high ground advantage.
I hope that high ground advantage works out, but maybe the play zone is going to be telling us whether it is or not. And look at the circle shifts in the favor, and TSM will be really happy, and they will be looking forward to a lot more. But let's hope the other teams are not able to push up. But Entity, even though they're in a disadvantage, they did try to do their best. I think they eliminated Marcos over there, but then they also got eliminated. Unfortunate for them, the domination did come through, but Marcos, as well as we keep talking about them, it gets difficult. But look at this, Godlike and OR Jelly. I did say Jelly, I think, is the last surviving player. We did see him in the map, and Clutch God went right close up to him. I hope Clutch God is ready for the fight and he takes him down. But right now, Hyderabad HYDRAS, they have gotten themselves 3 finishes, but they've also lost their 3 players. Unfortunate for the match, but Ace Black, this is a man to, I would say, fear. He does a lot, and he is the ace up the sleeves of Hyderabad HYDRAS. He does do the damage, but let's hope this time he is able to do it. But Miramar does not help you easily. But now with Soul Soul also surviving all their 4 players. They can kind of find Ace Black if he keeps making noise with his grenades and vehicles. And look at that Goblin. He got the clue. He saw the pixel. He's ready to pick up the fight. But Blind gets and finds SKYLIGHTZ. But in the meantime, a third party is happening as Global Esports find Blind. TSM with the higher ground advantage, as we said. They're making it work. They're holding off 8-bit. And Madman right now is just playing around the burnt vehicle, but for how long? Omega is also spotted. Goblin also did spot Ace Black, but they're right now about to take a shot, but Ace Black reads. He felt like he was being watched and he immediately turns.
Yeah, he turns, but there's no way that Puka can turn away from this particular fight. It's going to be him going down instantly. Godlike in a deep trouble. I see multiple players on their side going down, unfortunately. But it's going to be TSM Ninja once again getting those finishes. Can he get it? Can he confirm the first one onto Akshat at least? He's sitting on 0 right now. He did not have a great day today at all in the game number 1. Maybe in game number 2, they're looking to, find their groove back. TSM have, I don't know, maybe a couple of finishes. I think only 1 finishes, unfortunately. Yep, there it is. Only 1 finish. It's going to be AJ taking on Godlike. And with that, I think Godlike have only 1 more surviving player, and that's going to be Z-God. And I think he's going to get taken down anytime soon. He's going to be using that looks like a Lambo, so to move out of position, but Z-God 1 more bullet, and he will be going down to the Global Esports player. There you go. Is that? No.
It was Somraj from SKYLIGHTZ.
Oh, stealing a finish. Beautiful. And, opportunities like that don't come often, especially if you're... if you're taking someone down on the side of Godlike now, so they're gonna be happy about it. Godlike, well, 4 finishes. They were looking strong, but unfortunately, their positioning was just not good. And look at Ace Black. This is easy. This is gonna be easy for him if he can just take down a couple more here. But that zone is dealing a lot more damage. He has to heal himself again. It's gonna be a heal battle back and forth. But he's going to be using the buggy to get himself into the zone. And now he has to also get himself under cover. And he's going to be proning right behind the vehicle. But on the other hand, AJ takes down by Shadow. Gee, look at the reaction on his face. He was like, where the heck did I get shot from? But guess what? That's a beautiful mid-range headshot. And that's why you need to make sure that you're aware of your surroundings. Always make sure that you are, safe and are in good cover.
But right now, irrespective of the safe and the cover, the circle, it's moved up, and TSM, who had the higher ground advantage, it's walked away from them. But TSM need to be smart about it. But Soul, they're already having a fight with one of the top teams. That's going to be Enigma, and Enigma have been wiped. But look at OR Jelly. He is playing smart. This is what I said. OR, all they have to do is just play smart and stay on the top, and that's what he's doing. OR have 0 finishes in their name. But just because they're right now in the top 4, they will be at least getting 4 to 8 points in terms of placement points. But Shadow, before he moves out of the higher ground, he wants to make sure he does not let any other teams trying to make their way into the circle easy. They are looking forward to denying them, and because of the damage that Shadow was able to do, Akshat is out in the play zone. He is confirmed. Now Omega, he's one of the players. Shadow finds him, a brilliant knock coming in, but it was also assisted from Blaze OP. But right now TSM are reading it right. They understand there's a compound here, but in that compound it cannot be like it's completely free to the take. It should be that there should be some player looking in that direction, or at least playing safe, and they're watching that compound. But in the meantime, Soul right now somehow managed to dodge the sights of TSM and did their way in. But Goblin, irrespective of dodging anything, he is just raining up his bullets and sending it across to Global Esports. He finds a knock, but Manya, he finds Goblin. He'll be able to do the damage, and Aquanox feels happy about it, immediately knocks and finishes him off. And now Hector is the last surviving player whose position has been called out. Blaze OP is praying towards his end. Shadow was about to just move up close, but before that could happen, Blaze OP confirms, and Soul is right now out. And it looks like TSM, what Godlike were looking forward to do and get their chicken dinner, TSM understood they have to do it. And with all the 4 players standing and surviving and fighting, they're giving it their all. Right now they're about to fight with Global Esports, but Manya, look at that man. He's not giving up. Immediately knocks and finishes off the IGL. Aquanox is out and done. Shadow, he's right now coming in and pushing up, and right now TSM are looking forward to isolate and close in on Global Esports. It's not going to be that easy, but yes, as we spoke last time as well, the lower ground and the higher ground advantage, it only works when the lower ground players start pushing up. It's not the other way around. If the higher ground players start pushing down or look down, it's an easy headshot. And I think that's what even OR Jelly, you saw him scoping in. Same goes for Global Esports. That's what they're waiting for.
I mean, in the midst of all this, OR Jelly somehow managed to stay alive. So they're gonna be getting a bit more lead now in their favor. So gotta give it to OR, man. I mean, even though not a lot of finishes in their name, they're still gonna be getting 12. Sorry, 10 at least because
Yes.
of just surviving till the end. And now TSM with 3 players alive. Global have 2, 1 player on the side of OR. Let's see if they can actually make it happen because TSM. I mean, yes, they had a good run here with 8. Sorry, Global with 8 finishes. I think TSM also have something similar to this. Actually, yeah, there you go, 7. OR Jelly, I mean, if he pulls this off, if he times it to perfection, he can actually do it because the zone is not really far away. He's already in it as of now, almost. He has to make a couple of couple of inches towards the zone there. But here's the thing: he's really safe because no one's actually worried about him. Because TSM, they're looking to fight Global Esports. Global Esports are looking to fight TSM. So OR Jelly, all all he needs to do is make his way into the zone sneakily a bit, make sure that he doesn't take any fight. Or Jelly, no, he has other plans. He confirms that finish onto Manya. He's helping TSM. Global's AJ is the only one surviving right now. Already the open. He's gonna get 1v3'd and he's gonna get taken down instantly. Takes down 1 though, but that DP is just too much. And now OR Jelly, the only surviving player right now, he's out in the open as well. And the zone is gonna be playing against him. He's gonna come out. He's gonna be taken down instantly. Blaze OP. 9, 10 finishes. Actually 9 finishes for the side of TSM. And also that chicken dinner. Now I wanna see what this does to the overall standing. I'm pretty sure OR is still going to be sitting on top. But I think TSM has actually, pushed down Godlike and got that second position back to themselves.
I agree with you, Edge. TSM should be in the second position, but there is a chance that they could have pushed up only if TSM would have performed in the first match as well. On Erangel, at least if they got close to 10 points, we might have seen TSM get to that first spot themselves, take down OR. But right now, the fight is getting super intense. Global Esports made a huge dominating performance on Erangel. Now TSM make that dominating performance here on Miramar, and now it becomes a fight between these top 3 teams. Yes, Enigma is not out of the race yet. They will be having a little bit of a tough situations here and there because we saw, right, Enigma also got eliminated, unfortunate for them, but it was Global Esports who were kind of feeling that aggression. They were thinking about it and they wanted to make sure they give it their all, and they gave it and eliminated Enigma. But Enigma, they're not going to be just sitting back because now there is again Erangel and Miramar about to play back, and last match is going to be on Erangel again. So the turns and chances are still there with these 3 matches. But in between that, there is a twister, as we are saying from the start. That's going to be Sanhok. I want all these teams to be prepared for Sanhok. But right now, before we prepare for Sanhok, let's immediately take a look at the highlights of what happened. Godlike and 7C had a fight. Unfortunately, there was also a little bit of a chance of the third party coming in from SKYLIGHTZ. I mean, as you said, Edge, they were somewhere in the shadows. They were like ghosts over there, but taking finishes in their name. But eventually they moved out, and Godlike were able to capitalize, but they lost Neo as well. Unfortunate for them having a casualty, but look at this madman. Even though he went out, he did do the damage, but then he realized that he has a lot in terms of damage on him. He immediately went to cover, wanted to go in for a patch, but then the push came in. He punished, but the way SKYLIGHTZ were also being eliminated. SKYLIGHTZ, before they got eliminated, or like one of the last few players were surviving, they did do a damage for a lot of teams.
That is true, but once again, look at this positioning coming in from Soul Goblin. He's at the right position at the right time every single time. Beautiful positioning coming in from TSM as well, having the high ground advantage. But HYDRAS, Ace Black surviving for as long as he could, taking down multiple finishes at the end. Just a couple of finishes, just a couple of extra points so that he gets extra points in the total scorecard before he goes down, because he knows for a fact that he's going down. There's no way that he could come out on top. But Godlike, unfortunately, going down to Global Esports, who were actually having a really good time. They're both the teams. And also, OR, man, they knew that they couldn't get any finishes. So they went for the plan B, which is to survive and get as many points as they could. And how many was that? That's 12. They got 12 placement points because OR Jelly just could stay alive for as long as he could. Also took down AJ, if I'm not wrong.
Yes,
so
13.
One extra. Right, 1 extra point. So I think he got around 7 to 8 extra points all by himself. That's a good strat coming in because they're already sitting at top. They don't need a lot of finishes. Now teams like TSM and NIGMA, Godlike, they need to worry about the the total number of points, the finishes, and everything. But for OR, 10-15 points every game is decent.
It is. That's what we said. They have to just look forward to gaining points on every map. They should not lose any map without points at all, and that's what Jelly did. Being the IGL as well, played it really, really smart, but at the last moment, it was a little bit unfortunate that Global Esports were in the lower ground and Seoul were also looking forward to making their way inside the circle. But look at this. Manya, he never gave up. He immediately went in for a fight, picked up the fight, but Jelly, he played smart. He waited for the opportunity. He saw an opportunity to capitalize for a finish, and he went for it. But then the position was known, and they just went up and picked the fight with Jelly and just put him down to the ground and finished him off and said, that's what you will be getting yourself. Not a chicken dinner, do not hope for it. But the possibility was there if he had isolated the fights. But what a play coming in. Who is going to be the MVP is what I wanted to see. But irrespective of the MVP, finishes is what is going to be mattering. 9 finishes for TSM. I thought they got a double-digit finish, but nonetheless, right behind them with 8 finishes is Global Esports. Even though they were the team who did not get eliminated in the second position, they were the team who got eliminated in the third. You can see just because of their finishes, they're a little bit better. TSM total 24 points, Global with 18 total points, Seoul with 14 because they also had finishes. OR being the team who got eliminated in the second position. In the match standings, at least, you will just see them at the fourth, but 13 points is still better when you compare it with GODLIKE, who just got 5 points. Yes, the finishes was good, aggression was good, but the rotation again being their main disaster.
And NIGMA as well, sitting on 5. So I mean, we're talking about these teams because these are the contenders for number 1 spot, guys.
Exactly.
That's exactly why we're talking about them. Yes, they are CHEMIN sitting on 9, NCT on 7, SKYLIGHTZ on 6, 8-bit another squad that have a really good chance of coming out on top, only have 6 points. Now all these teams, but what it does to the overall scorecard, it does nothing because OR still sits on top with 297, just 3 away from 300. That's absolutely beautiful. TSM though, 274. They are closing in on OR, but at the same time, they're going further away from teams like GODLIKE and NIGMA 8-bit. Now 274 to 257, that's quite a difference, 17 points. But NIGMA and 8-bit, they're already 20 away from GODLIKE, 37 away from TSM, and they are 40 points away from OR. So, sorry, not 40, I think 50 or 60 actually from OR. That's massive.
Yeah,
and with
for
only
Enigma.
4 matches left, I don't know how they're gonna make it. And also look at the first. I mean, look at the team in position number 8. HYDRAS, they just got that 100 placement point, and 190 are they total. So for them, the run for the top is over. Maybe fourth to second to seventh position. Sorry, fourth to 7th position is what they're hoping for as of now, because that gives them a better chance. Maybe second, that is also looking grim, but they can still go for it, right? 4 matches left. On an average, you can get 60 points if you take 15 as an average. So I'm hoping that they can do it, but if not, then TSM, GODLIKE, and NIGMA, well, they're gonna be fighting for that second and third position.
The fight for the last few spots, last
No
few
one's fighting for
matches.
the last.
I mean, I'm saying it as a slot because that one position is where you just put yourself like a puzzle piece and you're done. After that, you do not have anything. And as you said, you can relax, you can rejoice, you can party if you get that champion spot. So that #1 is going to be a position that all these first 3-4 teams want to put themselves in. But again, we've talked about this as well, right? The last few teams who are in this last page, they should not give up this race. They should still keep fighting for it, and that's what they're doing. Look at this. Global Esports making a 2-spot jump, Seoul also making a 2-spot jump, just letting us know that we are looking forward to getting to that top 13 or top 8 where they can get $700 or $300 for themselves, and they can be happy about it, that in this intense competition they have placed themselves in a position where they're also getting a part of the prize pool. That's what all the teams need to look forward to. But look at 7C. Their start has not been strong. 2 matches back to back. They've had a downfall, and now they're at the 14th position, just 1 spot out of not getting a placement. Marcos as well. Marcos just entered the top 13 and then they got pushed back. Blind, unable to do anything, but Soul, who were sitting down low with, I would say, less than 100 points, also not even having a century in the early days, finally making their strides to at least now top 10, and eventually if they are able to jump up 2 spots or maybe even 3 spots, we can call them the top 8 teams, and they will be getting $700 for them.
Something to rejoice about, right? Something to be happy about, something to be rewarded, and they need it as well. They put in a lot of time, a lot of efforts. So let's see if they are gonna get rewarded. Because if you're in 14, 15, and 16, you definitely are not gonna be getting anything out of that prize pool. But what do you think, Sam? Who do you think? I mean, it's got to be quite evident at this point. But who do you think are gonna be those 3 teams? I'm putting you in a tough spot.
Of getting to the top spot or getting to the top 13?
Top it's 14, 15, and 16. Who do you think are going to be in 14, 15, and 16?
I don't know. I mean, how? I don't think even that is a position that we need to talk about. 14, 15, 16 is not a spot that we would want any team to be. I mean, if there was a chance for us to disregard 14, 15, 16 and push every
We
team
would
to the top 13, we would want to.
definitely would.
But I think every team, I would say, just give your all to get to the top 13 spots. Now, Enigma, they're going to be standing strong again on Erangel as we earlier saw them. They're not worried about it at all. But here's where Enigma fell apart back to back, even in the first match as well as in the second match. So, Enigma, they need to figure out a way that this Erangel, which is already showing us in terms of the map statistics that their average is better, they need to pull off. But OR are also not far away. They're also trailing behind. And Godlike also showed us their performance. But let's hope TSM have a better show than what we witnessed in the first one.
I mean, once again, it's just a stats, guys. Erangel and Enigma, once again, still on top. But, a couple of changes here and there. Marcos, Blind, Revenant, Nigma, SKYLIGHTZ as well. Couple of ups and downs there by a small margin. So you guys might neglect that. But also, Godlikes changed, right? They were somewhere around 5 to 4 uh, previously before match number 1. But now they're in second position with 6.2 and 5.7 average placement point. Now that's quite a jump, but also talking about a jump, let's see if they can actually jump back on that number 1 spot after this one's done. Because now we're only left with 4. Sam,
Mhm.
we're only left with 4 matches, and after that, we'll be getting ourselves a champion. A champion after all this time. Finally, someone's going to be crowned. Someone's going to be the MVP. A team is going to be called the most valuable team. And
Yes.
few teams are going to be really, really sad
It feels a little bit disheartening, right? Edge, so that
for the teams at the
teams
bottom.
exactly are unable to climb up, and look at the we are still telling that you have a chance to get yourself to the top 13, top 8. You should not always look at the bigger picture. First, imagine the bigger picture
Small
and start
steps.
making your strides with small steps to success. I hope they're able to do it because it's going to be a very tough day. Now, with 2 matches already done, just 4 more matches pending, meaning that the entire matchup and fight is going to be even more tougher because Erangel will be played only twice now, Miramar only once, and the Sanhok one more time. We already talked about it as a googly, but do you think that we are going to be seeing any smooth shaves coming through from any of the players? You were asking about a 1v3, 1v4 yesterday to
Mhm.
impress you. Is there a
Almost got
chance?
it. I almost got that at the final one, but I think by the looks of how these teams are playing and the players are playing, I don't think there's a chance for 1v4. I don't think
Mm,
they'll ever get the chance of 1v4, right? Because at the end, it's always gonna be one player, one team having the man advantage at the end, having 2 or 3. Because we could see it
yes.
every single time. It was a 2 versus 1 or a 3 versus 1, and then 4-1-1 or something like that. It has always been. It has. I don't think I've ever seen a 1-1-1-1-1 or something like that
It
at the
has
end
happened, Edge.
for
I
a
don't
long time.
think
Did
if
it? Yes.
I don't think it's yesterday. I think it's day before yesterday or something. But it happened once, and I did mention that this is one of the very closest fights that we have witnessed. A one v one
Okay.
v one v one fight with in between 4 different teams. The top 4 teams in the last, all of them had just one single player surviving, and it was just brilliant. I mean, that is how close I hope even the last match on Erangel gets, where we are seeing the top 4 teams: Enigma, TSM, Godlike, as well as all these 4 teams surviving with just one player each. Imagine, Edge, that kind of a competition to declare our champion of Gillette 7Sea Invitational.
That is what we want.
Hmm.
We want to see those close quarters. We want to see these close competition. We want everyone to have a really good chance of coming out on top. But
Yes.
as of now, quite it's kind of clear who might be. I mean, at least like four contenders now for the number one spot, right? We're talking
Yes.
about OR, we're talking about God, like we're talking about TSM, we're talking about Enigma as well, the only squad with four contenders. So keep that in mind. But everyone else, wait a second, the
TSM
TSM.
got their fourth just
Yeah,
now.
exactly. So I was like, maybe my information is wrong. So four for both of them. Can they get the fifth one? I mean, they still have four matches to do, so any
Hmm.
of these can do it. But godlike, first game was pretty dominant from them. Second one, they did dominate in terms of finishes, but couldn't perform in the placement position. What do you think? This game, maybe godlike, because Erangel, they did have a really good one on the match number one of the day. So now we're back to Erangel, Sam. So maybe the momentum might go back in their favor.
You know, right? We keep talking about one specific thing that teams need to be proactive and pick the fights they want, not pick
Yep.
all the fights around. I think that's what every team needs to pay attention to. But it's time to get the game faces on for one of the last two maps of Erangel. We're going to be starting off with Marcos, Orange Rock as well, but I'm also going to be bringing in a new co-pilot along with Edge. It's going to be Darshita to steer this flight and get that flight path on your screens. Welcome back.
I was waiting. I was really waiting to get back here and see how the actions are turning out to be on this day because, as we keep on saying, it's going to be the last day, ladies and gentlemen. Well, talking about the fly path, it's a wrangle once again where we can see fly path heading towards Milta Power. Right start from Georgiapool and Hospital. There's school, there's Pochinki, there's farm, Milta. I mean, the hopes are really low right now, Edge, that we might see a drop clash between Marcos and Skylights Gaming. What do you think about that?
We didn't see that last time, so I'm hoping, but I can see Marcos dropping there. Where's Skylights?
No,
Did
yeah.
they? Oh, they dropped. Okay, they are going into another direction. They know this time. Look at the look at Skylights. By the way, they split up. They split up. They're going in two different directions. I don't know if that's a wise decision, especially in the third match of the day. Oh my
Oh my
god. Okay,
god.
this match is going to be interesting. I can already tell because they didn't even land yet. They didn't even drop off, and I'm already excited about this. And look at that zone. Boy, oh boy, it's gonna be one hell of a match. It's gonna be one hell of a match, I can already tell. Where's CHEMIN? Once again, let me see where they are headed this time. Because last time they headed on to the Zarki area and it didn't work out in their favor. But I think Revenant once again is going for their, default drop there towards that military base. I still cannot see CHEMIN there.
Waiting for that. I'm waiting. Okay, there you go. We can see them finally near down to military base. Now, military
Oh, they
base,
are
we
going
know,
there.
right? We know, Kevin, we always find them near to those places as well. Once again, coming back to OR. Right now, all the four players surviving. They do have a split, they do have vehicles. They are trying to find some better compounds for themselves this time, so that initial drop, initial loot, and everything is better because at the end of the day, loot is something that's going to matter you the most, no matter what the situation is. You need a good gun to take a long range fight. You need a good gun to be a beast in the close range itself. So there's a lot that you need in terms of loots. Right now, Ari was looking forward to a compound, but I guess he didn't find anything, and he'll be going back to his teammate Jelly, picking him up, and again going in for a different compound.
He's picking up in style as well. It
Yeah,
was for a
yeah.
second I was actually scared that maybe he might hit him, and maybe I don't think they're gonna be a lot of team damage there coming in, but you still got to be careful, right? Can't take any risks, especially right now. But last time on Erangel, Darsh, we had a couple of team fights happening pretty early. We usually don't see that. I mean, your favorite spot, 10 minutes, we were already down three squads. Almost five, but three squads were already out. So, do you think another, this is another map of Erangel. Do you think another time we're going to be seeing that kind of aggressive game style coming in from any of the squads? Because once again, this is the final day. This is the grand finals. Today we're going to be crowning the champions, and everyone needs to pull out their A game. They got to accumulate as many points as they can and make sure that they at least move up one position after every game.
That's important. That's important. But if you ask me about the aggressiveness, Edge, aggressiveness is going to be important, but because How do you think these teams are going to find finishes? Right now, for finding points, you just have two options. Either you go for finishes, either you go for placement points. Placement points, you get the max you get is 15. But you can add more with the number of finishes that you get. So, being aggressive, I don't know will the teams go for it or no, but it's going to be important no matter if they lose it or they, gain it because it's already down to 4 maps. And with the end of this map, we'll be done with the half day of the last day itself and it'll be left back with 3 amazing maps. And right, the end portion, the last 3 maps are the most amazing ones. We always talked about it. The end portion is something. The second half is something that gets me excited because you start off with Miramar, you go to the smallest map, Sanhok, and then you go to a classic experience of Erangel, which is going to decide a lot of things. So I'm looking forward to that, but right now I'm looking forward to what TSM has planned. They were looking really good the previous day. Today, yes, it is good, but it can be better.
Can be. There's always room for improvement for everyone, and that's exactly what these teams are trying to do, trying to improve their position on the scorecard, trying to improve their total number of points, trying to improve their gameplay, not only in this particular tournament, but also getting that experience and finding, their weaknesses moving on to next upcoming tournaments as well. So, guys, Skyesports, we organized a lot of tournaments, right? So if you haven't subscribed already, if you need any more information on this particular tournament or any upcoming tournaments, make sure to check out our Instagram handle is down in the description, and also hit the like button, fellas. Come on, we've been going on for a while now, and I'm pretty sure you like the games because we all do. Who wouldn't? Look at the way that these teams are performing right from day 1 to day number 9. That is today. They have been consistently performing well. We started off with 24 teams, and after that we got the best 16 teams in the country, and now we're looking for that number 1. We're looking for the best of the best, and Blaze OP with that mid-range burst fire almost took down Goblin, but Goblin dodges it, drops down a smoke, Bronze, and he's reviving himself, passing himself up, but then he's got to be careful because they're still trying to shoot him, and if he goes down to the explosion, there's no way he can survive it because there's no one close to where he is right now.
Agreed. TSM versus Soul. This is going to be interesting because both of them have dealt a lot of damage. Look at Goblin. If you talk about Blaze, look at Blaze even. Even he has took back a lot of damage on himself. Akshat is looking forward to go where Goblin is. Blaze, he has a better angle to work around. But right now, Team Soul, they haven't the opportunity of getting out of that fight because that's going to be the most important thing. Now, they got a vehicle that is covering themselves entirely. Because with that buggy, the passenger seat is something they need to be really careful about. TSM again engaging themselves into an initial fight, but they need to be careful because if they want to get that #1 for themselves, they need 30 bomber, and that is something that they definitely are looking forward to. But Jonathan will be finding Viru. Oh my god, vehicle explosion! But before that, Jonathan was better with that AKM, and that's how Viru needs to go down.
Ouch. We still haven't seen a confirmation, and just as I say that, Jonathan confirms it. Looks like GODLIKE wants to have their domination again coming in. As I said, they had a really good game on the map of Erangel, the first one, but after that, the second one, they kind of went down pretty early. Did have 4 finishes to their name, but only 5 total points. So they're looking forward to get more, and it's just a Bugatti. Whatever it is, it looks absolutely beautiful. It sounds wonderful as well. And they're trying to get into a better position. But also, if you see that game style coming in from GODLIKE right now, they got that finish. They were not waiting for any more, players to come in and maybe take those fights. They instantly got it on the run, and they were back on the run. They were back on the move. They were trying to reposition themselves and make sure that they're all together when the next fight happens, so as to make sure that as long as 4 players are alive on your squad, you are going to be having that man advantage. If you can somehow manage to survive till the end.
GODLIKE wants points, right?
True.
They want point no matter what. They want those number of finishes for themselves. They want everything. And if they don't get that, they know, right? After being on #1 for a long period of time, they may need to satisfy themselves with 2, 3, or maybe 4. So they need to be careful. But on the other side, we have Team Global and Soul getting into a fight. Now, Team Soul, they were previously engaging themselves with the sides of Team TSM, but right now, they found Global Esports Joker out there. Goblin is trying his level best, but look at the helmet It's just not even being 10 minutes, and the helmet is already damaged. He needs to find a new one because you know how important all those utilities are. Zone shift, again, a good one for all those who are inside the zone itself. But for Revenant, for CHEMIN, for NIGMA Galaxy, it's looking a bit difficult because the rotation is something they need to have a bit focus on. Near to Godlike, even I see one call having their rotation at the same time. Blind trying to enter, but Manya goes down, and that's Enigma. And not Soul getting into this fight. Now, Team Enigma coming up as a surprise for Global.
Global did not see that one coming, especially after the beautiful performance they put up on the last match. They were, I mean, I was expecting a lot more for them coming in, but Enigma, after losing a player, they're still going strong. They're still, they still know that they're okay with taking fights. 3 players, yes, they can still do it. But Global now losing 1, which means they also have 3 players. So that's 2 casualties already, 2 eliminations. And Godlike, Aditya's out in the open. You gotta make sure that he goes down, but it's gonna be Neo. They're getting third party, but 7C Savitar gets 1. Jonathan out in the open, takes on Savitar. He gets a revenge for his teammate. Instant finish off. And then Puka on the other hand takes on one of the players on the side of HYDRAS. Carry gets the finish, actually knock onto one of the players. Savitar goes down, carries out. Troy with the explosion takes on Avi. But Z got here with the smoke grenade and also trying to...
Oh.
Did he get it? He didn't.
No.
Oh my god, I thought KlutzGod was gonna get it, but then unfortunately couldn't. I don't know if that might be a glitch, but then he drops down, instantly finishes him off, and everyone's back on their feet. Just Neo on his knees right now, but Sarang, gotta be careful, fella, because you did see what they did to your teammates, so you gotta make sure that you have your Tesla, make sure you're out of there before anyone take those fights. But 7C Aladdin takes down KlutzGod.
KlutzGod is down to the ground. Either they need to revive him back or leave him bleeding out there and go. Now it's up to completely Godlike what they decide to do. Sarang White exactly in front of Jonathan. That's going to be a 1 versus 1. I don't know if Sarang is up with the information. Yes, he is, because there's a lot of grenades, a lot of smokes going on the way of Jonathan. Now needs to be careful. Really low. Both of them, they have dealt a lot of damage on each other. They really need to be careful. KlutzGod is down to the ground. Jonathan needs to patch himself up before getting anything else. There's going to be 1 more grenade going in for Sarang. He needs to be really careful. Gets that beautifully. And that's Sarang down to the ground. KlutzGod is surviving, but I doubt he will be able to, because Aladdin has all his crosses over KlutzGod.
Well, that is happening. There's going to be Shadow coming into play from Entity, third partying and stealing that finish off of him. And now NIGMA Galaxy trying to take down players on the side of Brian, but forget about that for a second, because 7C going down in the hands of Entity. Godlike are going to be tanking the Lucky Stars, but at the same time, they're going to be angry on Entity because they did, steal their finishes. Now, that's not a great thing if you're a fan of Godlike, or if you're a Godlike, it's themselves. But here's the thing. They're still helping the squad of Godlike, and Aladdin, he's going to be coming out. He's going to get taken down instantly, and with that, it's going to be the end of 7C, the first squad to get eliminated here in match number 3 on day number 5.
Unfortunate for the entire squad, getting eliminated on hashtag 16, my bad, at the first day itself. But look how much has happened right in just few minutes. NED Shadow will be taking Z-God down. Now Godlike, they're losing players. They need to be careful. KlutzGod, no! If he gets spotted, there's a chances of Godlike getting eliminated completely, because there's a lot already happening with Godlike, and that's KlutzGod getting eliminated. Godlike down to 2 players, because right now even 1 player is just really low on his HP. They need to revive. Okay, Z-God and KlutzGod are down, so that's Jonathan and Neo. 2 players surviving from the sides of Team Godlike. OR on the other side trying to cause a lot of problems and trying to stop the destruction that Godlike are trying to go in for. But right now Neo is being caught in a complete open area. It is a lot of damage that he is dealing around. Entity is trying his level best, and there you go. KlutzGod gets confirmed almost on confirming. That's Z-God, and I guess that's done. Godlike down to 2 players with 3 finishes.
God, oh no, not the kind of way, not this way again for Godlike, but it's gonna be Vexy. 1 more finish for himself, and Entity already up to 4 finishes. They are looking confident. Let's see if they can actually, get the entire chicken dinner for themselves and make their jump on that overall standings. Domination by Jelly, and you can see SKYLIGHTZ with 4, you can see Entity with 4, you can see Godlike with 3, OR with 3 as well. OR already having 3 finishes with only 1 casualty. Well, they do not want to let go of that, number 1 spot. They know they already have that lead, and with these 3 finishes, even if they go down right now, they are going to be hitting that 300 mark. 300 mark, which is 26 points away. 26 points away from second squad again, TSM. So there's still a lot of work for these squads to do. TSM, ENIGMA, GODLIKE. If they want to have any chance of making it to the top, Jonathan and Neo, the two brothers fighting for the MVP, they gotta make it work. They gotta show us why they deserve to be their MVP. They gotta show everyone and get as many finishes as they can for the squad and also survive. Because once again, if you get 10 finishes and if you get eliminated pretty early with 1 point, it's not a lot. Maybe at least 10 points, with finishes and then 10 placement points. Now that's a decent score. 20 points, which might help them, get close out the distance between them and OR and also TSM.
Agreed, completely. OR, as you talk about them, there's OR on our screens already. Atanki in a complete open area now. He can just get in eyes of anyone right being in completely open areas. All that he needs to do is a bit of carefulness that he needs to showcase right now. On the other side, we have Marcos now. From Marcos, I guess one player was spotted from the side of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming and they not just took him down, but they eliminated. Talking about elimination, that's TSM Ninja Jerd. Once again starting things off, but that's where TSM needs to go down. NIGMA Galaxy not just taking one, taking two, taking the third one, almost there, and that's done. TSM gets eliminated. Oh my
Destroyed.
god. The team who just did a beautiful job the previous day gets eliminated completely. That's shocking. But right now, Entity, they had their eyes on the big ones out there and they got them. Definitely the most amazing one. NIGMA Galaxy going in for domination. Team Soul, still 0, looking forward to do something.
NIGMA Galaxy, man. I mean, day number 1 of the grand finals, they were nowhere to be found. But after that, they slowly made their way back up and they're not going to stop anytime sooner. They're taking some big names down right now. I mean, I say big names as of now because, they are the ones sitting at the top. And NIGMA Galaxy, I believe they're in 9th to 10th position as of now. So they gotta make their way up. But it's gonna be ENIGMA's players trying to take down Shadow. That is Entity's players there, unfortunately. But look at that zone now. Range is in the zone and NIGMA Galaxy are really, really far away. They gotta be careful, but it looks like it's gonna be a fight between SKYLIGHTZ and Deadpool. That is blind, but they lose him. Instant knock, instant finish. That's gonna be another one lost. Now only surviving player from the side of blind. He has to be careful. Jonathan, he takes that fight, instantly knocks out Knuckle. Beautiful headshot there.
It was amazing. Knuckle goes down. And that's Global Esports losing one of their players. Again, domination is for Wexy. So many players doing a lot in terms of finishes. SKYLIGHTZ got 6. Now this is looking good for SKYLIGHTZ in terms of finishes that they have accumulated. But again, they need to go in for placements as well because that's going to add up and be more amazing. Marcos Gaming, as soon as they entered, they got into a fight with Soul. And that's where they decided not to engage right now. Took their vehicles in the complete opposite direction. And they are trying to go in for a different rotation. Revenant on the other side gets caught by 8-bit Tsunami, and that Tsunami taking Kyoya down to the ground. No confirmations yet, but one player is already down and they need to be really careful. Soul on the other side, there's a lot that this team has potential to do, and they are looking forward to do that thing. But Galaxy gets caught here by CHEMIN Esports. Destro trying to deal a lot of damage, but at the same time, he registered himself a lot. Now, Dreams, he needs to patch himself up before anything. CHEMIN Esports, there's a lot of grenade parade going on. Robin, he has to depart out there, and I guess he'll be getting confirmed. NIGMA Galaxy, Wixie goes down. Apollo will be taking Robin. Destro goes down. Now, this is not looking good for CHEMIN Esports as all their players are just falling apart one after the other.
AP Juicy on the other hand takes some of the players inside of Revenant, but Destro goes down as well. Goblin, well, NIGMA Galaxy, they're having a good time, but now it looks like they're gonna be in a lot of trouble. Gumlaboy with the domination there, you can see it. CHEMIN with the only surviving player right now is Delta PG. Well, looks like they wanted to start out the day really strong, but guess what? The first 3 games have absolutely been disappointing for the side of CHEMIN, and they gotta work harder, right? For them to at least have a chance of making it to the top 3. Because CHEMIN is already in the top 8. They don't want to sit in the top 8. They don't want that $300 or the $400 or the $700. They want to go for the bigger chunk. They want to go for that $1,500, the $4,000s, the $8,000s. I mean, $8,000 is a bit out of the picture right now for them. So maybe the 2nd and 3rd position. To be honest, even 2nd is a bit too much. Maybe the 3rd position as of now. Because CHEMIN, they only have 3 more games after this to do so.
3 more games after this edge, but right now they just have one player, and that's Delta PG. Now we know this man, he has potential, he's aggressive. For how long? Because there's like 33 players in front of him and 1v33. Okay, what am I speaking? What am I speaking? That's just next to
What if you pull it off?
impossible.
What if you
I
pull it
find
off?
it difficult. I mean, yeah, I agree. Impossible itself says I am possible, but I really find it
Oh my
difficult
god.
to, for that to happen. But right now, what we have on screen is the upcoming zone shift as well. There's a lot of teams who have been pushed out of the play zone, and there's a lot. I mean, not a lot. I mean to say there's 3 teams. That's Revenant, SKYLIGHTZ, and 8-bit. Now, the split that SKYLIGHT took in the beginning itself, that's working in their favor beautifully. Look, they are back. They are together. They are strong with somewhat 6 or 8 finishes for themselves, and there's a huge one, right? You still got 13 teams. I mean, if you leave SKYLIGHTZ, you still got 12 teams live. Then it's a huge one. They can pull off near to 10 and 12, and then if they go in for good position, it can be a real good map for the sides of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. Oh no, what happened? Hector goes down, Goblin goes down. Oh my god, Soul, they're falling apart.
Oh no. Oh no, Soul, he got run over. Akshat. Juicy. But they're getting third partied by Revenant right now. But there's an instant trade coming in with the Scar as well. 8-bit Juicy, I think they actually managed to take down. Delta PG goes down there. So 1v33, 1v20, or whatever it is, that's out of the picture right now. It's going to be CHEMIN going down as well. 8-bit Madman in a bit of a trouble there. But let's see if he can actually survive. But I want to see what happened to Soul. How many players are still alive? I think there's only one guy surviving. But look at GODLIKE. They are taking that fight. They're not scared of global esports at all. Jonathan runs in, takes one, but he's going to get instant traded out by Maxi on the side of HYDRAS. But GODLIKE Neo, he's got to be careful. There's OR coming into picture as well. It's 4 parties. 4 goddamn teams right next to him, and GODLIKE Neo is down on his knees. He's almost gone there with 10% HP. What can he do? Erangel, beautiful grenade connects onto one of the players. Plays on, takes on Jonathan out of the server, and now Jelly's in a good spot. He can actually take down Neo. He goes down to Hatanki's grenade. GODLIKE, they are gone. They are nowhere to be found, and they gotta make sure that the next 3 games they gotta put up a better performance than this.
Jonathan just gave a lot of damage to Global, but right now talking about damage, there's a lot that Pucar himself is dealing. Look at the grenades. Beautiful connections we have. Paukilo will be taking one on Tsunami. There's one more grenade. Pucar needs to be careful. No, he goes down, and that's Madman doing a mad job here. He takes down one from SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, and right now is looking forward to confirm him. But no, the Molotov connection, he needs to be careful. A self Molotov is something he really needs to be careful about right now. There's one more grenade from Entity Cloud that can create a lot of problem for Jelly, but this time Jelly is aware of everything that's happening besides him, near to him, or in front of him. Team Soul, that's a confirmation we get that Team Soul, the last surviving player, he gets confirmed. Global Esports, even the last surviving player gets confirmed, and that's 2 teams getting eliminated. 8 teams, 19 alive players with 22 minutes done and dusted. Madman, I guess he's compromised himself after taking Pucar. Pucar down to the ground. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming is really not happy. They're really looking angry right now. Jelly finding one on Entity. That's gonna be OR. Aru with that grenade getting a beautiful connection. Team Entity gets eliminated. 8 for OR.
8 for OR, but talking about SKYLIGHTZ a bit more, I mean, I told you this before, I'm gonna say it again. SKYLIGHTZ are the kind of squad that either gets taken down pretty early into the game, or else they're there. They're in the top 5. They always get it, right? And it looks like they are making their way to the top 5 right now. They already have 8 finishes themselves, and they still have 4 players surviving. They gotta be careful, yes, but they can still make it work. They cannot get that number 1 spot, but they can always go for that number 3 or number 5 at least, and get a bigger piece of that prize pool. Because once again, guys, as I said, the bragging rights, yes, it's important, but that money that goes along with it, I mean, who wouldn't like it, right? Something to give you for your efforts. Maxi OP is the only surviving player. He's going for that heal battle as of now because there's players from the side of War right in front of him, and Jelly is in a bit of trouble there. He's gonna get taken down by Maxi OP's M4. He's gonna go for the spray. He almost got the finish, but guess what? It's gonna be Rex third party in that, and which means Maxi OP is gonna go down without getting that extra point. Gumla Boy on the other hand takes on Madman, and 8-bit Juicy is in a lot of trouble as well. Gumla Boy gets another one. Pucar.
Oh my god. Look at SKYLIGHTZ. Exactly. They are just going crazy today. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they've decided not to stop. 10 finishes already. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, there's going to be a run over car. Wexy, look at the confidence. He'll be taking one more out. ORR return to the ground. That's going to be Enigma. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming with 12. That's 14 still alive. Marcos get caught here. Pukar deals a lot of damage. It's huge one that SKYLIGHTZ Gaming are looking forward to. 33.33 winning prediction that we have on SKYLIGHTZ. For OR, it's 25. For Marcos, it's 25. But for Enigma, it's 16.67. Now look
Well
at
finishes.
the difference. Exactly. Look at the difference. Jelly goes down. Enigma Rex is still holding back. Eggy will be confirming. That's Enigma with 7. That's SKYLIGHTZ with 12. What are these players doing? So much of damage that these players have provided. Look at Somraj is looking forward to his 13 bar, but no, gets caught in an open instant trade comes, and that's gonna be Pau Kilo down to the ground. Now this is the level of coordination, a gameplay, and the dialogue that we always use. You got my back. You can see that clearly when SKYLIGHTZ Gaming is performing right now.
That is true, but OR I think has actually did enough to secure themselves a really good lead coming in, because TSM is nowhere to be found. GODLIKE's gone pretty early as well. So Enigma, yes, they're another contender, but they don't have a lot of finishes coming in, and they're kind of around 50 to 60 points behind OR before this match, right? So I'm pretty sure they can close it in, but they're still gonna have at least 40 plus points to work with OR. And Pau Kilo is actually bleeding. It's gonna go taken down by Somraj and SKYLIGHTZ. Well, they're going in, and they want to win it. They want to go in strong. They're the only squad with 4 players alive right now. 44.44% win prediction for them. And Terminator, Kamla boy, should pretty much be the MVP after this one. But we'll wait about that. It is a death triangle right now between SKYLIGHTZ, Marcus, and Enigma.
Look at Somraj. Look
He
at
doesn't care.
Somraj. Oh my god, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they do have some beautiful plans. They have the hold of the zone itself. There's Kamla boy, who knows where Marcos Gaming is. There's a lot of grenades. Gets a connection on Somraj, and that's Somraj down to the ground. Beautiful grenade. Vexi get caught in complete open area. That's Dino trying his level best to take him down. But is that going to work in his favor? There's going to be a revival getting provided. But no, Kamla boy, he takes down Dion, and that's going to be Marcos losing one of their players. Star right behind him trying to go in for a revival. But SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they need to be careful. They need to care both their sides, because that's Enigma on one and Marcos on the other. Pukar, once again, a grenade going in from his side gets a lot of damage on the player out there, but Kamla boy has to depart, and that's going to be Marcos taking a lot of damage. Somraj goes down. 2 players from SKYLIGHTZ down, dusted, and that's going to be a 2 versus 2 situation between Enigma, Marcos, and SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. The percentage, it's equal now. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming having no advantage.
I mean, Marcos at a disadvantage though, because one of the players is really, really low, and he needs to, heal himself up before anything happens. Anything bad happens. But Vexi with a beautiful grenade gets himself a double instant, and Playzone takes down Rex, and now once again the man advantage for the side of SKYLIGHTZ in a 1 versus 2. Enigma, can he pull it off? He definitely can. He has the potential, but does he have the positioning? No sir, he doesn't. Pukar stands up, breaks his head into multiple pieces, and instantly gets that chicken dinner. SKYLIGHTZ are gonna be your winners for this particular matchup, ladies and gentlemen. Beautiful performance coming in from them. Not just the placement points, but also the number of finishes.
A 30 bomber edge. A 30 bomber that we were talking about again and again. We have that, but it's not TSM. It's not GODLIKE. It's SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. Man, oh man. This is crazy. This is amazing. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they needed and they got it amazingly. Bow down to what level of performance SKYLIGHTZ Gaming has showcased at right now. I mean, right from the beginning itself. Now, when we started things off, I was a bit scared looking at what split SKYLIGHTZ Gaming had. 2 players, they were looking forward on the upper areas of Rozok. 2 players were down to Pochinki. I thought there's a huge split, right? How will these players regroup and then make things work in their favor? But it was like, boom, and all of them are back. Not just back, they gave us a 30 bomber in Erangel itself.
I was on my feet for most of the match.
Agreed.
As soon as the match started, I was on my feet. So let's take a look at how it happened, right? How it all went down. We started off with Viru going down, on the side of Enigma, but then Enigma was like, you know what, we lost one, let's just go ahead and take one down. Global, one of the players went down. Godlike started off strong, but after that, guess what? Third party, fourth party coming in from Entity as well. Absolute dominance from them. But then here's the thing: Godlike they were in good position, but they did not see the other squads coming in. Right? For some reason, I don't know, maybe miscommunication. Because for us, it was quite evident that they should have known that they were gonna get third party and everything, but. Not really sure what happened there. Maybe the heat of the moment, sometimes you don't give away the positioning of the other players, you don't give away the calls. But they shouldn't have lost the two players there.
Agreed, completely agreed. They lost two players and they lost everything. Aladdin was waiting. There was one grenade. And look at that, what happened? There was one grenade. Noob was down. I just thought that Noob could have got confirmed. But there his teammate went for a beautiful grenade. Godlike, we were talking about the situation, right? After losing Clutch God, Z God, there was Neo and Jonathan left. But again, Jonathan, after beautifully destroying the sides of Global Esports, couldn't capitalize. See, the way Jonathan took down Knuckle, then he took down one more. I thought that Jonathan single-handedly could have eliminated the entire squad of Global out there. But no, it didn't work into their favor. Not into the favor of Revenant, as well as, Jelly has his crosshair set out there. Jonathan, it was beautiful. Was a beast himself. He confirmed not just one. Was trying to go in for a second confirmation, but at that moment he just went down to his knees.
Yeah, that was just unfortunate timing. But here's the thing: that Atanki grenade, beautiful one, taking on Neo there, confirmation onto Godlike, making sure that no one survives, and also making sure that they don't get any more points. That's the important factor here. Omega taking down one of the players inside of Global as well, making sure that Global don't stand any chance of coming out in that top 8 or top 5, right? But Enigma, right until the end, they were playing really good. Also, OR, they did enough. I'm sure they had like 8 to 9 finishes by the end of the match there, and also with the surviving till the end. That is decent performance coming in from them, and I cannot wait for the overall standing because we're halfway done, halfway through the day already. I want to see, but here, this one, that run over was just too beautiful to watch. Vexy, man, these are the things that get me excited. These are the things that get me rolling. And Vexy, man, was beautiful to it was kind of bold, but it was beautiful, right?
Agreed. It was beautiful. I mean, each and every grenade out here was even more beautiful. Dino, he was down. I mean, look at that. Kamla boy just had few pixels. Just few pixels. And he took down one player. That was so shocking for me. It was done beautifully. Dion was... Diamond was down to this dust. Then it was Eggy taking down once again the same player. Somraj was put down. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they were falling apart. But at a point of time when Marcos got eliminated from Vexy, there was a confirmation that we got that it's SKYLIGHTZ Gaming who is getting the victory. And they did it beautifully. Well, talking about the Gillette MVP of the match, it's OR Jelly, ladies and gentlemen, with 6 finishes and a total of 75% contribution that he has provided. He's done all the heavy lifting. More than 70% heavy lifting is done by this man alone. Beautiful to watch.
Since he's sitting on 75 contribution, I'm guessing OR has 8 total finishes in this particular matchup.
True.
And going along with it, I think 10 placement points brings their total up. No, I think 8 total points, which brings their total up to 16. So they're going to be crossing that 300 mark for sure. But also, I want to see what the difference is between them and the second team. Is it going to be Enigma or is it going to be TSM? Now, that's something I'm not really sure about, but I still think TSM somehow managed to, stay on second position. But I think the gap, now the point difference between them and Enigma is going to be really, really less. But SKYLIGHTZ dropping the bomb there. They're dropping in that 30 bomber, 31 total points with 16 finishes and the chicken dinner that goes along. Enigma Gaming, 7 finishes and 19 total points. So I do think that TSM are still going to be sitting on second position, but that gap, from 20 to 30 down to maybe 5 to 6.
Huge. SKYLIGHTZ with 31, 16 finishes. Oh my
Insane.
god, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. They have just done a lot of damage to the entire lobby out here. Enigma with 19, OR got 16, Marcos got 13. Revenant and Team 8-Bit got 7, Entity, Godlike, Enigma got 6, Hyderabad, HYDRAS 3, Soul, Global, Blind got 2, CHEMIN and TSM got 1, whereas 7C. Now, this team, I'm really shocked to see 7C getting 0. So far, Edge, have we ever seen this team falling this bad? No, we haven't, right?
Haven't. I mean, for a really long time we haven't, and we haven't seen 7C and TSM at the bottom like that. But hold on a second. Oh, okay. First things first. OR, 3 chicken dinners, 131 total finishes, 182 placement points, 313 total points. TSM still sitting on 275. Godlike still sitting on 263, but Enigma is on 256 still. After all this, I thought that they might go on second or third, but okay, guess like my math was completely wrong. But oh my god, even after all this, even after all this effort coming in from Enigma, they're still 60 or 55 or something points away from OR. OR is just cruising away. They are what, 25, 35 points away, or something more than 35 actually, from OR as well. There's no way that anyone can catch up to them. They're performing consistently. You saw it's not just one place, not just Atanki on that fragger board. It's also Jelly, the IGL, absolutely performing, I mean, brilliantly and getting that MVP for himself. 8-bit sitting on 244. SKYLIGHTZ jumped up one position after doing a lot of work. 31 points, and this could only jump from 7 to 6. But CHEMIN, on the other hand, I don't know what to say. They just hit that 100 total finishes.
Looking at SKYLIGHTZ right now, Edge, I feel like a bit too late. A bit
Exactly.
too late. 30 Bomber is something that we've been expecting since a long time. We got it today, but today is the last day. How does it even matter? Yes, it will get you the changed amount of prize pool, but is that getting you hashtag 1 is the question I have. Now, coming back to the second sides, we have Revenant, we have Soul, we have Entity, who haven't even moved a muscle, sitting really strong in the 9th, 10th, 11th with 178, 160, and 159 respectively. We got Nigma Galaxy, who just stood one position up with a total of 154. Global, one position down, 152. Marcos, 145. 7C, 141. Unfortunate that I haven't seen 7C again and again falling this bad. This team, when they play, they just go on dominating. But this time, there's no domination that that I've been seeing from the sides of 7C. There's 0 for chicken dinners, and that's pretty shocking for me. Blind again, 0 chicken dinners with a total of 124. It's really difficult right now for these teams. There's a direct difference of 150 points from the first position to the last position, and 150. I don't even want to calculate. I mean, each match 30 bomber you need to give. Then only maybe you will get a chance to go in for the first sides of overall standing, but that's next to impossible once again because it's just 3 remaining maps. What are you gonna
Can't be
do?
done.
What are you gonna do?
I mean, I'll tell you what they need to do at this point.
Yeah.
After they're done with the tournament, come back stronger the next one because, I mean, the team at the bottom and the team at the top, almost 190 difference. 190-point difference, Darsh. That is, I don't know, that's insane. That's something that even if you get 64, let's just calculate 70, 70, 70. Yeah, I mean, you pretty much need to take down every single one on the server and then also get that chicken dinner. And then, and only then, you can get yourself that number 1 spot, which in anyone's right mind is ridiculous and cannot happen, will not happen. I'm 100% sure. Even I'm not that stupid. I'm not even gonna say that there's a chance that might happen. But here's something that might happen on the map of Miramar, right? Or if the stats don't lie, they can get themselves another beautiful victory along with 9.7 average placement points, 5.4 average finishes per match. If they get the chicken dinner in any of the next 3 matches, Darshita, they are going to be confirming that number 1 slot. And I can, give my word for that.
I'm not even talking about the next 3 maps, but as you just said, Edge, this map OR can make it work in their favor, right? The stats that we have in front of us tells us how strong OR is in terms of placements. Yes, finishes it's good, but placements it's better. TSM, 8-bit, Skylights, Godlike, CHEMIN, these teams, things are working in their favor, but it's like a decent map that is turning out to be. And in today's specific day, in the last 3 remaining maps, there's no place for decent. You either get a 30 bomber, you make your way up, or you know what is gonna be the next thing, right? So they need to be careful right now on the way they are performing. The calculations need to be done right. I mean, I just hope one of them have attended the maths class and haven't been sleeping in the maths class as you did, as you are not really
Hey
good with
yo.
maths. You keep on saying that, right?
I mean, I hope my parents are not watching this because they're gonna be really mad if they
Okay.
know that I was sleeping in my math period. But anyway, I'm sure these players are already calculating right now. They're kind of doing the math. They're doing everything and also coming up with a game plan right now. Because for OR, the only thing that matters for them is to get as many points as they can. Right at this point, doesn't really matter if you're gonna be camping till the game ends. Doesn't really matter if you're gonna be just going in ham for those finishes. All you need to do is get at least 10 every single time. That brings the total up to somewhere around 340, and I'm pretty sure it doesn't matter even if TSM pops out, doesn't matter if Godlike, Enigma, any of them. I'm pretty sure they're not gonna be catching up to what OR, where OR reaches, because 70 to 60 is what's the difference is gonna be, and I mean it can happen, but as of now, by the looks of it, I don't think any of these teams will be able to get 60 to 70 in the last 3 matches at least.
It's difficult, Edge. It's
It's
really
it's
difficult
tough.
because right now everyone they are denying points. Now
Yes,
it has
exactly.
come to a point where the top teams they are trying to run away with points, and the teams at the bottom they know that there's a huge difference and
They're
they
ruining
cannot make
parties.
it to the top. Yeah, exactly. They are just denying points for the top teams. They are trying to do as much damage as they can. A lot of damage has been dealt in Erangel itself. You see the amount of fights that we witnessed. What happened with Godlike? It's a third party, right? It's a third party that they scored themselves in, and that's how Godlike got eliminated in the previous match. Now they need to be careful. The teams at the tops they really need to be careful. It's just like the calculated amount of fights that they
True.
need to engage themselves is because I mean aggression it is needed to get yourself finishes. Over aggression is just pushing you towards your own death or maybe the team elimination itself, right?
That is true. But here's the thing: you gotta avoid taking unnecessary fights. You gotta make sure you come in for the exact, peak at the exact time. But with that, you also gotta make sure that you drop in at your exact locations. The flight is ready. It's gonna be
Oh,
Miramar for one
oh.
last time in this tournament. One last time, map of Miramar here in Gillette 7Sea Invitational. It's gonna be Sanhok and Erangel after this. But look at that zone. I mean, sorry, flight path. It was usually the other way around a couple of other days, but this time it's completely mirrored. So I'm hoping to see that zone somewhere towards that northwestern side, because then that would be mirrored as well. Because usually it's on the Los Leones, southwestern, right? Southeastern, I'm sorry. So now I want it to be northwestern towards that ruins, maybe a crater fields, and make it work. But let's see what's gonna happen. It's gonna be a really important game for squads like TSM and NIGMA, 8-bit, Godlike especially. But let's see what happens.
Ah, please, please give me Los Leones. It's gonna be the last map, right? The last map of Gillette 7C Invitational, and that's Miramar. I mean, by saying last map, I mean to say Miramar is being played for the last time. So we want it to be Los Leones, but okay, it goes up. It goes to El Azhar Junkyard. Somewhere, some portions, 0.1% of Los Leones as well, Saint Martin, Graveyard, Water Treatment, Junkyard, a lot of places. It looks interesting, but again, the one who gets victory on this with a 30 bomber edge, do you think it's gonna happen? I mean, victory is there. It's gonna happen. There's someone who's gonna get a victory, but wait, Joker takes down
What?
Blind Rage. That's a runaway. Oh, again,
What?
Blind Rage goes down because of the own medicine he was trying to give to someone else. Oh
Oh
my
man,
god.
I'm not ready for this.
Delta
I
PT.
am not ready for this.
Oh my god. two
What is
players,
happening?
two players who went in for run over tasted the taste of their own medicine. Why?
What is happening? What are these weapons? You usually don't see this. I mean, I
Oh
was
my god.
ready for Miramar. I didn't know we were playing a really small map here. There were
Again?
three runovers, and and then I don't even know what's that. What was that? P20? That
Yeah.
pistol? Oh
Yeah.
my god! How often do you see that pistol coming into play? Like that's the first time I've seen in a really long time. But let's see what happens right now. That zone, well, it's the opposite of what I wanted. But okay, looks like not just us, but even the players were, or maybe just a technical issue because no one was ready for that. Three, hit and runs. Looks like we got to restart. I mean, it's gonna be the last map, right? I mean, last time that Miramar is gonna be played, and we need to I don't think we're gonna be happy. We're kind of sad that it's gonna be the one final time that we're gonna be seeing Miramar. So might as well take some time out and let's just restart that map. But what happened? What happened?
Okay,
See?
let me tell you.
Yes,
There was
ma'am.
one player who took Global Esports took one from blind down with the vehicle. Okay. And after that, there was
Mhm.
CHEMIN Esports who took one down from Global with vehicle. But after that, there was one from Blind who took one from CHEMIN down with vehicle again. You look at the love triangle made right now.
How
Oh my
and
god.
how did that happen is my first question. Second question, why did they all drop in the same spot? Like two squads, I can understand, but three.
Three.
Third,
Yeah.
why were they, I mean, I believe Blind Rage got one knock with the vehicle, but then he got run over as well. Like, how did that happen? Wasn't he in a vehicle?
I mean, tasting the taste of your own medical or medicine. Sometimes it like it's not good at all, right? So that's what exactly happened. There are a lot of players tasted their own medicines and they were like, okay, we realized that it's not really good when you taste it yourself. But oh my god, if it could have been the match that we could have continued, this would turn out to be the
That
best ever
for
Miramar in
sure.
the entire journey, right?
For sure, 100%. But let's see. I mean, we're gonna be restarting it. We're gonna be jumping back into the game, fellas, any second. But do you think it's gonna be the another chaotic one? Because I really like the way we started things off here.
Yeah, I want
'Cause
it to be one. I definitely want
I'm
it to be one.
But I'm sure that they're gonna be changing their drops for sure. At least one team will not be making there. But let's see, three. I mean, it wasn't even one, it was three hit and runs in like what? The 15, 20 seconds. It's a map of Miramar as well. It's not Sanhok, it's not Erangel, it's the biggest goddamn map, and three runovers and also a pistol finish. Like, ooh, that was spicy. But I mean, obviously now things are going to be changing. We're going to be going in for Miramar one last time, and after that, Sanhok one last time, and then we'll be ending things off on Erangel. Right, three maps left now. As once again, Nova sitting on top. There's TSM, there's Enigma, there's Godlike, there's even 8-bit trying their way to top three at least, if not top one. But Enigma, TSM, and Godlike, all these squads, they have a really good chance of making it to top one. But another team that I want to talk about, CHEMIN, right? They usually pop off on the final day. We've seen them multiple times, even on the even in the semifinals. We did see them first. Chicken did on the first game, and then I think the last one got they did get that as well. So two in one day. But here they did start off with something different, right? They did start off something different with dropping down to Zarki, but after that nothing really working out in their favor. So they went back to military days. But guess what? Not working out. So here's the thing, Darsh. They are being read by every other squad, right? Kemen, they've been going in with the same strat that it's kind of easy to read them. But if you see on the side of Godlike, they go passive aggressive sometimes. I mean, Klutz got given away those beautiful calls. And also on the side of TSM, Akunos calling those shots along with getting those finishes is like, you know what? I will give you the information. I will give you, tell you exactly what to do. And right now, you know what to do. We need to get back into the server. We need to see how that flight path is, and it's completely changed. But I still hope that we see some vehicle on vehicle action.
I'm looking forward to that. If we could It's gonna be difficult, but it'll be more interesting. Los Leones is something that I do expect right now, Edge, as it's last time that we are on Miramar in this entire journey of Gillette 7Sea Invitational by Skyesports. I want it to be Miramar. I'm really excited. So, I don't know for the last time will I be heard by the BGMI gods or no, but I'm hoping to be heard. Up there we have Global and Hyderabad HYDRAS. Their clash is something that we always look forward to. So right now, again, it's going to be Global and Hyderabad HYDRAS really nearby to each other. We can see Blind on El Hazar. Los Leones is a lot of teams that I'm looking forward to. CHEMIN to Impala, I guess, TSM to Junkyard, or maybe the surrounding areas. There's going to be Picardo, there's going to be Chumashera down there. El Pozo a bit too far away, but I mean, if any team wants to, they can. Right now, wait is for very first circle because that's going to decide a lot of things. Similar to the previous one, right?
Yep. But that zone, just a slight change. Not a lot, but a slight change. But everyone's ignoring that western side of the map for some reason, right? I mean, I don't see anyone going towards that ruins area, that trailer park, the crater fields. No one's even trying, but there's still at least 10 to 15% water, in this first zone. Not a lot, but still something to be happy about. So let's see how these teams, and already Dreams with the DP gets one, starting things off once again. It's not going to be a quiet match here. It's going to be an explosive one. One knock and finish. Revenant's Paradox are down and out, and NIGMA Galaxy are trying their best to make it into that top 5. Get a better piece of that prize pool instead of that $300 or $400.
First pick, and that's Dreams. Trying his level best to acquire all his loot. On the side, we have Wixie. I mean, that's an AKM with Red Scope, and that is not gonna work, at least in a long range fight, because you know, right, how difficult it is to control the recoil. But they did all the mastering they want to in controlling everything. Right now, Revenant, they have lost Paradox. They need to be careful because in early 3 minutes, they have lost one of their players, and right now they're just going away from the play zone. Talking about going away, there's going to be Hyderabad HYDRAS 1,000 meters away from the play zone. After getting everything that they need to get the hell out of this position, because you know, right, there's Global right in their front. And if Global decides to wait, can be difficult. But look at Dreams, sharpshooter. Amazing title he acquired.
Oh boy. I mean, it was mid to long range with DP, right? We did see some beautiful shots connecting. Even the other day, Vixie from Enigma Galaxy taking on Jonathan, mid to long range, beautiful headshot. I mean, DP, if you know how to control the recoil, is one of the best guns in the game.
Agreed. Completely.
True.
Godlike on the second side. They need finishes. There's nothing else that they need right now rather than finishes, placements, and their #1 position back to them. TSM, this team is deadly. They have showcased us what domination means. What's the definition of domination? They have showcased us in a beautiful way. So there's those actions that I'm really missing from the sides of TSM. Maybe, just maybe, we can see that again today. But you know, there's this fear you have in the corner of your heart that if things do not work in your favor, you can lose all that you have gathered till date. And maybe that's the reason we are not seeing TSM popping off so good today. I mean, they did, but not completely. And that is something that, you know, I'm looking forward to. They did on the basis of, I would say, 70 to 80%, but there's 20 to 30% that's missing behind.
70 to 30%. Well, that's huge number. But I mean, if you think so, I mean, yeah, who knows? My math is bad, man. I mean, I'm not gonna be commenting on the numbers anymore. But one thing I know for sure is OR is sitting on 313. Look, just take a look at that right side of the screen, guys. Look at the difference. I mean, get your calculators out if you're bad at math like me. But I'm pretty sure that is at least 35-point difference. 35 48 or something like that. 40 something. Right? So here's the thing. If OR can get one chicken in the next couple of games or the next 3 games, it's over. I'm telling you, the number 1 slot is going to be fixed. So everyone's going to be fighting for the number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6, number 7. I think number 7 is where you get, yourself the $700. So that is gonna be their go-to. But Manya caught off guard, isolated, and destroyed.
Completely. Global Esports, they've lost one of their players. Now, this is something I was talking about, but in a different way. It came out to be completely different, as Hyderabad HYDRAS were the one to take one from the sides of Global. On the other side, we have GODLIKE, Jonathan. We talk about team finishes leaderboard. We have GODLIKE with 139, TSM trailing behind with 131. There's OR 131. There's OR with 131. There's ENIGMA 113. So the race is between GODLIKE, TSM, and OR on getting the title of teams with most finishes for themselves. There's SKYLIGHTZ Gaming as well with a total of 108. But right now, what we have on screen more is Global Esports Knuckle trying to find a way on taking the revenge with Hyderabad HYDRAS. But there you go, Knuckle gets punished himself. And that's one down. Hyderabad HYDRAS looking good this time. But for how long?
Can they carry on the momentum? Is the question, right? Can they keep up with the pace that everyone is bringing in? They can be the one setting up the pace. AJ out in the open. Gotta be careful. 1, 2. I can see 2 connections there. Maxi OP. Beautiful spray control. But, he was traveling. And also, that's mid to long range. They gotta be careful. 32 total finishes. He's another contender for that MVP. Oh, Dishum happening. Dishum, and Knuckle. Oof, gotta be, he's gotta wait now until this match is over and maybe come back next. But here's the thing. The confidence now that Hyderabad... Oh,
Wait.
Whoa. Atanki, whoa!
OR!
1 and 2. Instantly. Soul did not see that one coming. They thought Atanki was an easy one. But
No!
guess what?
Oh
He's
my
the biggest
God.
fish. He's the biggest fish as of now. And that car... Ooh, I could feel that.
It's difficult. It's looking really difficult, Atanki. There's a grenade. You need to be careful.
Oh my God.
So, right now, they're really on the edge of falling apart. There's Akshat who's been eliminated. There was a huge surprise that not just the players there, but we even got to see on our screens. Do we see that coming? No, we didn't. So, right now, that's going to be OR versus Soul. OR, if they capitalize on this fight, we know who is on the top and who's going to stay on top. But right now, if OR falls down, they fall to the line. The distance, the gap, the buffer of the points can gets low, and that's where the chances of other teams being on #1 goes high. But right now, OR, they're looking good with the one finish that they got for themselves. Soul looking really on the urge of falling apart because it was a lot of confusion, a lot of chaos that just happened a while ago.
This fight is giving me anxiety, man. This fight right here is actually giving me anxiety because I think he was all by himself. I'm not really sure why Soul didn't capitalize on that. He could have taken him down instantly, and then OR would have been would have been pushed back because it would have been a 3 versus 3 situation, and Soul would have capitalized after that because there are a lot of open spaces. Once again, it is a map of Miramar. It's not Erangel. It's not Sanhok. So miscalculation, misjudgment, whatever it is. But ooh, look at those grenades being deployed right now. Atanki takes a lot of damage, but guess what? Blaze OP takes fall damage. I have no idea how that happened. I have no idea what he's doing, but it's just unacceptable.
It is. It definitely is. Right now, going down at your own death is something that we do not expect. But look at the map. Look at Revenant. They are so far away. How the hell in this world are they going to get a zone entry? It's difficult because there's a lot of teams who have already made their way in, and that's a lot of gatekeeping scenario that we are going to witness. Now, coming back to the fight that we were having on a screen, that's OR and Soul. This fight is getting prolonged now. There's something that these players need to do, or we know, right? It's Miramar. There can be a third party any moment if they do not make a way out of this. And right now, if Team OR, they get a third party here, it's going to be a lot of damage. We have player stats of Goblin on our screen. That's what he won total finishes. Ratio of 1.52 and a contribution of 50% that he did for his entire team. But Jelly goes down. 8-bet now. That's going to be getting confirmed. thing I was talking about, Edge, third party, and that's done
They
already.
prolonged it. Guess what? I can see the fourth party coming in as well. Marco's trying to come in to that fight as well. They want a piece of it. Or they should have just capitalized because they had a man advantage. Not really sure why they didn't go in for that 4 versus 3 situation. Aditya goes down to Goblin. Goblin had 35 before the day started. Now he's up to 41. He's looking to take down Ninja Jod in terms of MVP. It's going to be Soul Hector going down in the hands of Asanki. Once again, Asanki looking out for that, finishes. Aru takes on Omega. Now the Soul Survivor. Not really sure where he is. Goblin, he takes down one. He takes down another one. Goblin, what are you doing?
Oh my
You can't
god.
do that. This is not range. You can't just do that. He turned around. That was a beautiful hip fire, but still a beautiful, spray transfer onto one of the players. He flicked hard. Oh god. I don't know if you guys can hear the ambulance in the background, but someone called the ambulance for the side of OR because they were destroyed.
Oh my god, OR, they got eliminated right now. Godlike even falling, that's gonna be one player down. Z-God is down to the ground. Clutchcard looking forward to go in for a flank, go in for a different position. Blaze gets caught by Jonathan, trying his level best to take him down, but no. He couldn't get any connection, and that's Team Godlike. One player still down. On the other side, we have Blind versus Hyderabad. HYDRAS going on now. Hyderabad HYDRAS, they got engaged themselves with Global. But after that, that's going to be Blind that they are engaging. TSM now trying... Will they go in for third party? They can be a chances of third party. But Goblin, Solo Master, a 1 versus 3 against OR. This man has turned out to be a beast. And the way he performed was amazing. Soul, they've lost 2 of their players, but they gained 3 in return. Single-handedly, not just for the entire team, but it was just Goblin. The way this man has performed, look at it again. Took down 1, took down 2nd, took down the 3rd with drop shots. And that's how he eliminated OR single-handedly.
Oh, 1v3, man. 3, 1v3, 3. It looks like the lucky number. Talking about 3. If you haven't got yourself a Gillette Mark 3, make sure to get it because it is, once again, limited edition. You get yourself a pop socket, BGMI, and I mean, you can use the Mark 3 Razor and also use that pop socket and look really good because once again, the BGMI, I mean, it's like a merge, right? You can use that and also make sure that your phone's stylish. And also, you can make yourself stylish using that. I mean, you all saw how Stam looks. He looks slick because I mean, as we all know, we've been talking that since day number 1. Uses the Mark 3 and he pretty much shaves every day, I guess. That's how he looks. So handsome is the word I would use right now. But talking about handsome plays, there's Global taking now 1 more player down.
1 more out. But look at the zone. Look at how beautiful things are gonna change right now because there's water when you come to Miramar. It's going to be amazing to witness what is going to happen. But right now, SKYLIGHTZ and Global engaging themselves out of the play zone. It's going to be Teddy. Tsunami goes down. Vehicle explosion. And boom. There's going to be Tsunami down to the ground. Blind right now. Looking forward to eliminate TSM. Right now, if TSM goes down, the hopes of all the TSM fans out there goes down. Ninja Jod looking forward to take Rage out. But will he be able to do that? There's a lot of damage being dealt. And there you go. Ninja Jod. The one in the top fragger list goes down. Aquinox has to depart. Shadow OG, a huge responsibility he has on his shoulders. Will he be able to do that? Ninja Jod on the edge of getting eliminated completely. There's no hope of revival, Edge. There's no hope of revival.
It's not about revival, but the team in number 1 spot, OR, they got eliminated first. The team in 2nd position, TSM, they're on the verge of getting eliminated 2nd. What is happening? This game has completely turned out to be a disaster. And for the top teams at least, and now TSM are down and out with only 1 finish, which means OR is going to be thanking their lucky stars because TSM cannot get any closer to where OR is as of now. But Jonathan, he goes down. 3 teams are gonna be the first 3 teams to get eliminated. So now it's a really good chance for teams like 8-Bit, for teams like Enigma, for teams like CHEMIN to finally pop off. Because all the other ones, they're gone with OR with 2, TSM with 1, Godlike with nothing. This is turning out to be a disaster for TSM and Godlike. OR is gonna be happy because they went down. Yes, kind of sad, but also the competition went down with them, so they have nothing to worry about. But all the other sides that I just mentioned, they need to step up. They need to capitalize and make it work. This is their chance. Let's see who comes out on top.
It definitely is, but right now there's one more fight on our screens. We are witnessing Entity will be taking one on 7C, and that's going to be 7C getting denied for the zone entry itself. Now I'm looking forward to what Savitara's plan, because look at this man, the way confidence he has while he's looking forward to make the entry. I think he can make things work in his favor, but on the other side, Soul looking forward to do something. Prince, open area, you need to be careful. No, you do not do that. There's one grenade. Troy, it's a lot of damage. Equal amount of health both of them have, but disadvantage on 7C as one player is down to the ground. Troy, he just went in for one grenade but couldn't get any connection. Sarang out there trying his level best. No, that's Troy taking him down. Successful in doing that. 7C losing players once again. Will it be 7C going down? 8-bit comes out of nowhere to the third party. 7C getting contested from each and every direction. Right now, there's no other option for Prince to get out of that fight. There's a lot of teams nearby that he's witnessing. Austin Bodex gets caught by Prince, but now Prince goes down. That's Austin Bodex. Reflexes working really good. Savita, the last surviving player, will be taking down Troy. Before confirming that's Revenant taking him out. That's 7C getting eliminated completely. Done. No.
Another disaster. What is happening? This game, this matchup, the last time that we're seeing Miramar, we're not gonna forget this game for a really long time. That's what's gonna happen, let me tell you that much. Domination by Entity Shadow 7. Blind Deadpool takes on one player on the side of Enigma. Now Enigma, another squad contending for the #1 spot, or the #2, #3 at least. Well, looks like they're having a tough time as well. They are still on 0 finishers. They do have 4 players surviving, but one of them is on his knees, and he gotta be careful. SKYLIGHTZ Vexy takes on one of the players on the side of HYDRAS. That's gonna be Maxi on his knees. And then Vexy is kind of low. He has to go back to safety and, pass himself up. Carry goes down. Carry is done and dusted deep in the sands of Miramar. But let's see what happens. Vexy prones in right in front of his teammate. Maxi's on his knees. But can he be revived? He's bleeding. And I don't think HYDRAS, the sole surviving player, has any chance. I believe that's Striker. He can't revive his teammate. Striker, the only one alive right now with 2 finishes. This is turning out to be a bad game for them as well. Like, oh my god. This matchup is absolutely nuts. Everyone that we actually, thought might come out on top have actually put up a terrible performance. And everyone that are at the bottom. Now, as we said, we were talking about this, Darshita. The teams at the bottom, they are trying to destroy the PD parties. They're trying to, destroy the momentum. And also taking down the big dogs. That's gonna give them a lot of confidence. Maybe, I mean, yeah, they're going to go down anyway. Might as well, get a bit of the prize pool. Maybe 300, maybe 700 as well, as for some teams.
Agreed. Completely 8-bit juicy right now. On our screens, where is his crosshair? That's Enigma Galaxy, but Revenant gets caught, and that's SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. Now again, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, we are seeing them perform right now. They got themselves out of the fight with HYDRAS, but Puka needs to be careful. He gets caught in an open area by Austin Bodex. There's no damage that he has dealt, but he just has compromised himself, and that's a huge one. It's the Enigma Galaxy. Apollo goes down. That's going to be Soul Omega, but an instant trade comes, and that's Omega going down. Goblin, a 1v3. Once again, can he pull it off? I really doubt. MJ is right exactly outside. Those building Goblin is not aware of the position MJ is holding. Look at the damage. That's done for Team Soul in this last match of Miramar, because next is gonna be Sanhok and Erangel. Team Soul gets eliminated with 3 finishes for themselves. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming looking good with 5. Once again, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming getting back their confidence, getting back their momentum. They need to carry it till the last match itself. Austin Bodex will be going in for one Molotov connection out there. Will he get a connection? Not sure, and I doubt he will. That's how Gamla Boy even goes down, and Core goes down into the play zone. Entity, Revenant goes down. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming eliminate the sides of Revenant. And that's done. That's gonna be one more team getting eliminated. Revenant, they did a third party. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they answered them back. And that's going to be one team out and done. 8-bit on the other side, that's Madman, the last surviving player. 3 finishes for 8-bit, but right now Madman, he just located himself, and I guess that's done. No, Madman is able to survive. Barrett compromises himself, and that's gonna be done. One player, he takes down one. Robin down and eliminated. Madman doing a mad job out here. Second one, trying to arrive out there. There's a self-grenade. Need to be careful, Madman. There's a grenade that he just cooked right now. Goes down because of his own grenade. No!
Sorry about that. Sorry about that scream there, but
No!
I was about to say that 8-bit was my favorite moving in to this particular matchup, but then oh my god, that grenade, he threw it himself. He could have moved away, but then he wanted to come out and get that finish before going down. Maybe, wait a second, was that a big brain play? Maybe he wanted that grenade to take him down.
No, I doubt. I doubt Edge because
Maybe.
there was CHEMIN
All I'm saying.
outside. There was CHEMIN outside. I really doubt. I don't
I mean,
know.
it could have been a play they would have wanted to deny, because it wasn't a 1v1, right? It was a 1v4 coming in. Yes, he did take down one, but it's gonna be another player on the side of Enigma going down, but an instant trade coming in from the side of Enigma's Eggy though. You gotta be careful. Third party coming into play. Actually, a fourth one coming in as well. Blind's Deadpool confirming, stealing that finish. And now SKYLIGHTZ, after putting up one hell of a performance last time, well, guess what? They're looking confident to drop another 30 bomber.
They are looking forward to it. 8 total finishes. Man, oh man, it's gonna be really amazing. If SKYLIGHTZ get this one, the hope arises again. Entity Dark Lord is being caught in a complete open area. Pukar puts him down. Confirms him? Yes, Samraj confirms him. And that's gonna be one more SKYLIGHTZ. That's a total of 9 that SKYLIGHTZ has with 1 casualty. Enigma got 0 with good position, top 7 that they have placed themselves. But again, is that enough? Because you may get placement points, but finish point is something you need to care about. And he gets one. Somraj, a huge one. Noob gets one on Somraj. Pukar is low, but I guess that's done. There's one more team out there. Marco's Gaming Dawn goes down. That's going to be one grenade from the sides of Enigma. As I keep saying, there's going to be a lot of finishes they need. Comes out in the open. That's Blind punishing Enigma right now. One player goes down. That's no other than Viru. Blind on the other side going in for grenade. Trying to get a connection. But Emilson, he just spots himself. Compromises himself out there. Needs to be careful. But Enigma Viru, beauty, you grenade here for a reason. Enigma Galaxy Dreams trying to take one on SKYLIGHTZ. But again, Pukar is put down. 10 freaking finishes, but this time I doubt SKYLIGHTZ will be able to move inside the play zone because they are far away, and that SKYLIGHTZ going out. Done and dusted for a team with 10 finishes and amazing placement points. They did a good job. It could have been better if they had played due respect to the play zone at the beginning itself, but again, great job by SKYLIGHTZ Gaming in this map as well. Enigma on the other side, they got one finish, but that same time, Enigma Galaxy Dreams to go down. That's going to be Marco's. Enigma Galaxy Dreams with that grenade will be taking Blind Rage down. Dino going in for one more grenade. Apollo goes down. That's Deadpool with one more beautiful grenade. There's going to be a grenade rain all over happening. The lot that needs to be cared about right now because it's 5 team, 16 live players, and one last Miramar actions that we have on our screens. Deadpool, again, patching himself up, trying to go in for energy drinks, trying to do as much as he can. Marco's Gaming, Pau Kilo down. He has a window in front of himself. He can make use of that window. But will that window work in his favor? Because you know, right, you try to peek, you just get yourself a few pixels visible.
Yeah.
Down, and that's something you need to be really careful about.
Gotta be careful, for sure, for sure. But here's also another squad that I'm looking out for. Marcos, right? Yes, they don't have a chance. Like 100% they don't have a chance. It doesn't really matter what they do. Even if they take down the entire server, they don't have the chance. So I'm just looking forward to see how they play and what their conference is going to be, right? Moving on to the next match and also the next tournament. Because it all depends on what you take away from this particular loss. That is what your mindset needs to be. And right now we're down to 5 squads, 16 alive players. Nigma Galaxy looking strong with 6 finishes. CHEMIN is still alive. This should be the game for them. SKYLIGHTZ unfortunately going down there. I thought they are going to be one of the favorites as well, but you know what? It is what it is. And 8-bit unfortunately went down as well to his own great bad but it's going to be Dreams with the beautiful headshot onto Deadpool. Gets that knock, but it's going to be him still trying to stay alive, and a lot of grenades being deployed, Molotovs, grenades, everything being disposed and rage. He burns to a crisp by Vixie's Molotov. Deadpool goes down as well. 9 total finishes as of now, and NIGMA, man oh man, they change. They now rotate, they shift their focus to their arch nemesis, Enigma.
Marcos, Nigma, Enigma, CHEMIN. 4 teams, 13 live players. And we are done with 26 minutes already. There's a lot of fire. Justin puts himself on fire. Needs to be careful. Will he go down? No. Magical HP, and that's how he survives. But there's a domination that Nigma Galaxy chasing us right now. They need someone they can burn out alive, because that's what they have been trying to do since a long time. There's going to be a confirmation on Power Killer. That's Enigma. Are we confirming one more? 2 for Enigma, but still not enough, because the placement points is really looking good. If there could have been more finishes, it could work in their favor. That's MJ going in for domination. 1 goes down. Enigma regs down to the ground, but there's instant cover fire. And that's how 1 more player goes off. CHEMIN Esports, there's going to be 3 surviving players. As we keep talking about CHEMIN, they either dominate or they either survive, and this time it's survival mode that CHEMIN has turned on. But right now they have 4 in front of them. Justin, need to be careful now. You worked yourself in that Molotov, and that's how Justin goes down.
Beautiful grenade coming in, and a lot of grenades. I mean, that's a beautiful building right there, but you got to be careful. A multiple story. Destra goes down, and with that CHEMIN goes down as well. Now this is the battle that I wanted, because of the names, but because of their positioning on the scoreboard as well. Nigma and Enigma. You see how beautiful they are? Like, just the names, how well they rhyme with each other. I want to see who comes out on top. It's a beautiful fight. 1 out in the open, 1 in the building. That zone is going to be playing a crucial role. Right now, I think they gotta make their way out. Enigma now finally realizing that, throwing out those smoke grenades. They gotta come out. It's gonna be a brawl here. A 4 versus 4. Enigma, they're ready for this. Dreams get 1. Beautiful headshot onto Rex. And there's no way he can be revived at this point. He comes out in the open, Viru. But he's gonna be alive for now. 21 meters. Dreams, he's gonna stand up. Viru gets up as well. Dreams Mortar takes down Eki, but Dreams, he's instantly traded out. He's gonna get taken down. Never mind. MJ with the backup. The only one surviving is Avi. And now, what can he do? A 1 versus 3. It can be turned into a 1v4 if Dreams gets back on his feet, but it's bleeding. And MJ is coming in closer and closer. And look at that zone. Eki goes down. Avi's waiting, but doesn't matter. Look at the movement. Pruning and finishing things off in style. Enigma, they go down. Nigma Galaxy, beautiful performance. Absolute incredible moment there at the end. And man, oh man, was that a dominant performance coming in from them.
They started their domination itself edge when there were 3 to 4 teams remaining. They were doing so much right now. Amazing it was. Nigma Galaxy doing a beautiful job out here. And this is how we end Miramar. Miramar, as we keep on saying it, was for the one last time. But how beautifully we ended
intense.
Miramar, right? It was 1L official. I mean, I understand the match restarted. The previous one was more amazing. The way, the vehicles all over there was pretty more interesting, but it caused a lot of problems to the players out there. But this one,
That's it. Yeah.
oh my god. The way
I
it
mean,
started, right?
yeah, last one, I mean, the one that we started, it was fun. But this thing was fun as well. It was fun and intense right from the start. We did see some initial fights, and after that, we did see that final. I mean, how often do you see this 4 versus 4? Yes, I mean, it's been happening sometimes, but the positioning, and I just loved it was that Nigma and Nigma, because of the names, just rhyming a bit with each other. I like to call them the arch nemesis there, but Beautiful performance coming in from both the teams. Kudos to them. But Nigma, obviously, at the end, coming out on top. Now, with this dominant performance, I want to see what it does to the scorecard, right? But also, the team sitting at the top three teams, or TSM and Godlike, are the first teams in that particular order to get out of the server. Now,
Unfortunate.
it's not just unfortunate. That it's like, who saw this coming? Like, I
Yeah,
did not see
exactly.
this one coming at all. Like, not in a million years. I thought at least, I mean, one squad I can understand. If it was only OR, TSM, or any Godlike, I was like, okay. But the top three teams, all of them eliminated in 13, sorry, 16, 15, and 14. But before we talk about it, let's take a quick look at how it all begun, right? And it all started with this fight, Soul and OR. I don't know, Atanki, he got one finish. I'm not really sure why they were going in, but Goblin with an insane 1v2 pulled it off and sent OR back home.
They did that. I mean, at this point of time, I just felt like if OR gets this, we know who the champions is. But Soul, Goblin, man, oh man, this beauty just came out as a beast. And he eliminated a 1v3 that we witnessed. TSM Shadow OG wasn't sure of what position Blind was holding. And, you know, that's where one player went down. I mean, after TSM, they lost one of their player. I guess the entire squad, they started faltering down. TSM got eliminated. There was 7C who gets caught in a complete open area, and that's Entity dissing a lot of damage on 7C. We saw 7C and Entity getting into a fight where Revenant, they went in for a third party. They eliminated the last player. But again, after that, we saw Revenant getting into a fight with SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. Right, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming found HYDRABAD HYDRAS as well. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming was really looking good. I mean, they eliminated Revenant. They eliminated HYDRABAD HYDRAS. Everything was working in their favor. But the only thing that didn't work was the zone itself. And that's how SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they could have got a victory in this one as well. But it didn't work in their favor. 8-bit Madman. Now this move is something I want to talk about. Look at that grenade. He just went in for that grenade to eliminate CHEMIN as they were standing out. But nevertheless, the grenade went boom. And Madman, he eliminated himself and his entire team.
I mean, that was the point. I'm sorry, but I actually screamed like a little girl at that particular point. That was just, I thought it was a big brain play, but whatever it was kind of funny, kind of cool, kind of scary. But this fight, I mean, you can see this positioning coming in from Marcus, right? They had that control on that building, but then Enigma stole that positioning from them and then took control of it. But then NIGMA, staying strong, had that belief in them, and also a bit of luck coming into play because of the zone in their favor. Enigma had to leave the building, but then guess what happens? Enigma, they don't care about the zone. They come out and they take those fights, and I think that was Dreams with that initial knock onto Rex there. Beautiful, but also MJ covering his teammate, taking down Viru as soon as he took down one of the players was so good. But look at MJ. Look at him. Did you see that prone at the end?
Yes.
That is impeccable movement. And he has to be the MVP. Gillette MVP of the match with 5 finishes and 35.71 finishing contribution.
Enigma Galaxy, a team that has done a brilliant job in Miramar. And that's how we close Miramar. But I love the way there was a third party that we, witnessed. Even when we talk about the fights between Soul and OR, there was a third party. This happens every time you prolong a fight. You try to be safe. You think that maybe the enemy will make a mistake and you can capitalize over that. But what happens is you get backfired. But now what has happened in this entire map is already on our screens. Enigma Galaxy, one single point could have given them a 30 bomber. But 29 is even good enough. For the way Enigma has been performing, it's exceptionally well. Enigma on the second got 17. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming 10 finishes, but only 4 placement points. Unfortunate for SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. I'm really feeling bad right now because SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they have been doing a brilliant job today. The way they have started the day, the way they have performed, right now, it hurts. It really hurts.
I actually thought that they dropped the 30 bomber, but Enigma Galaxy, unfortunately, not going to be there. 30. They're just 1 point away. But we'll talk about the teams at the bottom first. GODLIKE, Global, TSM, 7C, OR, HYDRABAD, HYDRAS. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams. Sorry, 5 teams that are in that top 8 in overall standings are in the bottom. That tells you what happened in this matchup. NIGMA Galaxy and then NIGMA CHEMIN, the 3 teams that are in the top, also team 8, but the 4 teams in the top 8. Now that is something to be, worried about for the other teams, right? And NIGMA, yes, they're going to be closing in on that distance, but NIGMA is going to be doing the same as well. There's going to be SKYLIGHTZ with 14, CHEMIN, 1 finish and 11 total points. Yes, once again they're going into that for the placement points there, but here comes a couple of changes, just up and down, but no real changes. 315 for OR, TSM with 276, Enigma now really, really close to taking away that second spot from TSM. 3-point difference, while GODLIKE, they pushed down 263 and 252 for the side of SKYLIGHTZ. And GODLIKE, they would have actually stolen that number 1 and number 2, but unfortunately, they only had 0 total points in this particular matchup.
Let me tell you something, Edge. Even if TSM gets 30 in 2 matches, they'll be able to do a total of 306 for themselves. And look where OR is right now. Now, if anyone wants to go on top, they need to deny points to OR. If they are not able to do that, we know who's the topper already here. Enigma, yes, they have climbed up. GODLIKE has gone down. I haven't seen GODLIKE having a downfall in this way. I mean, I still remember 2 days standing strong on #1, but right now they've been falling down to #4 directly. Coming to the second sides of overall standings, we have NIGMA Galaxy with 183. +3 for them. That's a lot of impact on the overall standings, right? 183 +3 positions. Revenant got 182. There's a single point difference. We have Entity with 165. Team Soul with 163. Now 164, my bad. Marcos 155. Global got 152. 7C 142. No change. Blind 135. No change. Now one more bad map for Global, and they may go down more and more. But look at that. We are almost at the end. Almost. Now, almost is a word which sometimes gets you excited, as I said it right now, almost at the end. But it hurts more when it's been phrased like almost about to eliminate at a 1v4, right? So, you need to be careful. But look at the map statistic for Sanhok itself. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming again at the top. 9.5 average place points. And if you talk about finish, that's 4.
Look at NIGMA Galaxy.
5. Oh, wait. No, that hurts.
I mean, those numbers are kind of scary. I mean, especially they just put up a really good performance, right? So 0.8 placement points. Guys, you need to work on it. One last time Sanhok is gonna be played. So that's all I'm gonna be saying. One last time Sanhok, and let's see what they have in store for us, right? They gotta be something new. There has to be an intensity of intense game fights for sure. Intense team fights, I'm sorry. But that was the last time we saw Miramar in Gillette 7Sea Invitational.
Yeah.
And I can say one thing, that was the best Miramar so far. Best.
Completely agreed.
So
Completely.
we saw Sanhok 4 times. This is going to be the final time. Do you think it's going to be the same? Do you think this might be the best? And by that, I mean, do you think we're still going to see some heal battles? Because I don't want that. And if I don't get that, that's got to be the best Sanhok.
I mean, +1, +100 for that, because even I don't want any heal battle right now. But heal battle, I mean, yeah, you know, right? Sanhok, it just goes on for like 20 minutes, 20 minutes more. More than 20 minutes. It's all about heal battle. So,
True.
yeah, heal battle is something that I'm not really looking forward to right now. But again, I want something to happen this time. Now, imagine you are in a map of Sanhok, a 4x4 map, where the fly path is cutting the map into 2 equal parts. That's 50-50. Maybe vertically, maybe horizontally, doesn't matter. But it's cutting it into 2 parts, where there's this zone eliminating 60% or 50% of the map in the first cut itself. I want this Sanhok today because It always amazes me. It gets me really interesting. I know I'm being too harsh on players right now, but I want that to happen.
That can happen, sometimes. I mean, you've been good with prediction these days, so if that's your wish and a bit of prediction coming into play, then the BGMI gods might just come into play there and give you what you wanted. But with that, we're done with most of the matches, and by that I
Agreed.
mean 28. Two more matches left, two more maps. One of them is Sanhok, one of them is a classic map of BGMI Erangel. So, yes, Sanhok is going to be interesting to watch, but yesterday it was broken. But up until yesterday, we had that tradition, right? That two winners, same winner getting that victory on Sanhok and then taking away Erangel as well. It happened in the first 2 days. Enigma got it. TSM, they found their momentum on Sanhok. Now, after that, there was no stopping them. So maybe now teams like 8-Bit, teams like CHEMIN, teams like GODLIKE, ENIGMA, TSM, the only way that they can take down OR is for them to win Sanhok. Because if OR gets a good performance here, let's say 10-15, max to max 10-15, and if the other teams fall off, even if they get a 30 bomber, even a 40 bomber on the last match of Erangel, there's nothing that can take down OR, because OR will also get 10, maybe 5 to 10 points at least, which means that their difference is going to keep increasing. So even if you get 40, they're still going to be ahead of at least 5 to 10. And also, it doesn't really matter if you have 1 point more or 10 points. Sitting on top is sitting on top. You'll still be going home with 8,000 USD and a big bragging right of calling yourself the champions of Gillette 7Sea Invitational.
The title is huge, right? I agree with you. The title is really huge because it's Gillette 7C Invitational by Skyesports. Now, last two maps, ladies and gentlemen, it's gonna be Sanhok and Erangel. After experiencing this amazing fight in Miramar, the biggest map itself, Edge, I'm waiting to see what Sanhok has planned for
Smallest
us.
map.
So, yeah, exactly. That's the difference, right? That's why I always keep on saying that the second half of the day is something that gets me. I mean, what adjective do I use right now? It gets me really excited to know on what is going to happen because you need to change strategies. You need to change your momentum. Now you can go in for late rotations in Miramar. You know that you can find a way out. But if you
True.
do that in Sanhok, you know what's going to happen. It's a small map already. So there's a
It
lot
is.
that you need to be careful about when you specifically talk about Sanhok.
Yeah, I mean, it is a small map, so a lot of strategies coming into play. A lot of close corner combats as well, close range, mid range. Not a lot of things to do. But I was there. I mean, I was here for the biggest map. But talking about the smallest map, it's gonna be Sam joining you here, Darshita. I'll be back later.
I'm looking forward to it. How close is the competition going? After watching Miramar Darshita, I am right now bamboozled and have my expectations sky high, roaring that anything can still take place with these last two matches only if OR get points in it, as you and Edge were discussing. The flight path right now that you're seeing, it's going to be close to Cambrao and ending towards Nakam. It's going to be kind of a diagonal flight path from the eastern to the western ends, favoring a little bit of the south, but as small as this map is, it is equally favoring all the teams on wherever they want to go. But the drop clashes is what I'm looking forward to. 8-Bit looks like they can have one with Godlike, but in the camp, is there any drop clash? Because it was only Kemin right as now, but the players from 8-Bit, they're split apart, Darshita.
Sam, I'm having a lucky day.
Oh my god!
I'm definitely having a lucky day today. Being too harsh, but again, look at the zone. It has so much of water in it. So much. There's three islands that we talk about, but the priority is being given to the upper island, and that's Camp Alpha there. Right now, we have a fight going on. That's TSM getting one from Marcos. Just not got him down to his knees. He eliminated him completely. Shadow OG, a lone survivor. He took the first pick, but there's two in front of him. He needs to be careful. No. Goes down?
Oh,
No.
I mean,
Why?
it's just that, like, he found one, then he's like, let's look for another one. Ouch, my foot slipped. I mean, there's no banana peel over there, but it just slipped. But right now, a good call. I mean, even though he did not want it to, it happened. It's kind of the nature helping him out here, Darshita. Because if he fell over there, there were three players, and the casualty would have been exchanged, and TSM, who could have had their chance to get that chicken dinner and get that champion spot, might have been denied.
Agreed completely. Marcos, they've lost one player. That's ghastly. And look at that. They're trying to find the player who eliminated him, trying to go in for revenge. They're not able to
Abracadabra.
do that because, yeah, it's like abracadabra too, and the player just vanished. Oh my god. Now, talking about 7C, there's one player who's been isolated. There's him trying to figure a way out to get out of that position because 7C, you look at the way this team has been performing, they've been facing a downfall, and that's really looking not so good for them. So they need to make a way out of that. Soul on the other side. Looking forward to a 1v3 maybe again.
Let's see, but Marcos, as you were saying, right? They've kind of found their way to the top 13. I just hope they hold it. But Equinox, the call is here for the team to regroup. TSM finding a couple of more players from Marcos. But this is a long range fight, and Equinox is able to confirm it, Darshita. I mean, Shadow, okay, comments to him. He picked up a close range isolated fight. But then TSM, what they're doing across the bridge. Okay, go down to you, and they understand this is the last two matches, and the aggression, the last two matches that TSM are bringing in. I hope they have better performances in both the matches.
I'm looking forward to it. If they can get a better position. And right now, it's last two maps. So you know right how important position are. But Star, look at this man. He gets caught in complete open area. He was shining really bright. And right now it's dim everywhere because Star goes down. Gets eliminated completely. Marcos, they've lost players. Don is the last surviving one. Not sure of what more he can do, Sam, right now because it's just 4 minutes. He needs to survive for like more 16 minutes maybe.
I mean, Doctor, I don't want to see that.
No.
But that's the game plan. That's the strategy, Darshita, that's going to be there for Dawn now. I mean, if it was any other map, first aid kits is something that will be difficult to get your hands on everywhere. But Sanhok, I mean, okay, Shadow, I think he's feeling the heat. Darshita, this is I'm pretty sure that he's like, this is too intense for me to take. I need to cool down. And that's the reason he's diving back into the water. First, it was a slip of feet. Now he's like, I already felt cool once I got down in the water bodies. Let me just jump down, man. Look at Soul Akshat. Yep.
Wait, he enjoyed. He was like, that was a great experience I had.
Same as Akshat doing. Akshat is aiming down to his own player. I'm like, okay, wow.
There's a lot of fun that these players are having right now for a fact that it's Sanhok. Okay, there's this only reason that it's Sanhok, Sam. If it could have been Erangel, things would have been different, completely different. Because you know, right? That's a classic experience you get, Shadow. I understand there's a lot of heat outside, my friend. There's a lot of high temperature, but get out of that place. Please get back to your teammates. There's a lot of placement points, lots of position points and finish points that TSM fans out there are expecting TSM to do.
I mean, we should talk to TSM after this tournament itself. Get him to a place where there's a pool where he can chill himself down.
Oh yeah, that's needed. That's definitely needed.
But now every team needs a chill pill after the tournament. But for now, it is going to be the aggression that they'll be looking forward to. Pack and Soul, they're feeling really good. They found themselves a scooter and they're zooming across the map. I mean, who is not happy? Especially that it's the only map that you get your scooters. But look at this entity. I thought the spray was about to come, but Soul are just a little bit too speedy with those little scooters.
They're looking forward to a marathon maybe. Soul right now got a compound. They got inner wall covers. They got all their players surviving. I'm pretty excited to see what Zone has bought because definitely we are going in for heal battles.
Yeah, but Darshita, here's where I am kind of surprised. Everybody is still standing. This is Sanhok.
Exactly.
How? We saw Erangel, we saw Miramar, and none of the players and teams wanted their opponents alive. They were going in for fights from the get go. As players were dropping down, whether it's a drop clash, whether it's a calculated fight, they were picking it up. But here, except for TSM and 7C, it did eliminate 3 players from Marcos. Nothing. 2 circles have changed. And players are still, I would say, dwindling around, moving around without any problem.
There are players who are not even moving around, Sam. Look at SKYLIGHTZ and NIGMA
Yeah.
Galaxy. They are just waiting. They're waiting in the blue. Revenant?
Finally.
Okay, finally we got something. That's 7C taking down one on Revenant. Austin Vortex goes down. That's Revenant Kyoya on the other side. Prince, yes, he is waiting behind. So there's going to be Revenant having a lot of damage on themselves. Kyoya, he needs to get away out of that position and revive his teammate back. Look at him. His head is visible. Can get down, but right now is a bit safe and secure.
Good positioning coming in, and especially these three just kind of help you. And especially as we talk about Erangel as well, the bushes and the trees kind of give you the cover that is necessary to help your teammates out. But again, now that 7C have the idea about where Revenant is, after getting a knock, they have a clear-cut picture that it is Revenant, and especially Revenant, one of those teams who are at the 9th position, 10th position, looking forward to making their way up. But right now, GODLIKE, who wants to make their way up, have spotted Soul, and the destruction is coming through. They find one player and they've downed a player, but look at the sprays coming in, and GODLIKE, it was actually from CHEMIN, and Neo and Clutch got fall down. Now it's all up to Jonathan, and he's wiped, and GODLIKE are out.
Oh my god, so fast it was, so fast. With a blink of an eye, an entire squad gets eliminated, but that's going to be a third party from CHEMIN. Soul needs to be careful. They definitely need... No! Oh my god, TSM. Why do I find all these players in water? But talking about the fight that we just witnessed, Soul versus GODLIKE versus CHEMIN. I did not see CHEMIN coming in that, to be really honest. CHEMIN,
Exactly.
they just came in as a surprise. They gave a huge surprise to GODLIKE. They got one finish. 3 is for Soul. I just hope that there's 3 that Soul got. Yeah, that's 3 that Soul got. Team GODLIKE, within blink of an eye, they got eliminated. I thought CHEMIN could have been a more aggressive towards Soul. They could have eliminated one more team, but right now CHEMIN is just waiting behind.
Unbelievable of what we are seeing. I mean, how close the game is getting, that's how intense the game is also turning out to be on every map that we are seeing. Now, OR already on the top, but nowhere on our screens are at us and of playing very slow and even cautiously. But look at NIGMA Galaxy. They saw Deadpool running out in the open. They want the confirmation, but is it going to be Deadpool? No, it is not. Blind will be losing a player without anything. But look at the way MJ got knocked. Okay, wait, Rage is here. The cover fire was coming through, and cover fire works out. Rage doing the damage. Now he's dropped 3 players down from NIGMA Galaxy. It's the last surviving player, and he's getting those finishes also in his name. Apollo, he's patching himself up. But this is what you said, Darshita. CHEMIN could have been more aggressive. They are a little bit late, but if they were a little bit early, they could have easily got those finishes. But Goblin, as he stepped out, his legs were shot and he was knocked and he was pushed back in the house.
He needs a revival. He needs his friends. He needs his teammate to revive him back. On the other side, we got NIGMA and Blind. They're still trying to figure it out, fight it out. But look at the distance. 1,400 meters away from the zone. They need to make a way out of this position and get inside the zone, because they can't go in for a heal battle. Look, Shadow has 0. Dream's got 9. Okay, he can go in for a heal battle, but for how long? 9? No. 40 is the last that we saw. Look at Emerson, he got 4. There's no chance of heal battle even, so the only way out is to get out of that position and maybe fight inside the play zone. But I don't think they are going to stop here. It's going to be either one of them going inside, or maybe not both of them, because the zone has a different game to play.
Exactly. Zone is going to be giving its own storyline that we have to wait and watch. But let's hope Blind or NIGMA Galaxy is smart enough to change things around. And Shadow spots a player. He spams and he gets a knock on MJ, the MVP of the previous tournament. But on the finish feed, you can see Global Esports taking down Hyderabad HYDRAS. This, I guess, is happening inside the circle. Yes, it is. Or look at them, how slow they're playing. They're outside the circle. They're not even interested to getting in. They're just looking forward to maybe packing up first aid kits. But in front of our screens, it's still Blind and NIGMA Galaxy. They are holding them strong, punishing them for isolating Deadpool. But yes, Blind, as you already said, they're close to 2,000 meters away now that the circle has again shifted, and northern edges are the only position that the circle will hold. Global Esports trying to retaliate. They do find a confirmation on Hyderabad HYDRAS, but for how long? MJ gets confirmed, so it's the last surviving player, Wixie, from NIGMA Galaxy. And Vixie, he's just going to be making a run for the hills, looking forward to a different positioning. But Nakul, he has been isolated, but his grenade is not. It will be isolating a player and getting Striker out.
Hyderabad Hydras down to 3 or 2 players, maybe 2, right? 2
Yes.
is what we have in front of them. Nakul is going in for Molotov connection, not a right direction, my friend. Look on the other side. Hyderabad Hydras ace, that goes down. Mane will be taking one. Maxi OP, the last surviving player. Not sure of what more he can do, one after the other. Hyderabad Hydras are falling apart, falling down, faltering the line. Global Esports have completely accumulated the position that Hyderabad Hydras were holding, and I guess there's nothing more that they could have done rather than running away. But Revenant finds the sides of Delta Peachy, and that's how Delta, he has to go down. Now the man who's doing a great job, man was there in the top fraggers list, has been the one going down in the early stages, and that's causing a lot of problems for the entire squad out there. 8-bit, there's one player right exactly in front. Global Esports, they can find more soul. They're looking forward to going for a third party on CHEMIN. Now CHEMIN could have done that. They wouldn't have to face the situation, but right now they need to face Soul.
They have to. I mean, they did even, I would say, hit the knee of a player. That's going to be Goblin, who's knocked. But look at this. Goblin is back standing. He's looking for the reigning superior. But Jelly, okay,
No,
picking your
why?
vehicle. And so Sarang, they'll be more than happy. 7C will be finding OR. And if now OR start faltering and loses, this will be really good for the other teams. As TSM, they already have 3 finishes in their name. But Destro, the off angle. This man, you've been missing him in action. But let's see if he'll be able to do here. He did find Omega. Did only drop him to close to 30 HP of his health. But now he's cooking up a grenade. But look at Goblin's position. It is looking brilliant. The grenade comes their way. And what a brilliant knock on Akshat. And now Omega, even though he patched himself up and got himself inside the house, it does not matter. He has to make his way out because Akshat is knocked. Another grenade flying, might be finding the confirmation, but no, it's doing only the chip damage.
He needs to confirm him as soon as possible. Robin in front, there's a grenade from Goblin. Grenadier, Destro, you beauty. Confirm. This trying his level best to confirm Akshat, but there's a beautiful cover fire. Goblin going in for grenade parade on the sides of Robin as well because he needs a revenge. Akshat, I don't think there's a hope of revival, but again, right, Team Soul, they can make this happen in their favor, and I guess they can revive him back to his life. Omega on a different angle. I guess his location has been compromised as well. That's going to be Destro. Akshat has been revived back. Chip HP was revived on, and that's going to be unfortunate for CHEMIN. After so much of utility they put in to eliminate Akshat, they couldn't. On the other side, there's a Molotov connection on the sides of Team Soul as well. Goblin needs to be careful. That's Robin exactly in front. Grenade goes boom, and that's Robin down.
Goblin is not going to be stopping, and especially you getting a knock on Goblin, he'll be more angry on you. And he's going to be looking forward to wreak havoc. And Akshat, who is down, will be the one to eliminate CHEMIN and taking down Destro. A grenade came, Akshat answered back with his UMP, and they did eliminate CHEMIN. What a play coming in from Soul, turning everything in their favor. First, the fight with Godlike looked like Soul would have been eliminated, but CHEMIN come in as a ray of hope, and Soul survived. Now that Soul were looking forward to playing better, then CHEMIN turned up in their favor, but CHEMIN did not pick up the fight, so Soul finished it off in their end. But look at this OR, they're looking forward to capitalize. They found a knock on Enigma, one of the top competitors against them, who might be looking forward to getting a lot more points. The difference is good. OR, they need to be shut down with 0 points. If you give them even a single point, even 5 points in terms of the map placement points, OR will be more than happy about it. But look at the amount of smokes that has been committed. But where is Eggy getting shot from? Not too sure, but the damage is coming through. Blind finding the last player, Vixie, and that's going to be NIGMA Galaxy out of the game on Sanhok. But Somraj from SKYLIGHTZ is also getting knocked from Global Esports.
Sam, can you see the mini-map? Look at where the zone is. Look at how beautiful it is. Now it's going to get more interesting. Global Esports get caught out here. Joker goes down, and I guess that's going to be a confirmation. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming again 4 for them. Pukar takes one more. Domination. Okay, Pukar, but okay, AJ as well because 33 health kits. And
Doctors
we are
are
up for
back
heal
online.
battle. Yeah, doctors. We need doctors, right? So they are back online right now. AJ will be going in for a heal battle. First, he'll go in for bandages and then health kit. But OR Aru, beautiful vision this man has, will be taking one on Viru. Eggy right besides him. Revival? I doubt, Sam, there's going to be a revival. I doubt.
I mean, Enigma ending up on top 2 in the previous map, and right now getting in the crosses of OR is not a good one. They were cutting a little bit closer, but OR, look at the position that they are in. They're in a shack. They are in a, I would say, wooden house that they'll be happy about, because they have the circle also going on for them. But after that, they will be looking forward to moving ahead. But Viru gets down. But TSM right now are entering. But they've also lost Shadow, who was jumping around the map in the early stages. But now, because TSM have picked up a lot in terms of the fights, they're looking good. And also the position that they're in, nobody is going to be able to contest them. So there should be an easy revival. But after this, they should plan their execution. In the meantime, OR still finding frags on the side of Enigma. Now that they've come out, 7C were holding them and making sure that as soon as anybody comes out of that building, they will be spammed, and the spam is coming through. Aru will also be found through the smoke from the side of 7C. So Atanki is the last surviving player. He has 2 med kits and 34 first aids with himself, and also 14 bandages to play with. So if he uses just bandages right as of now, it should be good. But he's going in for the first aid commitment. But Global Esports AJ, the last surviving player, he deals 2 knocks. Now Pukar is the last surviving player for SKYLIGHTZ. So everybody is giving their all, the Shita. But Enigma are going to be going down. But Avi is still surviving. He finds one on TSM Blaze OP, but it's still a knock, not a confirmation. Enigma have no points. If they go down now, placement is only what they're going to be getting.
Agreed on that completely. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming getting confirmed out there. That's unfortunate for SKYLIGHTZ. Gamla Boy goes down. That's play zone taking him down. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming not eliminated completely yet, but on the urge of getting completely eliminated, because that's one surviving player. Pukar takes down AJ, and that's a revenge done right. Team Global goes down, gets eliminated, and that's a confirmation that we just got 10 teams, 27 alive players. TSM Shadow OG is finding himself in a complete open area. I mean, not being a snake completely, but right now just finding himself a complete open area. Goblin goes down. That's going to be Revenant once again coming into play. Taking one down. Entity Troy has his crosshairs on Omega. Any moment Omega peaks, gets down. And that's what Troy is trying his level best to do. But right now, as the zone shifts, it's again going to be in a complete open area where there's a pinch of water we can find. I mean, there's a small amount of water that we can see in the mini-map up there, but a lot of land areas. So you need to be careful. I talk about being careful. Look at TSM. They are in the crosses of Revenant.
Ooh. What is happening here on Sanhok? I mean, one way we feel like everything is working for one of the top teams to make sure they confirm the champions title. On the other end, we are seeing teams such as Revenant also putting up one hell of a tough fight. But for how long? Revenant right is now also finding players from Soul. One after another, players are dropping by, getting knocked, and it will be the end for Soul. But Hector, he's surviving. I thought it should have been the end. Hector playing with the first aid kits, 38 for him. So he'll be patching himself for long, and also he's quickly boosting himself up. But Kyoya, all the 4 players surviving for Revenant. This is huge for them. But TSM, the only way they can make and I would say get this chicken dinner for themselves is take control of the circle. They've spotted 7C, but the play zone, it's going to be start closing in, and you can see in less than 10 seconds the play zone will be restricted. But Shadow will be taking down Ninja Jordan. He was a very crucial player, and it was with a spray, but coming in from NTT. So NTT from a different direction and looking forward to causing trouble. But Revenant right now might be the only rays of hope in front of NTT in front of TSM to save themselves, and that is working out. But now Sarang was pushing up Aquanox, saving his team, immediately knocks a player down, and now Aquanox, he needs to patch himself up and go in for the revives. But it looks like Ninja John might be difficult to revive, but the other players might be easy. Prince, the last surviving player, does he have anything to go for the heal battle? Nothing, just one first aid, and he will be very soon out of the game.
One first aid, but level 1 helmet. Oh, okay, that's a perfect definition of I got your back. Carries his teammate on his shoulders, and he gets him revived. We just thought that Ninja John could have been difficult to revive, but no. That's his teammate making it work. Revenant Paradox gets caught here. That's going to be 1 down, 2 down, 8-bit. Now the same work TSM did has been done by Entity as well. Austin Bodies gets caught by 8-bit. Madman doing a mad job out here. Takes down 1, takes down 2. The third one that Madman has goes for it.
Madman
Takes down the entire squad. A 1 versus 3. Madman doing what his job is, what his name is. A mad level job.
Exactly, but look at this. TSM are also out. Unfortunate. Avi, who was outside, does the most crucial job and eliminates one of the tough competitors over there on the top, and TSM is out. But is OR still surviving, I guess so, Darshita. We saw Atanki with the heal battle, and we see 7 teams are still alive. But in the circle, it's just 2 teams. One is going to be 8-bit, another is going to be NTT, and both of them, I think it's a 3v3 situation. But Noob Grenade connects, because of which it's going to be a 3v2 situation. And we said 7 teams alive. One of the teams is going to be SKYLIGHTZ. That is going to be Pukar with the heal battle. 34 with him, 14 first stage with blind rage, and now Avi goes down. That's Avi's journey here on Sanhok. 7C will also be confirmed with just 3 finishes in their name. Unfortunate, but the fight they were putting up was really looking good. Enigma also will be going down, as we did see in the finish with itself. But another grenade connects on 8-bit secret. So Soul Hector right now coming in as the medical expert. Madman, can he pull off something mad over here? Can he completely destroy the opponents? Entity are pushing up like a barricade, but the molly comes through. The molly was about to just burn Shadow over there, but he gets out within a jiffy. Right now Entity holding it out, but at least the edges, they connect on Shadow, and right now he's about to burn up. But the push, is it coming up? No. Entity, Noob, he's trying to hold this off.
He needs to. He definitely needs to. But look at that. Look at the heal battle going on. There's one down already. 8-bit. They need to be careful. Entity right now looking good. That's gonna be second down. No, done. That's 8-bit eliminated with a blink of an eye. Just how table turns around. There's one more team who gets eliminated. Entity Shadow domination is what this man has showcased. So right now, SKYLIGHTZ, Entity Soul, OR. Where's one more team? Okay, that's blind. Rage is so far away, and with that we get to know on how. Wait, what? 38 is still has. A while ago he had 35. He got 38 once again. Pukar has 27. I guess OR has 13, so I doubt OR will be able to survive. Okay, that's gonna be blind going in first.
Yeah.
Then it's gonna be OR going in. Then it's gonna be SKYLIGHTZ gaming. I'm just giving my assumptions. I mean, that's, see, blind, he knows that he has nothing. Okay.
Yeah.
Going in a style. That's gonna be done, doom, boom. That's one player off already. Rage is done. Atanki on the urge. As I said, right, OR gets down the second. There's a lot of emojis and lots of dance happening all around. Blind goes down. Confirmation. SKYLIGHTZ gaming. Pukar still with 20. 30 for Soul. Trust me, Soul. Trust me, Sam. Soul is going on second position.
You saw the medical expert coming through for Hector. We saw
Yeah.
it in front of our screens, and he's proving right for it. So, in case anybody has any queries regarding your health, please contact Hector right as of now. But in case you want to know who the victors and the chicken dinner team for Sanhok is going to be, it is Entity. But I hope one of the top 4 teams will be here. But now looks like we are going to be kind of
Shadow.
getting close, Darshita, to who the champion team is going to be. Atanki will be going down, as you said, and it is the chicken dinner finally getting confirmed. It was a little bit waited for, but it is going to be coming in towards Entity.
They had to wait for it, but they got it. They got it in a beautiful way, Team
Mhm.
Entity. They did a brilliant job in this entire, match of Sanhok. I mean, I didn't expect Sanhok to turn things around in this way, but it was beautiful to watch how everything was going on. I mean, from the start itself, I still remember with the fly part and the zone prediction I had, everything went in my favor. I wanted a 50-50 cut. We saw a 50-50 cut happening. I wanted wanted the zone to eliminate 50% of plays on itself. Even that happened. I just felt like I'm really lucky because in the previous match of Miramar itself,
Mhm.
the BGMI gods, they listened to me. They listened to me really good, and everything was working in my favor. But there's one thing I want to talk about before we go to highlights. We saw Godlike Soul getting into a fight where CHEMIN
Yes.
Esports, they went in for a third party. Right. Now, we talked about it that at the same time, if CHEMIN Esports could have eliminated Soul, CHEMIN could have survived. But what happened? Soul eliminated CHEMIN.
Mhm.
Now, I don't know what should I frame it exactly like, but again, if that point was utilized by CHEMIN, it could have been the way around. Right.
Yes, Kemen, we kept talking about them that they are a team which show up on the last day. But anytime Kemen wanted to show up something good, even though they start off really good here, also, as you said, on when they saw Godlike were picking up a fight, they heard the chaos happening, they heard the bullets being rained out. They immediately jumped into that fight and got that third party successfully in their favor. But the next team, which was right there fighting it out against Godlike, they did not pay heed to that. Because of which CHEMIN tried to move around, and once they again respotted Soul, they were not ready for the fight. But Soul were prepared. Soul wanted to wanted to eliminate CHEMIN over there, and we have been missing CHEMIN's action that we saw in semifinals last day, where they table topped and created such a huge difference of close to, I guess, 50 or 60 points was what the difference that they created on the last day. But we did say semifinals, it's not about whatever you do in terms of the points, it's about just qualifying. And right now you can see how close it is getting to be. And I would say right now, go to an extension that we are getting a little bit further away where teams cannot reach OR. Atanki survived at least minimum
Oh
around,
my
I would
god.
say, 10 to 13 points in total. I think OR has got. So they were already at 313. They will push themselves to 323 or something. And the team which was close, which was TSM, also got eliminated. They had 3 to 5 finishes, but that's not enough on Sanhok, because every other team which was out there was going in for heel battle. So I think TSM will be just getting one placement point. So that will be pushing them only maybe 6 or 7 points. Same goes for Enigma. Enigma, they got eliminated so early, even though Avi did try to survive, but we saw him eventually being eliminated to the play zone itself. He did not have any chance of going in for a heel battle, but he caused trouble for teams such as NTT and TSM as well, who are looking forward to surviving. But Godlike, being the top 4 team who are also looking forward to their way to victory and the champions title, got eliminated, as you said, very early on. So Adarshita, do you think the path is right now clear for OR? I mean, we will be looking forward to it, but what are your thoughts saying?
It is one last
Right?
map. One last map. And trust me, production is going to keep us in suspense.
We are
I
already in
doubt.
suspense.
Yeah, I know we are, but I doubt we are going to see the overall standings. But let's just have a quick look on Gillette MVP of the match, ladies and gentlemen. That's SKYLIGHTZ Gaming Pukar. 5 finishes, 100% contribution. Oh my
Uh,
god.
this is Sanhok, Darshita, so you have to be okay with some crazy numbers coming here and there, and that's what we see on Pukar. But again, what happened over there was SKYLIGHTZ were crumbling to global esports, and Pukar was the last surviving player. SKYLIGHTZ tried to retaliate, got a couple of knocks, but Pukar, at the end of the day, when his team was like already fallen apart, Pukar, being the last surviving player, immediately turned that battle around to himself and eliminated global esports. So I think this is why we are seeing the statistics. But again, this MVP will not be affecting that much because Pukar is not so close in the overall standings in terms of the top fraggers list. But right now, Entity getting their chicken dinner, I'm pretty sure they'll be pushing themselves a little bit closer to top 8. I hope they reach it because, as we said, once you reach to top 8, you'll be unlocking $700 for your team for all the efforts. But Soul also want to get to the top 8, and that's the reason they'll be having 18 in terms of total points for themselves. And as I said, OR, they should be getting somewhere around close to 11 points in terms of total, but they get 13. 10 placement points, and they already had 3 finishes. SKYLIGHTZ, you saw over there 5 finishes coming in, and Pukar made it work and also went in for the heel battle, and entire contribution is from his end, and that's the reason we saw the 100%. Blind, good try coming in from Rage. He could have survived a little bit longer, but we saw he did not have any first aid, and that is because Blind picked up a fight very early on with Marcos. And Team 8-bit with 10 points for themselves, TSM with just 7, Revenant with 7 as well, Global Esports having 7, 7C having 4 points, Enigma with 3, Nigma Galaxy with 2, Chemin with 1, but Hyderabad Hydras, Marcos and Godlike. Hyderabad Hydras and Godlike, both of them are in the first page. Marcos, slowly we thought they're trying to climb up, but they're getting denied points now. Hyderabad Hydras, this is going to be affecting their spot in the overall standings in the top 8, and God, like, this will be affecting their position to get to the champion spot.
It's going to affect a lot, Sam. It's going to change things a lot. I'm expecting a lot from teams who are at the first sides of the overall standings in the next match. Talking specifically about SKYLIGHTZ Gaming right now, Sam, they're looking good. They're having a good day, right? The entire day, if you talk of what SKYLIGHTZ have done, only and only if this domination was showcased from the previous day,
Yes.
it could have been better. I'm forced to say this right now because it's just one map remaining. OR, they are not stopping. They want it and they'll get it no matter what,
Mhm.
no matter how. And look at that, they got already 13 in this map. I talked about it a while ago that if TSM gets 30 in 2 matches, they'll reach to 306. And in
Yep.
the previous match itself, OR was on 315. So if
Mhm.
you add 13 points, it's gonna be 327 of total that OR has.
Yes.
So do you think there's any point? Okay, as I said, we'll be kept in suspense. We do not
Mhm.
have the overall standings because it was the second last match. The last match, ladies and gentlemen, for
Get up.
one last time, gear up, get your energy drinks, get everything that you want because it's gonna be the last map of this entire journey of Gillette 7Sea Invitational by Skyesports. Oh my god.
I cannot
I'm
believe
excited.
we are here at the
Yeah,
last matchup.
obviously.
From day one till a journey of 30 insane maps, and we are getting our victors. And we did talk about this when we started it off that OR were nowhere in the first 2 days, right? It was the other teams capitalizing, but then OR said, we were playing slow. We did not want to give our everything out from day one, and then they started performing in the upcoming later matches of day one, and now they are reigning top. Godlike held that spot like they were glued on to the first position in the first 2 days. They were not at all giving up. The third day is when OR struck their position in the first hashtag number one, and now from there on, they've been able to keep it strong. TSM for a second did actually table, I would say, push them down, but after that immediate next match, OR capitalized. But TSM, they have been having a wave of a performance. Their graph, it's not just going up. I mean, wave is still a good one, but as long as it's going always up rather than having dips in between. There were a lot of dips that TSM were having, and I think that's one of the reasons it's going to be getting tough. But as you said, with these 13 points, we will be sure that OR will be pushing plus 320, but the point difference was already plus 30, and now it's going to be getting 40 and 50. If it was still 30 doable, that is when you deny OR points. But OR, I don't want to say it, but let's hope it is not the case. Let's hope there is at least some ray of hope, Darshita, till we finish off Erangel, that some new winner can come in. I'm not saying, I mean, don't hold me for this, that I'm not trying to deny OR. They have shown up really well and they deserve if they become the champions. But I'm saying to just spice the competition a little bit up and stay that competition active in this last match. I'm hoping for it. But Darshita, do you think teams are going to be, I would say, denying OR, kind of trying to prevent them from getting any points?
They will. They definitely
But
will. They
OR are smart, they're
definitely.
hiding.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? And I was about to come on that topic. See, we have seen teams when they are sure that they are gonna get it, they make sure that they get it in the most amazing way, right? So
Hmm.
I'm expecting OR, the emotes. Yes, I am expecting that. But there's one more thing, I'm expecting a lot of finishes.
Yes.
There's this expectation I really have from OR right now because they have been doing well recently. So I
Hmm.
want them to end this tournament in the most amazing and beautiful way because it's the last match where they can make it happen. I'm really excited
Yes.
because I'm not even going to talk about the fly path, the way players are playing,
Exactly.
what has happened, what is going to happen. I'm not going to talk any single thing about all that. All I'm expecting is OI to get a 30 bomber. I want
Hmm.
that bomb to drop here and explode beautifully while
Finish
they
off
take
in
that victory
style.
for themselves. Exactly. Finish off it in a beautiful style.
Well, right now, to style yourself, you can get yourself the limited edition BGMI Gillette Mark III razors. I mean, I've styled myself completely sharp for the grand finals today, and it is a razor sharp competition that we are seeing today. So, if you're looking forward to get yourself, I would say, get your hands on one of it. I mean, the only way you'll be getting is in the link in the description. So go ahead and check it out, and also show, and I would say share your stories on Instagram by tagging us with the hashtag get your game face on, and also your mark moment if you have any insane BGMI gameplays that you want to showcase us. And don't forget to tag us. We'll be looking forward to it. But it is about time. We're just waiting for the flight path. As Darshita said, we'll not talk about it, whether it's going to be a diagonal one, whether the circle will be coming in. We're just expecting insane gameplays coming from all the teams, showing up one of their best game styles in this last matchup for the Gillette 7Sea Invitational. And without any further ado, we will be heading over there, but before that, quickly getting you guys caught up in case any of you missed out on what happened on this last day for the last 5 matches, because the 6th match is yet to be started off. First match, 8-bit got their victory. It was looking really good. Miramar was taken away from TSM, where we got our hopes completely high for TSM that they might be able to snatch away the title from OR. Erangel victors were SKYLIGHTZ, and it was a dominating victory for them, a 30 bomber. But then NIGMA Galaxy stole the chicken dinner away from ENIGMA because of the circle favoring them, and Entity right as now, as you saw, they got themselves the victory. And here is for the one last time the map statistics, the average that we have seen that teams perform in terms of points, of placement, as well as finishes. And OR are in the second position, ENIGMA on the first, Entity at the last. And now there is one hope, at least, Darshita, that I want to happen is what we saw on day 1 and day 2, that repetitive winners after Sanhok's victory. I just hope that happens for Entity here.
I'm looking forward to that. I am looking forward to that because I still remember I said it myself that I'll only agree if it happens again and again. So yeah, I'm expecting that. Right now, Enigma, they have the highest amount of chances here. Back then it's OR again. Then it's GODLIKE, Hyderabad, HYDRAS, 8-bit, Marcos, TSM, CHEMIN, SKYLIGHTZ, Soul, Revenant, Blind, Enigma, Galaxy, 7C, Global, and Entity. The 16 performing teams, ladies and gentlemen, that you are gonna witness for one last time in Erangel itself. A classic way to end this tournament, and I guess there could have been nothing better to end it, right? Started it off on Erangel itself beautifully, and we are ending it on Erangel itself. The journey has been amazing. Let me remind you what the journey was like. We started it off with 24 invited teams in the semi-finals itself of Gillette 7Sea Invitational by Skyesports. We filtered the 14 teams to 16 who qualified for the finals. The qualification part was tough.
Yes.
I still remember there's one team who got eliminated just because of one single point difference, and that's how cut close the competition was. Then we came to grand finals where 16 teams, all they wanted and all they needed to do was fight it out regularly on 6 map. Starting it from Erangel, Miramar, repeating the set again, then Sanhok, and then Erangel. And right now, after so much, it's chance, it's time that they perform it for one last time in Erangel itself.
One last chance, one last fight, one last victory is what we are going to be seeing here in Gillette 7C Invitational. We are going to be waiting for it. I'm pretty sure the viewers are looking forward to starting it off, looking forward to the flight path. But before that, do support your favorite teams. Who do you think that one last victory will be walking away with? Which team is that going to be? Start spamming in the chat section. We also want to know. But in the meantime, also do not forget to hit that like and subscribe, because this is not the only tournament. There are going to be others where you guys can also look forward to participating. And if you guys want updates for that, don't forget to follow all our, I would say, partners Gillette, to make sure that you get sharp as long as your gameplay is also looking forward to being your sharpest ones, and also make your mark. And 7C as well for all the updates of the next upcoming events, and along with Skyesports, all these 3 Instagram handles, you will find it even in the description as well. Do check out, do follow, in case you're looking forward to what happened in the winning moments. That is also uploaded on the stories, and also, as I said, for the upcoming tournaments, it is what you have to follow to be updated and not miss out on the registration. This was, as Darshita said, an invitational where we saw 24 teams giving it their all. But there are going to be events coming more in terms of where you guys can fight it out. But right now, as we were saying, to fight out for one last time, we are heading to Erangel. Erangel is where the decider is going to be. And for this matchup, to take us through the journey, along with me, it's going to be Edge joining back as we are flying the flight from Primorsk to Severny. So it's not an equal map, and it's not going to be an equal fight that teams are going to be getting down to.
Well, I mean, we were talking about making it better, but guess what? I'm here to make it a bit more better, at least I hope. But it's gonna be a wrangle.
Mhm.
One last matchup, Sam. One last game, and we'll be crowning the winners of Gillette 7Sea Invitational.
Yes.
Now, I I think there is gonna be I mean I think I know who that gonna be is.
Mhm.
Who is that gonna be? But here's the thing. There's still a slight chance. I'm just giving a benefit of doubt at this point. But let's see if that can happen. Or if not, you all know who's sitting at the top right now, guys. Let's see what happens in this last match of the flight path. Well, it looks decent, right? I mean, you still can get on to anywhere you want to, but looks like, wait a second, where's Revenant? Did they change? No, never mind, they didn't change anything. They're still going to the default military base. Oh, and also CHEMIN Esports, they are going to there. And look at it, the best way to end things off. Default, right in the dead center of the map. But one more thing before we talk about this game, Sam, I wanna point out, if I was really unhappy about Sanhok, once again we saw heal battles. That's all I'm gonna say. We'll talk about that later on, but it's gonna be a wrangle here. It's gonna be a default zone coming in. Let's see who comes out on top. One last time, one last matchup.
Is there going to be a situation by 1 point anybody getting denied their position? Early frags, early fights already happening here on Erangel. I think it happened between 7C as well as NIGMA Galaxy, and 7C Sarang gets the first pick. We get the confirmation they'll be getting the first finish, and close to Pochinki is where the fight is going out, but we thought Pochinki is the fight that we'll be seeing. But right now, irrespective of who is the champions going to be, every team will be fighting for one last time to get a better positioning. We had a couple of funny incidences on Sanhok, had our laughs, but right now it's not about laughs, it's about being completely serious, because every team knows that if they lose, if they make even the smallest mistake under pressure, they will lose their positioning, and with positioning they will drop even a chance of getting a part of the prize pool.
And that's not something that these teams are looking forward to do. Right? Everyone wants to put out their personal best. Everyone wants to come out on top. Ouch.
What?
No, godlike. After having a beautiful start to the day, nothing's going on in their favor after that. But they at least want to take him down. Yeah, they want to get that revenge, and you can see it from the movement itself, like the movement of Jonathan, that it kind of feels like that godlike has kind of given up, right? But Jonathan, on the other hand, he has not given up on that MVP.
Yep.
He's now sitting on 45. I'm not really sure where Ninja Jor is, but he was at 45 before today. So Jonathan, if you can get something around 5 to 6, I'm pretty sure he can do something, but it's going to be a big save. Taken down there by Savitar 7C is looking confident, and they will instantly finish it off. They are not going to spend any time wasting MJ and Apollo, the sole players now for the side of NIGMA Galaxy, and well, they gotta rush back to safety. Gotta make sure that they survive for as long as they can, because once again, every point counts, and this is the only map left.
Last map. 7C grabbing finishers. We saw 7C getting pushed down, and now if you're looking forward to hints of where these players are, where these teams are in the overall standings, you're not going to be getting it until Erangel is finished off. But out of all these, I would say, fights and early skirmishes that we are seeing, Edge, we've still not seen OR. OR found, we found them when they were looking forward to picking up a fight, but immediately once there was a retaliation coming towards Aditya, OR just completely disappeared. And OR, right now, nowhere to be seen. But Godlike, I think they were the ones who were looking forward to picking up a fight with OR, because you saw Godlike, Global Esports, as well as OR. These three teams were in close quarters, not in the buildings, but out in the open. So let's hope that's going to be something that we are going to be waiting for. But look at this, we are waiting for NIGMA Galaxy trying to make this 2v4 work.
They gotta be careful. They can still do it, for sure, but against 4 players on the side of 7C who are also hungry to get themselves a better position on the overall scorecard, and also get themselves a better piece of the prize pool, and they're going in for it. Yep, that's it. That's the cue they were waiting for. It's going to be a 4 versus 2. It's going to be a brawl here, ladies and gentlemen. NIGMA Galaxy and 7C. Let's see if they can be the ones to send 7C back home, because it's a 2v4. The odds are against them, but knowing NIGMA and also the ammo and the weapon choice that they have, AKMs in the hands of NIGMA's players, is absolutely beautiful. Flash being, oh no, it's wonderful. It's gonna be deployed, and look at that. Beautiful timing coming in from Apollo. Takes on one that's soaring on his knees, but look at this. A lot of chaos happening. Apollo goes down to allow his only one surviving right now. It's going to be MJ. It's going to get taken down. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy for 7C. 2 versus 4. It always had to come down to 7C. It always it had to come down to the man advantage.
Yeah.
NIGMA wanted to take at least one player down before going down, but guess what? 0 is what they could manage.
But
That's 6 minutes in. And 1 squad down, Sam.
I'm gonna be contradicting you. You said easy peasy, it wasn't. Nigma Galaxy took 2 players down. So that 2v4 was about to get closer to a 2v2, but as you said, the numbers was the reason. But if Nigma Galaxy had their numbers, at least one more extra player, they could have done a lot. But Ninja Jod, he is also contesting for that MVP, as you said. We saw Jonathan with 45, but look at where Ninja Jod is 48, 3 more. Jonathan, if he finds himself in a better positioning where TSM gets eliminated, we might see that Ninja Jod and both Aquanox might get denied of the MVP, and Jonathan can get himself one. But again, for him to get that MVP, he has to first get more finishes than both Aquanox as well as Ninja Jod, 46 and 48.
Jonathan, he can do it. He's only 3 away. But at the same time, Ninja Jod also has the chance to increase that number. And also Goblin. Okay.
How close?
45. He's going head to head against Jonathan now. That's someone to be afraid of, Goblin. Well, let's see what he can do in this particular game up. Maybe help his team, because we did not see what the overall standings were of the final, before this matchup. So I'm looking forward to see who is going to be sitting there. And my math, well, we were talking about it, Sam. It's not that great, but I still think OR, TSM, ENIGMA, and then GODLIKE. But that's just speculation once again.
Let's just wait it out, right? For when we see the picture of all the players and the teams in both the Fraggers list as well as the MVP as well as the overall standings. Once we get that idea, we will be concluding the winners. But look at this, Delta is also not far behind. 4 finishes away from Jonathan, but also 5 finishes away from Aquanox, and if you want to keep adding on to it, 7 finishes away from the beast right as of now, Ninja Jod. But TSM, I'm feeling a little bit, I would say, disheartened for them, because they might miss out, as you said, Edge. We might be a little bit off in terms of the exact numbers, but in terms of the feeling and the, I would say, actual how this map is panning out to be, we're getting a feeling that it might be OR and not TSM. We will wait for it. For how long? Enigma, they're also looking forward to their fight, and to their close quarters, there might be 7C, but it's only one player, that's Savitar.
Why though? Why is there only one player? Where are all his
Exactly.
teammates? They're really far away, and okay, I think he's the informant, as you would call him. I think he's just gathering information for his squad right now. And now that he knows that there are multiple players from one squad trying to enter into the same building that he's at right now. 7C, they gotta be careful. Yes, they did eliminate one entire squad, NIGMA Galaxy, but that's not good enough if they get eliminated in position number 15. So they gotta make sure to stay alive for as long as they can, and also get some more finishes. Maybe end the day, end the tournament on a good note. Maybe get themselves, in the top 7, like the 4th to 7th position, and get yourself that $700.
Edge, I can't take this anymore. This map has silenced itself. We're not seeing fights. Okay, immediately as I said that, entity, they've slammed in. Thank you. You got me going again and hyped up. And it's going to be looking like entity might have an advantage, because Avi was kind of isolated. And look at entity. They're going in covers and trying to pick the fight. But right now, immediately in action is Viru. A brilliant headshot. He knocks a player from entity. But still, the distance, it's going to be a little too much to actually convert that fight. But Enigma, they need to get the numbers edge. If they're able to, I think they have maybe a slightest edge that they can push up and maybe have a chance on the title.
Title? Now, do I think they have a chance at the title? I would say no, to be honest. Because, I mean, unless they take down OR really quickly. Because that lead, man, I mean, the lead and the way that OR is playing is just phenomenal at this point. Even in the last matchup, they had some decent points on them. So they got to be careful. But yeah, Enigma, TSM, and GODLIKE still trying their best to steal that crown. OR stole that from GODLIKE a couple of days ago, and they have been sitting on top. No one's even, tried to contest. They are nowhere to be found. But this is the final one. Let's see one last game. Maybe someone can actually put up a great performance. Maybe a 30-40 bomber, and they can actually come close to what OR has put up right now. It looks like it's going to be another fight. So, Sam, it's not going to be as quiet as you were hoping.
I mean,
You
I
weren't hoping.
never wanted it to be quiet.
Yeah.
As I did already say that I can't take it anymore. I would say it's already so hot out there. Get that action rolling in, and immediately Entity said, "We are here to save the day, Lucifer. We're going to be starting to pop off." And yes, we saw a couple of connections, but again, it stopped. But we are seeing again teams regrouping and players finding one after another now. Striker finds one on Sarang, but Sarang will be easily, I think, able to be revived. The shots are coming through again with that mini 14, the tap shots, but the compound over there, the wall over there should be able to get Sarang back online and help him, and also make sure he's patched up and ready for the next upcoming fights. But this is a three-way fight here, Edge, that we are going to be seeing.
A three-way fight happening. And who's going to be coming out on top is going to be my first question. But it looks like Striker, he wants to deal as much damage as he can with the mini 14 close range. Just mid-range, actually. But let's see what's going to happen. They're not going to be leaving the house at all. Like, no, they're not going to be going out in the open. Those buildings, they're going to be using it to full potential. They want to make sure that they come out on top. Once again, stay alive for as long as they can. Right? Blind Emilson, he will take one down. But can he confirm the finish is the question. But look at that zone, Sam. Look at that drastic shift. Oh my god.
You said, okay, right now it's going to be even Stevens. What a way to end it with a dead center circle. But immediately BGMI got say it's just for you guys to have kind of an, I would say, hope that every team is going to be having an advantage in terms of whatever the fights that they want to pick. But Global Esports looking forward to having an advantage on Blind, and immediately AJ capitalizing. But look at that Deadpool immediately answering back. He takes down and confirms Knuckle. So if there's a bloat being dealt from Blind or Global Esports, it's also being exchanged from each of these teams. So for one finish, it's been exchanged on another finish from a different team. But OR, they've heard the commotion. But wait, it's Global Esports have heard OR. But unfortunate, we see GODLIKE. Jonathan gets knocked, and now it might be difficult for him. But look at this. Neo has spotted TSM. Shadow Edge is down. I think that's the finish that should come through. But Aquanox, he jumps out of the vehicle, and his spray is better. And he connects. And now Neo is down. And also confirmed, I guess. Yes, we see Neo's confirmation as well. So TSM looking forward to answering back, doing the damage. Shadow should be revived right as now because Jonathan, he was already knocked. I'm looking forward to if Jonathan will also be finished off, because I can only see Z-God in the close quarters where TSM is at. But Hyderabad HYDRAS, they're also finding frags on Revenant right as of now. This is getting helter-skelter and things are just going bonkers. Whether it's one team picking up a fight or another, entire map of Erangel right now is completely lit up in terms of action. Hyderabad HYDRAS, they were a second ago fighting with Entity, but right now they're fighting with Revenant. Austin Boss X, he was hiding behind a wooden box. Not for long. Striker gets him back. Ace Black, he's about to bleed out. Where is Ace Black? And that's the search going on. And I think Ace Black cannot be revived. He's done for. The other two players, they'll be coming back online. But CHEMIN, they've heard the commotion. Can CHEMIN pick this fight is going to be the question. But Hyderabad HYDRAS, they're looking forward to push up edge. How crazy is this Erangel matchup going to be? Global Esports outside the zone. TSM right now finding Entity. The fights are just switching up so quick from one direction to another.
And GODLIKE are gone. Only one player surviving right now, and that's Z-God, and he's completely
getting pushed.
Cornered. He's cornered. He's gonna be pushed, but that grenade is gonna give him some space to work with for now. But for how long can he survive is the question. Blind have their number, has his number, and there you go. This is gonna be a fight. Z-God, can he pull it off? 1v2. He gets one. He gets two. Oh, he's gonna get two easy finishes.
There's one more
for himself. There's one more surviving, but he's using the biggest. He's using the med kit to heal himself up to full HP almost. There it is. Now he's gonna go out dodging. That grenade was beautiful, and Deadpool cooking up another one. But Emerald Sam, he's got to be careful, and with that, that's the end of a beautiful play, at least for a couple of seconds. But Joker on the other side, he's getting a couple more onto OR. The OR is in a lot of trouble because they're getting third-partied by TSM as well.
This is the opportunity. This is where you can deny points for OR. But Aru, look at him playing smart. He's trying to dodge, and he's already run away from the fight in between these two teams. Now TSM looking forward to capitalizing. Blaze OP is about to bleed out, and I don't think the revive will be coming through. TSM will be giving up that finish, but they're looking forward to the finishes of their own that they can grab from the other teams. Aditya, even though he's out of the game, he will still be able to get one finish because he did do the damage on Blaze OP over there. But Global Esports Joker, three tires I guess has been bursted from his buggy. It's going to be difficult for him, and AJ is fallen down. Enigma is still popping off. Entity also in the meantime finding a player from SKYLIGHTZ. But look at Joker, he was waiting, and immediately as Avi peeks, immediately deals the damage and gets a knock. And now Avi, there's no way of recovering him because his players are further away from him. They're back, so for them to push up, they're going to be giving their position away to Global Esports. But Aru gets found, and that's end of OR. And let's hope this is where the other teams capitalize. Enigma is still surviving. TSM, we saw them. They did lose Blaze OP, but they're still surviving. 0 finishes, and placement as well, 0, because they got eliminated at the 13th position. Edge, how close is this going to be? Can teams push up to OR now that they have the chance?
There are only a couple of teams that can actually do it, right?
Exactly.
Since GODLIKE's already out of the picture, there's ENIGMA, there's TSM that can do it. Now, the only two teams left alive. But once again, it's not going to be easy. They got to start getting those. And Pau Kilo, he saw his death coming in the form of Goblin. Goblin gets him. He just runs over him casually. And now Goblin, you know what he's hoping for? Not a great performance, but that MVP. He's eyeing for it. I'm pretty sure he has gotten himself 1 or 2 in this particular matchup. So that's up to already 46, 47. He's pretty close to where Ninja Jod is right now. That's all I'm saying. Robin, on the other hand, he's going to get one knock onto Hector. But what is happening between Global and Enigma? Avi?
Oh no.
Outside of the play zone. Joker was waiting.
He fights
Joker.
too.
That's a beautiful strat.
He did the damage on Avi as he was traveling, and then another player goes, tries to save Avi, but the spray connected. Global Esports making the damage. There are just 2 players surviving. But as you said, Goblin, he has 2 finishers. But immediately 7C Savitar, he has heard the commotion that Joker caused at the watchtower, and he's looking forward to denying him the points. But TSM, from a different angle, they're looking forward to doing some damage of their own. And 7C, they're getting a little bit, I would say, safer, trying to not just be out in the open. But Deadpool gets found from last player. No, wait, it's actually still 2 players surviving from Enigma, so they still have a chance. Both Viru and Ege are surviving, but 7C Savitar eliminate Joker, and that's done for Global Esports. A great try coming in from Joker, but Omega, he's getting spammed through the vehicle. Let's hope he survives, because Seoul have all their 4 players still edge.
Gotta be careful. We're already down to 9 squads, 29 players surviving right now. We're about to hit that 20-minute mark. That 5th zone is gonna be coming into play, and I just cannot tell you how excited I am for all these teams to. And I'm still waiting for that overall scorecard. But here's the thing, I want to see these teams coming out on top. TSM, 8-bit have a chance as well, and we're talking about Enigma. One of the players is down on his knees, but he still has a chance. Or is gone. GODLIKE is gone. The 2 teams that are sitting at the top are gone. This is your chance. Take it, goddammit. But Viru, he's taking a bit of damage. That's all he's doing right now. That smoke, and Viru revives. But at what cost? If one more grenade lands on his face, he's gonna go down. But an instant knock again. Viru, he has to be careful here.
You said a grenade, if it comes, it did come through, but it did not connect on Viru, and Viru in the meantime has patched himself. Yup, super lucky. But right now, the luck, I'm not too sure if it's going to be working out. CHEMIN for sure. 7C. 7C pushing together. The grenade connects from Delta. Look at him bouncing off the grenades with the molly. What? It's doing the damage. He's burning up. I think it's going to be him getting knocked, but at the right time, he will be able to dodge it. And now he's looking forward to patching himself up. But in the meantime, Viru finds a player from NTT. That's going to be Dark Lord. There is a beautiful flashbang that comes through, but 7 7C did not enter along with that. If they would have entered, they could have done a lot in terms of damage. And look at Entity just rushing in, but it was not an Enigma. They rushed on SKYLIGHTZ and they're looking forward to doing the damage, but from a different angle, from a far off position. Madman picks off Entity Noob, and Entity will be out of the game. CHEMIN still surviving, even though the slam-in came in from 7C, and 7C, they've kind of disengaged the fight for at least a couple of seconds or minutes.
Man, oh man, we're already down to 24 players right now. 7 squads only, because I believe SKYLIGHTZ are down and out as well. ENIGMA is going to be the one that sends them home. On the other hand, it's going to be 7C taking multiple finishes onto the players of CHEMIN, where they are the ones that actually sent 7C back home. There you go, in 7th position. Absolute, dominant performance coming in from CHEMIN. But the question, Sam, is it too little too late?
I agree with you. Is it too little? Is it too late? I have no answers for you. We will be just looking at the overall standings and then making our thoughts. But look at Ninja Jod. He understands. Right now they have the opportunity. Let's try and capitalize. Beautiful grenades coming in from his end. He finds, I guess, 2 knocks, but right now he's getting spotted from the side of CHEMIN. And CHEMIN want to try and take them down, because we were just talking about CHEMIN. They were one of those teams that do a lot in terms of damage on the last days. But TSM's performance, as well as CHEMIN's, as well as Soul's, all of these teams that are right now inside the circle has been a little wavery. But for TSM, Soul, as well as I would say CHEMIN, they have nothing to be worried about from the backlines, because there's no teams coming from the backlines. All of them are right in the forefront. But look at the position in Hyderabad HYDRAS. They have a compound, the single compound that is present, and complete control over it. They have made a fortress for themselves, because Hyderabad HYDRAS previously they went out, but Shadow, he's trying to breach inside the compound. He's found a knock, and along with that knock, TSM is pushing up, and this is the opening that they wanted. They did do the damage on Maxi, but look at 8-bit from a different direction. They find a knock and an instant finish on Ninja Jod. So that MVP title right now is hanging.
Hang in there, but can he get it is a question. Ninja Jod, and then there's another contender, that's Goblin. While this is happening, HYDRAS, well, they gotta go home. It's done for them, and all they gotta do right now is wait and watch while 8-bit, they take a lot of damage from Justin. It's gotta be careful. CHEMIN Esports, 7 finishes already, and Justin finally lands it. Secret, he's on his knees, but I don't think he's gonna get that finish. But on the other hand, Viru, he goes down to the play zone.
That's done for Enigma, just 4 finishes. But look at this, how close is this battle going to be? The last 4 teams, majority of them looks like have all their 4 players surviving. Soul have 4, CHEMIN have 4, 8-bit have 4, only TSM have just 2 players surviving. I think they lost 2. Ninja Jod's confirmation is already there. I'm not too sure about Blaze. Shadow is surviving along with Aquanox. This is for sure, and Aquanox, as I say his name, he finds a knock on Madman along with the assistance coming in from Delta PG. Let's see if the finish comes their way, because Secret and another player are up close inside the close quarter compounds that they are in. And yes, it's just 2 players, Shadow as well as Aquanox, to do the magic.
They can definitely pull it off, but on the other side, Goblin, he wants to go for that MVP, but looks like Justin is not going to let that happen. He will take him down instantly. And there you go. Ladies and gentlemen, we're down to the last 4 teams. 13 players surviving right now. CHEMIN looking strong because they are the only ones with 4 standing. 8-bit have 1 on the knees, so I'm not going to be counting that. It's going to be Soul losing another one. Omega dropped, but 8-bit they have revived, so now they're back to 30.77%. Win prediction as well. You got to be careful. Akshat is scrolling. Robin took down another one. Now there's 2 more players left for the side of Soul. That's Hector and Akshat.
TSM waiting it out, the way they position themselves. Justin, he did not see. Oh wait, okay, my bad. I thought that Aquanox should have had that, or at least
Me too.
but that graphic had loaded in at the right time to kind of confuse us and also put us in clear vision of what happened over there. But right now TSM is still surviving, because the commotion and the fight is between CHEMIN as well as 8-bit, and they are kind of putting, I would say, having the fights just in between themselves, and TSM paying no regard to it. It's a good strategy. Let teams lose their players, and then we'll be looking forward to doing the damage. And look at that, Aquanox does it just in time to get those finishes. His names, he gets 3 finishes. Now I said that MVP title is in the hanging, and Aquanox wants to take it. Maybe Ninja Jod had an advantage, but Aquanox right now taking these finishes one after another. I think we are going to be seeing an MVP coming through. Finish in terms of leaderboard, you can see TSM standing strong, total of 148 finishes edge.
Can they get 2 more? I want to see that milestone. I want to see that milestone. And Equinox looks like he's going to make it happen. Gets 1 more. Equinox is on 4 finishers. If it's that Molotov connects, Equinox already in the open. Please
He
connect
gets-
this. He does. And there you go. With that, that's going to be 150. Another milestone reached in this Gillette 7Sea Invitational. 150 finishes by Team
Oh, he's
Solomed.
not stopping. Equinox
done.
eliminates CHEMIN, and this fight, which was in favor of Soul, CHEMIN, as well as 8-Bit, who had all the 4 players going, turned it to a 2v2v2v fight from all these teams. Now it's Soul also with the 2v2v fight against TSM.
I think he stole the MVP. I think he stole the MVP from
I
Ninja.
think
He's
so.
not only going to be the best IGL right now. TSM is not only going to be the most valuable team. I believe one of the contenders for sure. They also are going to be having their IGL as the MVP, if I'm not wrong. But let's see. Soul is still alive. A lot of fans, a lot of people hoping for Soul to get this final chicken dinner. Yes, it's not going to help them a lot in terms of the overall standings, but still something to be happy about. This is it, ladies and gentlemen. The final brawl between TSM and Soul. It's going to be a 2 versus 2 here, Sam.
2 versus 2 grenades being rained in to push back Soul. A brilliant strategy that TSM is making utilization of, because they understand Soul's side is where the zone is crumbling. The chip damage is being done on Hector, but Equinox, look at him. He's pushing himself onto an off angle. The grenade, this should connect. This should find the knock. But no, Equinox, he receives a grenade which does the chip damage, and now he needs to patch himself up before he goes in. He's dropping down smokes to prevent any kind of vision, because we know when they come in close quarters at the window, they use the TPP angle.
And he's not only deploying smokes for himself, he's also doing it for Shadow OG.
Exactly.
Now that is what tells you that Equinox is indeed the best player, the best team player as well, and a goddamn great IGL, because he's doing everything: shot
backed
calling,
up.
finishes, and also look at the zone at the top of your screen. It's all smoke. It's a smoke screen right now, and this is it. This should be the
Equinox is
fight,
reading
because
it.
now Soul, they have to come out, and Aqua, yeah, you're right, he's reading them perfectly, but Soul Akshat with the call baited them out. He comes out in the open. Shadow OG takes him down. He
gets
shows the
it.
Viper. He takes him down. 152 finishes for TSM.
But now Edge,
It's about the winners.
it's the winners of the
see,
Gillette
comes on.
7C Invitational, and the champions are going to be OR Esports. What a play coming in from them. 0 points is what they got eliminated with, but they stand strong because of the efforts that they've put through from the last few matches that we witnessed.
I think they got eliminated with 1 point. But, I mean, Aditya, after, going down, he did deal the damage there onto one of the players. So I think, 1 point. But, oh my God, we'll talk about OR in a second. I just can't process what just happened here on the map of the last one, Erangel. TSM, another 30 bomber, another incredible performance coming in from Equinox himself, leading from the front, the IGL. I am pretty sure that he stole the MVP title from his fellow teammate.
Yeah.
Ninja Jod is gonna be happy and a little sad, because it's not him, but he's still gonna be happy. That is Equinox, that is his teammate, that's TSM getting it. $1,000, Sam. Huge amount, but I mean, it doesn't. I mean, I still am. I feel like I'm not appreciating him enough. Like that's what I feel, because it doesn't really matter how much I talk about Equinox. It still feels like there's something more to say, because that's what he was doing. Shot calling, beautiful performances coming in. And not just like, he's not just performing in 1-2 matches, he's performing consistently with
Yes.
multiple finishes every time. Yes, there were a couple of games for TSM where they were looking, grim. But after that, Equinox, I don't know what he's talking to teammates. I need to get some classes from him on IGLing, because I need it in my pubs. But here's the thing. Whatever he's talking to his teammates, he's riling them up. And every time that TSM comes out, they come out huge. But unfortunately, that's just not good enough. Now, here's the thing. I want to see how, what's the difference between them and OR is.
Exactly, Edge. This should have been even closer. Last match, if TSM could have performed from Erangel, Miramar, and Sanhok, we could have seen this being even more closer. Just because TSM could not perform. But what an end to this spectacular show, this spectacular event. I don't know what to talk about it. I don't know what more I could have asked for it. But the way, as you said, right, how Aquinox riled us up, and the way he was picking fights, even the last one, he read right like a
Exactly.
book of how Seoul were pushing up. He understood that as the circle switched up in the favor of TSM, and especially there was a huge gap in the left flank, there was a run from Hector. He read right into it. He went for a face up. Who does that? Aquinox.
Too good. This guy's on
Too
another level.
good.
I mean, we study books and stuff. This guy's studying players.
Players.
This guy's VOD reviewing every single day, and also the calls. I mean, the last fight you saw him and Shadow OG staying there, right?
Yes.
And Aquinox was out in the open, running to the other side of the circle. Was he asked Shadow OG, "You stay there. I'm pretty sure someone's gonna come out for me." And then Shadow, he was like, "Okay, sir." Then he stood there. Akshat, he peeked for 1 second. That's good enough. Shadow OG with his brilliant aim instantly took him down. Was absolutely phenomenal. But let's see. I think the runners-up are here, and I think it is gonna be Team TSM. But let's see who's gonna be, and it is indeed TSM. Your runners-up for the Gillette 7Sea Invitational.
They deserved it, Edge. They deserved it. And especially this last run. I mean, I'm okay with it that OR put up a brilliant show. They never gave up and they never went out with any points. The only time they went out with no points was now in this matchup, in this last map where we saw them fighting in Erangel. Maybe another one as well previously, but it does not matter right now whether they lost, whether they did not have any points, because they are already crowned as the champions and they'll be very happy about it.
There will be. I mean, talking about that 0 point, I mean, they were not going out. That's the thing about OR, right? They always perform consistently.
Yes,
And they were doing
exactly.
it from day number one. Yes, they were not at the top. Godlike was sitting at the top. Day number one. Day number two as well, Godlike was there. But then, since that consistency was there on the side of OR, they sneaked their way to top one. No one saw that one coming. Everyone thought they might be in second or third. But once they got onto that number one spot, they never let go.
Not at all.
They applied some very quick super glue something, and they stuck themselves to the top right there. And let's take a quick look at the overall standing here. We have Blind Official, unfortunately, at the bottom of the scorecard with 148 total points. 7C, 154, 156 on the side of Marcos Gaming. Unfortunately for these three teams, they will not be getting any piece of that prize pool.
Blind, 7C and Marcos, nothing but Global Esports will be getting 300 for themselves, along with Nigma Galaxy, NTT and Revenant. Soul as well, because we did talk about it from the 9th to the 13th position. You place yourself in the top 13, $300 is there for all the blood and sweat you put through. I apologize for the viewers. We were bursting your ears, maybe eardrums, because that's how the last matchup was. And this is how a spectacular show comes to an end. But now the first page, Edge, we just saw the champions as well as runner-ups. Enigma coming in the third position. And look at this 8-bit jump to the fourth spot, taking up the third runner-up spot as well and pushing down SKYLIGHTZ as well as GODLIKE to the 5th and the 6th position. So the teams 8-bit, SKYLIGHTZ, GODLIKE, CHEMIN and Hyderabad HYDRAS will be walking away with $700 each, whereas Enigma will be confirming themselves with $1,500 alongside TSM with $4,000 and OR taking the major chunk, that's going to be $8,000. But guys, one thing is still has not been revealed, Edge. That's the MVP.
I'm still waiting for that. But another thing I want to quickly point out, Blind Official, they have 148 points overall. Look at TSM's finishes. Just take a look at how many finishes they have. Finishes alone. No, placement is understandable, right? I mean, it can happen. But even finishes alone, they beat one of the team. Now, that tells you how dominant and the confidence that they were going in with. And look at that balance between that 154, 158. No other team has that. I mean, yes, Godlike, they have more finishes than the placement points, but still, they're in 6th position, right? TSM, they have the perfect balance. They got that symphony, right? Second team to cross that 312. Yeah, 17 points behind OR, but that's, the reason being, OR consistent in every single day. TSM, only team to get 5 chicken dinners. OR 3. Only 2. I mean, 2 chicken dinners less than TSM, and still somehow coming out on top. That's impressive, Sam.
Mhm. The whole tournament was impressive. As after seeing the overall standings, after seeing the battle that every team fought, irrespective that it was a situation that they might have not gotten the chicken dinner or something like that, or maybe the champions title, everybody gave their all. You saw 8-bit as well, and if 8-bit could have done a little more early on, they could have gotten a lot more points, because look at the difference. It's going to be 14 points, and for the side of TSM to get the champions title, it is 17 points. So one extra match could have been a change, could have been a decider of a different champion. But that's why we said you have to pay attention to the countdown. But one thing that we are going to be witnessing and watching is how OR are feeling after getting them the champions title, right? The interview is going to be up for you guys to witness, and I'm hoping to know how their energy is in their boot camp. What are they feeling? What was their mind like when they started off, especially this D-Day, to get the title?
Oh boy, I want to know as well. I mean, I want to know how they're feeling and how they're prepared, and also what they're gonna do now, right? I mean,
Yes.
Atanki performed really well overall throughout the entire tournament. We had Jelly performing in a couple of matches impeccably.
Oh,
So that is
yes.
impressive coming out of this. He's the IGL shot calling and all. So something to look out for. But not just these two players, everyone else as well. Aru, there's Aditya. They're all where, they were stepping up when needed. And that is, I mean, yes, there were a couple of other games where they were not having a good time, but let's hear it from the champs themselves. Here we have the interview from OR Esports.
एंड आरू भी नजर आ रहे हैं. तो गाइस, क्या हालचाल?
बहुत बढ़िया. आप बताओ कैसे हो?
अरे बढ़िया, हम बहुत बढ़िया है. आप लोगों ने तो मतलब कुछ कहने को ही नहीं छोड़ा है. आप लोगों ने पॉइंट्स टेबल में दिखा दिया जो दिखाना था.
जी बिल्कुल. यहाँ पे सबसे पहले ना मैं जेली से ही क्वेश्चन पूछना चाहूँगा, जो अभी हम लोग बात ही कर रहे थे एग्जैक्टली आपके आने से पहले. मतलब जेली साहब, आप कैसे आखिरी सर्कल तक मतलब सरवाइव कर जा रहे हैं? उसके लिए कुछ अलग से आप कुछ क्लासेस ले रहे हो तो हमें भी आप बता दें.
नहीं, वो क्लासेस मैं खुद को खुद ही देता हूँ सरवाइव करने की. तो बस वो सिर्फ मेरे को आता है.
ओके, तो मेरा जो अगला सवाल चलिए आप ही से रहने वाला है. पहले मैच के बाद हमने देखा था ओआर अर्ली एलिमिनेट हो चुकी थी, एंड पॉइंट डिफरेंस जो आपके एंड गॉडलाइक के बीच में था वो 52 पॉइंट्स का था. कल के आखिरी मैच के बाद वो कहीं ना कहीं रिड्यूस होकर के अराउंड 30 पॉइंट्स के आसपास आ चुका था. तो उसके बाद आप लोगों को क्या लगा कि यहाँ पर गॉडलाइक रिकवरी कर सकती है, या फिर लाइक आप कह रहे थे कि नहीं, नेचुरल गेम प्ले खेलेंगे, देखा जो होगा देखा जाएगा?
नहीं, अपने को पता था हम लोग निकाल लेंगे. पहले मैच में अपनी साइड से थोड़ी जोक थी, लेकिन इतना पता था कि हो जाएगा आराम से. तो बस वही था, कॉन्फिडेंट थे आराम से, तो निकाल लिए थे उसके अगले मैचेस.
देखिए जली, मैं एक क्वेश्चन वापस से पूछ रहा हूँ. जैसे आपके मैचेस अच्छे भी जा रहे थे, बुरे भी जा रहे थे, तो मेरा एक सवाल रहेगा कि जब 0 पॉइंट के साथ आखिरी दिन की, आज की मैं बात कर रहा हूँ, 0 पॉइंट जब आप देख रहे थे एक मैच के साथ, तो क्या बातचीत चल रही थी कि फिलहाल नेक्स्ट मैच को लेके हम क्या होने वाले, थोड़ा पैसिव होंगे, एग्रेसिव होंगे, मतलब क्या माइंडसेट चल रहा था जब एक मैच में 0 पॉइंट के साथ बाहर होना पड़ रहा था? तो
नहीं, हमारा गेम स्टाइल एक ही रहता है. हम मैच के अकॉर्डिंग पैसिव या एग्रेसिव नहीं हो जाते. जैसा अपने को लगता है कि यहाँ से जोन मिलेगा उस हिसाब से जोन में जाते हैं, किल्स उठाते हैं, जो भी रहता है. मतलब किसी भी चीज़ के ऊपर ऐसा वो नहीं होता कि एग्रेसिव खेल लेते हैं, अग्रेसिव खेल लेते हैं. जैसा गेम है बस वैसा ही खेलेंगे, चाहे नीचे चल रहे चाहे ऊपर चल रहे हैं.
ओके, चलिए फिलहाल मैं एक और सवाल पूछ रहा हूँ. जैसे इस पूरे इंटायर ग्रैंड फाइनल पे कोई ऐसा मोमेंट जिससे आप बहुत ज़्यादा खुश हो गए और बहुत ज़्यादा निराश हुए, दो चीज़ें आप बताएंगे इस पूरे ग्रैंड फाइनल को अगर हम नजर रखें
तो खुश तो मैं इसी चीज़ हुआ हूँ कि हम लोग चैंपियन बन चुके फाइनली, बहुत टाइम बाद आज. और बुरा तो ऐसा कुछ था नहीं, क्योंकि मैनेजमेंट बहुत ही ज़्यादा अच्छी है स्काई की. टाइमली सारे मैचेस स्टार्ट होते हैं और बहुत अच्छी मैनेजमेंट है, कास्टर्स बहुत अच्छे हैं. तो बुरा मेरे को लगा नहीं कि कुछ भी था इस टूर्नामेंट में.
वेल, मैं आपसे तो फिर से बात करूंगा, लेकिन एक बार मैं आतंकी से बात करना चाहूंगा अगर आपकी इजाजत है तो.
हाँ,
आतंकी
बिल्कुल.
आ जाइए.
लो आतंकी भाई, बात करने आ रहा आपसे.
तैयारी आज तो पार्टी होना है. आज पार्टी होगा, और
बिल्कुल होना चाहिए.
मतलब आतंकी से भी बातचीत करेंगे हम. ओके, तो आतंकी आतंक, अगर मतलब आपके नाम में आतंकी है, आतंक तो आपने मचाया है पूरे के पूरे मैचेस जितना भी दिखा है। तो आपको आप मेरे जब पिछली बार बात हुई थी आपके आईजीएल से, उन्होंने कहा था कि आपको फ्री हैंड दिया गया है एंड उसका तो भरपूर आपने इस्तेमाल किया है, बट इसके साथ साथ एमवीपी के रेस में भी आप नजर आ रहे थे। सो मेरा सवाल आपसे ये रहेगा कि आप अपने टीम के साथ साथ फ्रैगिंग करना पसंद करेंगे, या फिर आपका माइंडसेट था कि फ्रैग्स निकालेंगे एंड उसके साथ साथ टीम तो आती ही जाएगी ऊपर?
नहीं, देखिए मेरे माइंड में मेन तो होता कि टीम प्लेयर हूँ मैं, लाइक सोलो नहीं जाता कि खुद के किल से क्लियर नहीं जाता, लेकिन टीम्स का होता है कि अगर टीम मेरी साथ में है, लाइक टीम के साथ ही फ्रैग्स निकालने हैं, तो वही होता है मेरे साथ।
बिल्कुल, इसी के साथ साथ मेरा अगला सवाल जो है वो ये रहेगा कि नई टीम है, आप बहुत रिसेंटली ओआर के साथ खेलते हुए नजर आए हैं, कितना टाइम लगा आपको टीम के साथ साथ सिनर्जाइज करके इतना बढ़िया गेम दिखाने में?
सिनर्जी तो लाइक पहला टूर्नामेंट जो इसके पहले हुआ उसमें ही हो गई थी हमारी सेट, और ये टूर्नामेंट के आपके सामने है, सिनर्जी फुल दैट्स अवे, और कोऑर्डिनेशन अभी सब कुछ सही है। थोड़े थोड़े छोटे छोटे मिस्टेक्स होते हैं अभी भी, वो हम फ्यूचर में और भी सही करेंगे।
ओके, बिल्कुल बिल्कुल। वेल आपके बाद मैं यहाँ पर सीधा आदित्य को पकड़ने वाला हूँ, तो आदित्य को जरा आप हेडसेट दीजिए, आदित्य से भी बात करेंगे। राइट, एंड यहाँ पर अगर
हेलो
मैं
गाइस,
किसी बात
हेलो
करूँ तो हेलो 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 दर्शक को भी हाय बोल दीजिए आप, यहाँ पर बहुत सारे लोग
हेलो गाइस, हेलो एवरीवन।
ओके, तो आदित्य आपने भी बहुत अच्छा खेला है, हमने देखा है आपकी तरफ से। आई रिमेम्बर सेमीफाइनल्स के दौरान एक मोमेंट था, आप और आतंकी अकेले बचे हुए थे एंड चारों और टीम्स थी, सेंटर ऑफ द सर्कल था, मिरामार का मुकाबला था, अकेले आप बचे हुए थे एक डिप में। उस मोमेंट पे जाके आपके दिमाग में क्या चल रहा था?
कुछ नहीं, लाइक अपने टीममेट पे ट्रस्ट किया मैंने, अपने आतंकी भाई पे, कि लाइक उनकी तरफ से कोई बंदे आएंगे तो हम लोग मार देंगे, कोई भी टीम आएगी हमें कंटेस्ट करेगी हम उनको मार देंगे, एंड हमने वही किया, बस सरवाइव किया, थोड़ा सा वेट किया मूवमेंट का, एंड उस मूवमेंट का हमने फायदा उठाया एंड उस मैच में देन चिकन लिया था 2।
बिल्कुल, बस बाकी तो हम देख ही रहे हैं ना, हमने ओवरऑल पॉइंट स्टैंडिंग्स में देख लिया है। आदित्य मेरा अगला सवाल आपसे ये रहने वाला है कि आप जिस तरीके से अभी खेल रहे हैं, लाइक आपको वो असॉल्टर का रोल दिया गया है आतंकी के साथ साथ, तो आप दोनों में जब आगे बढ़ते हैं तो किसका चार्ज पहले रहता है, आप आगे जाते हैं या फिर आतंकी को आगे भेजा जाता है?
जो आगे होगा वो आगे जाएगा, बाकी दूसरा पीछे उसको सपोर्ट करेगा,
बाकी
ये
दूसरा
रहता है हम
पीछे।
दोनों का आतंकी पे और मेरा, लाइक हम लोग मैनेज कर लेते हैं एक दोनों साथ साथ में,
बिल्कुल।
अगर कोई आगे जा रहा है तो दैट्स ऑल, बस
Alright.
बाकी तो
हम देख ही रहे हैं, हम तो देख
देख ही
ही
रहे
रहे
हैं।
हैं। हाँ, वो और देखते रहेंगे, अगले टूर्नामेंट्स भी आएंगे जरूर। बट इसके साथ साथ मैं आरू से तो एक दो सवाल पूछना चाहूंगा जरूर, अगर आपकी इजाजत हो तो आरू को भी
जी,
बुला
आरू
लेते
भाई।
हैं। जी, आ जाओ, आ जाइए, आ जाइए। ऑल राइट आरू, फिनिशर स्टील कितने कितने आपने किए फिनिशर स्टील पूरे टूर्नामेंट में, जरा बताना।
बहुत सारे किए एंड मैंने जितने किए उससे डबल ट्रिपल आदित्य ने मेरे किए।
अरे आपके भी फिनिशर्स ले।
नहीं, मुझे लगता है ना कि आप उस टाइम पे टीम के लिए आगे जा रहे थे जब सबसे ज्यादा टीम को मेरे अनुसार जरूरत थी, क्योंकि हम जान रहे कि जली की तरफ से वो सर्वाइवल देखने को मिला, फिनिशर्स में बात करें तो सपोर्ट मिल रहा था, बट आरू का रोल मेरे अनुसार सबसे ज्यादा अहम रहा कहीं ना कहीं पूरे इस इवेंट में। तो आरू मतलब आप कितना ज्यादा खुश, मुझे तो लगता है बहुत ज्यादा खुश, अगर आपको पार्टी वगैरह भी जरूर से प्लान हो चुका होगा फिलहाल, लेकिन फिलहाल आपका इस पूरे इवेंट में क्या माइंडसेट रहा था, किस माइंडसेट के साथ आप खेल रहे थे? फ्री हैंड आपको मौका मिला था या फिर आप पीछे से सपोर्ट के लिए ही रुके हुए थे?
बिल्कुल माइंडसेट तो पूरा फ्री था एंड दस बार जब भी है कि वो प्लेयर्स के ऊपर प्रेशर नहीं आने देते, तो लास्ट मैच तक हम लोग बिल्कुल फ्री माइंड से खेल रहे थे। एंड जेली एक्चुअली वो आज से पहले मेरे साथ टीम में थे एंड हमारा 1 साल प्लस का एक्सपीरियंस था, तो सिनर्जी में कोई दिक्कत नहीं थी।
वेल कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशंस आपको। आखिरी सवाल जो मेरा होगा वो आईजीएल से ही रहने वाला है, तो जली को वापस से पकड़ते हैं एंड जली भाई से थोड़ा और बातचीत करेंगे। बहुत बढ़िया खेल रही है टीम,
जिस तरीके से बोल रहे थे, मतलब बहुत प्यार से बोल रहे थे मेरे,
बहुत प्यार से,
बहुत
यार,
प्यार से
मतलब इतना शांत नहीं रहते हैं मैच के दौरान। मैच के दौरान ना चलिए, आपका भी ये मानना होगा ना कि इन रियल लाइफ आरू जितना मतलब अभी शांत दिख रहा है ना, मैच के दौरान तो पूरा काउंटर होता होगा ना?
नहीं यार भाई ऐसी शांति रहते हैं यार बाहर भी
ऐसे शांत रह के इतना मतलब अच्छा गेम।
चिल्लाची तक तो मैं ही हूँ।
सबसे ज्यादा एग्रेसिव कौन रहते हैं मतलब पूरे लाइनअप में, आप रहते हैं या फिर आतंकी या फिर
तो मैं ही नहीं बोलते।
नहीं कॉल्स में तो मैं ही रहता हूँ, बाकी एग्रेसिव अपने दोनों बैठे
ये दोनों है,
बहुत
ठीक
अच्छा सपोर्ट खेलते हैं पीछे से, बहुत अच्छा।
वेल आज पार्टी होना है ना बूट कैंप में?
हाँ डेफिनेटली होगी आज।
ओके, होगा पार्टी, आप लोग पार्टी कीजिए, एंजॉय कीजिए। थैंक यू सो मच गाइस एंड कांग्रेचुलेशंस वंस अगेन जिलेट 7 इनविटेशनल बाय स्काई स्पोर्ट्स के चैंपियंस बनने के लिए।
थैंक यू थैंक यू
थैंक यू सो मच गाइस, बाय 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 बाय।
That was a nice and fun interview. Congratulations, OR Esports, from our end as well, for becoming the champions of the Gillette 7Sea Invitational by Skyesports. It was a really great journey to witness what they did. And you saw, once the interview was going on and the questions were being asked, they said, right, most of them had the free hand over there. They were free in terms of their executions of what they can do, what they can pull off, and the synergy was there within the team, because of which the assistance was coming through whenever they wanted.
Yeah, but I mean, Jelly, you got to give it to him. He's been, he's been letting them play as they want, and it's been working out as well. I mean, I'm pretty sure if it wasn't working, Jelly would be like, "Now, guys, you have been going out. You've been given a lot of freedom, and it's not working now. You know what? I'm gonna give in the calls. You guys listen to me." But it worked out, right? Atanki did his job. Aru did his job. Aditya did his job as well. All of them as a team succeeded, and that is why they'll be taking away the biggest chunk of the prize pool. But Sam, you know what I'm waiting for right now? TSM. I want to hear what's going on in their mind. I want to see what Ninja Jod is feeling after Aquinox put up a great performance. I want to see how the entire squad is doing after what Aquinox just pulled off. I mean, he looks all cute and harmless, but once he jumps on the server, man, oh man, he's the dangerous guy you've ever met. You gotta, you see Aquinox, you run. You start running. There's no way this guy is stopping. And it's not just him you need to be afraid of, his entire squad. Because his entire squad is controlled by Aquinox.
Leader with an example. That's what you're going to be calling Aquinox over there. He has been great, and as you said, he knows what to do, especially that last few seconds of the fight between Soul and TSM should have given you the impression of what Aquinox just pulled off, and you did clearly, I would say, debrief it and describe it and break it into parts. Shadow giving a call, just stay in that position, and Aquinox going in a different direction. Brilliant. And yes, as you said, we will be looking forward to what they had in their minds and what went wrong, because I'm pretty sure all of us will be a little bit disheartened, especially with the performance that they put up in the last matchup. If their last matchup was not this brilliant, we would have been okay with them. But right now, without any delay, let's give it back to the Hindi desk, where they're going to be having a chat with TSM.
अब तो आदत सी हो गई है लाइक आप लोगों से बातें करना. तो गाइस, रनर्स अप वंस अगेन, कैसा लग रहा है आप लोगों को?
आदत हो गई है,
नॉर्मल यार. ये ना लगा ये मुझे लगा थोड़ा सा मुझे भी लगा. वेल, मैं पहला सवाल यहाँ पर एक्वानॉक्स से करने वाला हूँ. आप क्या निंजा को टक्कर देने के लिए आए थे आज खेलने के लिए?
नहीं, ऐसा कुछ नहीं था.
ऐसा ही लगा था.
रेस्ट्रिक्ट आ रहा था ना,
ओके,
अब बोला जीतना ही है. एक एमवीपी तो आया,
एक एमवीपी तो आए. ओके, और आप देखते हैं एमवीपी कौन बना है, वो मुझे भी अभी नहीं पता है एक्चुअली. आप बने हैं एमवीपी या फिर निंजा बने हैं, वो तो हम देखेंगे. बट मेरा अगला सवाल रहने वाला है निंजा से. निंजा, आपने पहले दिन में जरूर उतना बढ़िया फ्रैग्स नहीं निकाल पाए, बट उसके बाद से ना जितनी भी बार मैंने देखा होगा स्टैंडिंग्स निंजा ऊपर है. ये कैसे कर लेते आप?
पता नहीं, बस मारता रहता हूँ, अपने आप ही किल्स निकल जाते हैं. जोन दिला देता है अपना आईजेल, बोला मारो, तुम जिधर मार सकते हो मारो.
मतलब उसी फॉर्म को लेके चलना. आईजेल का कॉल आ चुका है तो मतलब उसको अनुसार हम लोग चला. बट इस बार टीएसएम को हम थोड़ा जल्दी रोटेशन करते थे कि सारे ही मैचेस है. मतलब अक्सर हम देखते थे सिटी प्लस कंटेनर आप लूटते थे तो थोड़ा वक्त लगता था, बट इस ग्रैंड फाइनल पे थोड़ा अर्ली रोटेशन आप लोग को हम लेते हुए थे. इसका रीजंस बता सकते हैं आप थोड़ा सा? तो
बता आईजेल,
न्यू स्ट्रेटजी. नया कुछ ट्राई कर रहे थे. काम आया, बहुत मैचेस में काम भी आया. वेल, मेरा सवाल आपसे ये रहेगा कि आज दिन जब शुरुआत हुआ था, आप लोग #2 पे बने हुए थे एंड आपका जो पॉइंट्स बफर था वो अराउंड 30 पॉइंट्स का था. तो तब से आप लोगों का टारगेट क्या था कि पहले ही मैच से रिकवरी करनी है या फिर धीरे धीरे करके रिकवर करने के बाद आखिर में चैलेंज करना है? हमारा प्लान था कि पहले ही मैच में वो 30 पॉइंट्स का मतलब रिकवर कर लो, फिर देखा जाएगा.
आप सब यहाँ पर है तो यहाँ पर मैं बताना चाहूँगा, आप में से ही कोई MVP बन सकता है. तो एक बार हम लोग साथ में ही देखते हैं ना कि MVP कौन बना है. क्या कहते हैं आप लोग? चलेगा ना. Okay, so let's check out who is the MVP of the tournament. It is going to be none other than TSM Aquanox. And यहाँ पर निंजा से ट्रॉफी छीनी जाती है MVP का, and Aquanox MVP बनते हुए नजर आए. कितने फिनिशेस थे वो भी एक सवाल रहेगा. So Aquanox MVP बन चुके हैं आज. तो मतलब निंजा एंड Aquanox में बातें होगी क्या?
वो तो शेयर हो जाएगा, निंजा में शेयर कर लेंगे ट्रॉफी, ऐसा कुछ नहीं.
ओके
टीम टीम के वजह से तो बना हुआ है.
लगभग 55 फिनिशेस के आसपास हमें देखने को
एवरेज कर लेता हूं मैं.
एक्वानॉक्स मतलब लास्ट के उस मैच में, मतलब एक्वानॉक्स लास्ट मैच में वो आखिर के चक्कर में क्या चल रहा था कि हर तरफ जाके सिर्फ और सिर्फ आप ही फिनिशर निकाल रहे थे. जिधर भी एडीएस खुल रहा था उधर से एक नॉक निकाल के आ रहे थे. मतलब आईजीएल की तरफ से कॉल किस तरीके से, क्या यही कॉल था या फिर आप कुछ हट के वहां पे करना चाह रहे थे?
नहीं मतलब पिछले बार लाइक ऐसा होता था ना कि मैं एमवीपी में हूँ और मतलब थोड़े ही फ्रैक्चर चाहिए मेरे को एमवीपी बनने के लिए, तो थोड़ा लाइक वो रहता है ना सिचुएशन कि पैनिक हो जाता हूँ. अभी मतलब ऐसा नहीं था, अभी सोचा था कि मानना है मतलब मानना ही है, जहाँ भी बंदे दिख रहे मारो. और आईजीएल तो एकदम मतलब सपोर्ट किया मेरे को
जी
मार बस.
जी. तो इस बारे में मेरा एक आपसे सवाल रहने वाला है कि हमने देखा है, एटलीस्ट मैंने आप लोगों को बहुत टूर्नामेंट्स में खेलते हुए देखा है, बहुत सारे टूर्नामेंट्स मैंने कास्ट भी किया है. पिछले 6 महीनों में जितने भी टूर्नामेंट्स आपने खेला है, टीएसएम मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम एक केयर फ्री एटीट्यूड में खेल रही थी. बट मुझे पर्सनली इस टूर्नामेंट में लगा कि आप प्लेसमेंट्स पर भी फोकस कर रहे हैं. तो आपका इस टूर्नामेंट का ऑब्जेक्टिव क्या था कि प्लेसमेंट्स के साथ साथ फिनिशेस निकालेंगे या फिर फिनिशेस निकालते निकालते चिकन डिनर आ जाएगा?
हमारा मतलब प्लेसमेंट भी था कि हमारे प्लेसमेंट थोड़े कम रहते थे ना, लाइक फिनिशर्स पॉइंट ज़्यादा रहते थे. तो इस बार थोड़ा अर्ली रोटेशन देके हम लोग सोच रहे थे प्लेसमेंट में मिल जाए हमको, तो मतलब बोनस पॉइंट रहेगा.
ओके तो शैडो, मेरा अगला सवाल जो आपसे रहने वाला है, आप इस टीम के साथ एकदम पहले से खेल रहे हैं, आप बहुत ही यंग खिलाड़ी है, बहुत कुछ अभी आप लोगों को और अचीव करना है एंड उसके लिए तो ऑल द बेस्ट रहेगा ही हमारी तरफ से. बट आप इस टीम को जब से लीड कर रहे हैं, टीम फ्लरिश भी कर रही है, तो इसका सीक्रेट क्या है? क्या टीममेट्स आपकी सारी बातें मानते हैं या फिर गेम में जाके कभी कभार ऐसा हो जाता है कि थोड़ा अब पता चल गया उससे पहले, बट स्टिल मैं आपके मुझसे सुनना चाहूंगा ये जवाब.
नहीं, टीम में सारी कॉल्स मानते हैं, जो मैं बोलता हूँ वही करते हैं. मतलब वो ऐसा नहीं होता, आइडियाज देते हैं मेरे को गेम में, तो मेरे ऊपर है कि मैं डिसाइड मेरे को करना है.
ओके तो आपने ऑलरेडी एक्वानॉक्स को एक अवार्ड हमने दे दिया है एमवीपी का. तो ओवरऑल अगर आप बात करते हैं, एमवीटी कौन बने हैं, लाइक एमवीटी मोस्ट वैल्यूएबल टीम कौन बना है, आपको क्या लगता है?
हम ही होंगे.
हम ही होंगे ना. ओके इन्हें ऑलरेडी पता है. तो एमवीटी बने हैं नन अदर दैन टीएसएम. यस, टीम सोलो में एमवीटी बने हैं. ये है कॉन्फिडेंस, एंड ये कॉन्फिडेंस बनता है गाइस. सीरियसली आप लोगों ने बहुत अच्छा खेला है. 154 फिनिशेस, मतलब बहुत. ऑन एन एवरेज कितना होता है? 10 फिनिशेस पर गेम, 5 फिनिशेस पर गेम.
55 तो बात करें तो
हाँ 55 तो एक्वानॉक्स लेके
चले गए, बाकी भी साथ मिला. तो मतलब एक बहुत अच्छी टीम है. देखिए सपोर्ट मिल रहा है यहाँ पे एक्वानॉक्स की तरफ से, बाकी प्लेयर्स भी जिस तरीके से चल रहे हैं. तो मतलब माइंडसेट अपकमिंग इवेंट जो भी स्काई के होने वाले उसके लिए भी क्या यही लेके आप आने वाले, जो कि इस बार कुछ कमी रही? मतलब आपके अनुसार इस पूरे इवेंट पे ऐसा क्या रहा जिसके कारण आप #2 पे फिलहाल एंड करते हुए देखने को मिले?
लाइक थोड़ी गेम्स जो अर्ली बन गए, अर्ली मर गए थे हम लोग 0 पॉइंट लेके, वही गेम्स थोड़े से.
ओके तो इसी के साथ साथ मेरा अगला सवाल जो आपकी पूरी टीम से रहेगा, आप लोगों का विजन क्या है? लाइक हमेशा किसी ना किसी टीम का एक विजन रहता है कि हम ये अचीव करके रुकेंगे. तो आपकी पूरी टीम का विजन क्या रहेगा? शायद
इंटरनेशनल ट्रॉफी,
इंडिया का फ्लैग.
इंडिया तो जीतने वाले बाहर का.
ये बात तो इस बात पे ना चैट में जो भी देख रहे हैं, एक बार इंडिया ओपी हो जाना चाहिए, टीएसएम ओपी हो जाना चाहिए. बहुत यंग खिलाड़ी है एंड इनसे बहुत उम्मीदें भी है. तो इसी के साथ साथ मैं जरूर कहना चाहूंगा आप लोगों से कि आप लोगों ने बहुत ही बढ़िया खेला है. इस बार #2 #1 भी था पिछले एक टूर्नामेंट में, मोबाइल ओपन में आप चैंपियंस भी बने थे. तो ऐसे तो हम मिलते रहेंगे और भी ज्यादा. ऑल द बेस्ट टू यू गाइज एंड थैंक यू सो मच गाइज यहाँ पर आज हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए.
थैंक यू. बाय
बाय बाय.
So that was your runner-ups of the Gillette 7Sea Invitational by Skyesports TSM. You heard from them that they just went out bonkers for all the players. And also, yes, we had a little bit of a confusion. We thought Aquanox was the man leading the charge, but over there we saw the IGL was different and made sure the team functioned even better. So this is something that keeps changing, Edge. But at the end of the day, TSM functioned really, really well, and especially on the last few days that we see them flourishing, and they get not only the runner-ups title, but along with that, they're tagging two more titles, MVT as well as MVP. Aquanox gets the MVP, meaning $1,000 for him, and another additional $500. So the total sum coming up for Team TSM is gonna be $5,500.
That is true. I mean, still less compared to what OR just secured themselves.
Yeah.
But you know, it's still a lot. It's still a hefty amount. But it is what it is right now. TSM, well, absolute brilliant performance. Number
Mhm.
2 position, most valuable team, along with the most valuable player being Aquanox. And I wanted to unveil it, but it's okay. Captain Price did it for us. It's all good. But here's the thing, Sam, is we are not done yet. We still want to, hear from the side of Enigma. Now, how? I mean, they gotta be feeling a little disheartened that they're in number 3rd spot as of now after brilliant performance on day number 1 and day number 2.
Yes.
Well, you sometimes, it happens, right? It happens to the best of us.
Best of us.
Unfortunately, they couldn't come back stronger. Yes, they were going great, but after a couple of days, it was kind of a downhill ride for them.
That's how the, I would say, situation is, Edge. We have certain ups and downs throughout the competition, and you cannot be clear in terms of this team is going to be doing this same thing every day. They're going to be changing it because they also know it for a fact that the competition is too tough, and they have to give their all to make sure they get that victory, they get the champions title. So it's okay. But Enigma, as you said, they did a great job, and they're going to be the second runner up. So nothing in terms of loss. They are getting themselves a title.
They're going to be getting themselves at least something for their efforts, and it's not something that they wanted, but it's still something that most of the teams didn't get. Right, 3rd position.
Exactly.
There are 15 other teams that were fighting for this spot. Unfortunately, they couldn't make it. Congratulations, Enigma, once again. But we'll be, talking to them in a few minutes. But also, Sam, what do you think is going on in the heads of the players of Enigma? Okay, we'll talk about Enigma a little more. What do you think is going on? And what do you, I mean, as we also talked to TSM, right? They said their future plans is to represent India on a global level. Now, if they keep playing like this, I'm pretty sure that's going to happen pretty soon.
Exactly. Every team right now, that's one of their main intentions, right? Dominate here in India and then head over to the international stage on a global level, dominate over there, and have every audience over there cheer for them. Right now, it's going to be the Indian audience cheering for their favorite teams. But once they go to a global stage, right, the entire Indian audience will be cheering for them, irrespective of whichever team they were the early supporters to. And that's what everybody wants, that they want their nation, their region to be represented and also dominated and have their name in the esports competition. So I'm hoping for any of these teams doing a lot more, because yes, we are gaining space, we are gaining momentum, we are making the noise, and people are hearing us out there. And I'm pretty sure Enigma, also being a 3rd runner up, will be a little bit disheartened because they did, I would say, taste chicken dinners, and they were also one of those teams who had lot in terms of the chicken dinners compared to the other teams. Yes, TSM, I would say, gained today 5 chicken dinners and became one of the teams who are having the highest chicken dinners, but before that it was Enigma. And even in today's Miramar action, they had a chance over there, but the BGMI gods denied them. So I think these are the situations that you cannot, I would say, predict about. You have to just be okay with it and try to figure a path out. But when it happens so quickly, it gets difficult. But Edge, when you are in a situation, and especially in this level of a competition, coming in the second run-up spot, and as you said, other teams were looking forward to it. The other 13 teams were looking forward to it. The first and second, they're okay with it because they already have a better positioning. But the other 13 teams, now as we said, top 8 and top 13, those teams could have gotten a chance of getting $1,500 for themselves, but they're going to be missing it out.
Exactly. I mean, you gotta feel bad for 14, 15, and 16 because they'll be going home with nothing. But I'll hold on to my answer as of now because we have Enigma, the second runner-up. Will be heading on to the Hindi desk once again for the interview.
थैंक यू। अच्छा तो लग रहा है, बुरा नहीं लग रहा क्योंकि अभी टीम में वीरू का एडिशन हुआ था, नई टीम थी, काफी मिस्टेक्स करने के बाद भी हम लोग टॉप 3 आए, तो मतलब ऐसा अच्छा लग रहा है, ऐसा खराब नहीं लग रहा। बट #2 आ सकते थे।
फिलहाल अभी उन्हें आप?
अभी वीरू का कैसा है, वीरू का प्ले स्टाइल हम लोग से डिफरेंट है। मतलब जहाँ हम पैसिव जाते हैं वहाँ वो एग्रेसिव जाता है, और जहाँ हमको एग्रेसिव जाना रहता है वहाँ थोड़ा कोऑर्डिनेशन का वो होता है। तो वही मैं वो कॉल लेके उसको थोड़ा समझाना पड़ता है, बट टाइम के साथ साथ हो जाएगा, वो समझ जाएगा कब एग्रेसिव जाना है और कब पैसिव।
बहुत रिसेंट एडिशन है, ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के टाइम से वो खेले हैं, 5-6 दिन ही हुआ होगा वीडियो आप लोगों के साथ खेल रहे हैं। तो आपका ये सिनर्जी जो हमने देखा, लाइक सिनर्जी आई थिंक 50 से 60% अभी बना है वीडियो के एडिशन के साथ साथ। ये सिनर्जी बनने में आपके हिसाब से कितना टाइम और लग सकता है?
मुझे नहीं लगता, अभी एक बार वो बूट कैंप पे आ जाएगा 3-4 दिन बाद, फिर मेरे को लगता है एक हफ्ते में सब सेट हो जाएगा, क्योंकि वो ग्रैंड फाइनल से पहले से ही खेल रहा था हमारे साथ, मतलब एनिग्मा गेमिंग
ओके
आईडी
ओके
से। वो अपनी
ओके।
रियल आईडी से फाइनल्स में खेला है, लीग्स थी
वीरो
वो।
रियल आईडी से
हाँ।
इसीलिए लग रहा था कि यार ये खिलाड़ी बहुत अच्छा मार रहा है,
जी
तो
जी।
कौन हो सकता है। तो यस, अभी पता, अभी रिवील कर दिया है यहाँ पर अभी ने। बट अभी आपकी टीम का ओवरऑल गेम हम देख रहे थे, पहले कुछ दिन अच्छे नहीं कर रहे थे, लाइक पहला दिन एंड दूसरा दिन थोड़ा बैकफुट पे चल रहे थे, थर्ड दिन में ऐसा क्या जादू करा आपने कि आप सबसे ऊपर आते हुए नजर आए?
ऐसा तो नहीं था, मतलब जोन्स भी हम ले रहे थे, और मतलब जो फाइट कर रहे थे ना वो भी जीत रहे थे। तो मतलब पहले एक दिन पे शायद हम लोग ने 2 चिकन डिनर कुछ मारे थे, तो तब थोड़ा एकदम वो
जी।
हो गया था, बूस्टअप हो गया था। फिर कंसिस्टेंटली खेले हैं, बट ठीक है, और अच्छा कर सके थे।
अभी आपके टीम में सपोर्ट रोल कौन खेल रहा है, लाइक आप खेल रहे हैं या फिर ईवो खेल रहे हैं?
सपोर्ट रोल बेसिकली मैं ही खेलता हूँ, बाकी तीनों को मैं वो छूट दे देता हूँ, तुम लोग मारो, मैं तुम्हारा देख के खेलता हूँ बस। बाकी 3 असॉल्ट करते हैं, मैं ही सपोर्ट खेलता हूँ, और अगर ईवो भी अगर इन रहेगा लाइनअप में तो वो असॉल्टिंग ही करता है, सपोर्ट से मैं खेलता हूँ।
देखिए आप आईजीएल है तो मुझे लगता है इसका जवाब सबसे आप बेहतर दे सकते हो कि फिलहाल एनिग्मा की टीम की माइंडसेट क्या है, कि वो सेंटर पहले ज़्यादा पसंद करते हैं या फिर एजेस में ही रहना फिलहाल पसंद कर रहे हैं इस पूरे ग्रैंड फाइनल का?
हम लोग का ऐसा कुछ स्ट्रैटेजी तो नहीं है, मतलब अगर हमको सेंटर मिलता है तो हम सेंटर ले लेते हैं, अगर हम सेंटर से एज हो जाते हैं तो हम वापस सेंटर के लिए नहीं भागते, हम मतलब देखते हैं क्या कर सकते हैं, और मतलब मिल रहा है तो वापस सेंटर ही जाते हैं हम लोग, ट्राई तो करते हैं सेंटर लेने का।
ऑलराइट, तो आप कह सकते हैं कि काफी मजा आया हमें भी एनिग्मा गेमिंग का। हम कह सकते हैं कि वो फियर द एनिग्मा
फियर
का
द
जो टैग
एनिग्मा।
चल रहा था ना, वो आने वाला है वापस बहुत ही जल्दी। टेबल टॉपर्स पे भी आप लोगों को देखने के लिए इंतजार रहेगा। थैंक यू सो मच अभी आज हमारे साथ यहाँ पर जुड़ने के लिए, एंड ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट फॉर द मैचेस एंड टूर्नामेंट्स अहेड।
थैंक यू सो मच।
थैंक यू सो मच। एंड रावण, इसी
You heard the words of the runner ups as well. They were not disheartened, they were happy because they understood the level of the competition. It's not easy to get to even the second runner up spot. The hashtag 3, there was a lot of teams contesting to it. You look at Godlike, you look at SKYLIGHTZ, there was 8 but who made their entry here in the
Oh,
last
yeah.
moment. So anything could have happened. So it's always a good positioning. And as you said, this is going to be our start. As he said, we'll be looking forward to the better titles in the upcoming days.
And not just that, all the other, it's not like they're playing against some normal, third, 3-tier team or something. All these teams are
The
tier
top
1,
level.
the best of the best in India right now. We started off with 24, we ended up with 16 in the final, but out of the 16, let's see who are the top 5 fraggers. Top 5 fragger board, as I would like to call it. Equinox, 50 freaking 5 finishes with 30 matches being played and 35.71 contribution. You might think that's less, but you know who's following Equinox? It's Ninja Jot, also from TSM, with another massive. Now that's 105 finishes between these two, Sam. I
Yeah.
mean, some of the teams. I don't think some of the teams even have these number of finishes.
Yeah, right. Equinox is just like it was like as soon as Ninja Jot fell, the call came through. Equinox, just go about bonkers, give your all. And he read Soul like a book. But again, you did say Goblin also is looking forward to his way into the MVP position, maybe even the MVP title. But yes, he was performing. You can see 50% in terms of
He'll take
contribution.
it.
He would have taken it away. But Soul, they started losing players, and that's the reason Goblin couldn't hold himself. And if he had the assistance coming in from his teammates, maybe he could have done it. But Jonathan, as well, as we expected, maybe Godlight completely functioning. they lost a player way too early. I think it was Neo who completely fell apart, and it was a quick knock and finish coming through. And I think that's where everything started falling apart for Godlike. Godlike, as a 4-man squad, do damage to every team, but once they start losing players, they kind of lose their momentum. But Delta as well, we thought maybe he could have made his way up a little bit better, but unfortunately will be stuck at the 5th position, as we saw him today when we started off.
And the other 5 players as well. Number 6, Godlike's Neo. 40 finishes, only 5 today, unfortunately, I believe. 1.33 finished that ratio. Enigma's Vero sitting on 39, 1.3 finished that ratio for him. Knuckle from the side of Global did a great job as well, 36 finishes, along with Atanki and Pukar. 36 finishes, but okay, we're extending it a bit. We have Vexy, well, you know, he's doing a good job as well, 36 finishes. Maxi on the side of HYDRAS with 34. OR Jelly, the IGL, and I hope I'm not wrong this time, from the side of OR with 34 finishes.
Brilliant, Edge, what we have been just seeing from every player. They've been doing their best. I would say everybody deserves to be here in the top fraggers list. We saw every player. It was not looking like in this competition a couple of players were lagging behind. Right, we saw even the IGLs telling that we just left our players to function, and they functioned really well, and even they got the chance to function. Even Avi, look at him, he said, I just let all my players go in as assaulters, and I try to help them as much as possible, even though you don't see everybody from Enigma. But it does tell you, right, we did see Viru once, and it does tell us that it's not that always you need to be popping off and you need to be in the fraggers list. It's that you need assistant and you need to function as a team, and Enigma were functioning. But now we are extending even further. We are seeing from 21st to 30th. Starting off from the 21st, it's going to be Entity Troy, then followed by 8-Bit Juicy OR, Aru, Entity Shadow, Nigma Galaxy, Wixie, 8-Bit Raid, 8-Bit Tsunami, Revenant Top Dog, 7C Sarang, and Nigma Galaxy MJ. But here's where you can see the finish and death ratio taking a little bit of a tumble, because these are the players who kind of work as supporters as well as assaulters when needed. And you saw Aru, right? He did so much in terms of snatching away finishers, and he did even say he felt really happy about it, and it was his teammates helping him out, and that's how it's going to be. And it feels really good, right? All these players getting their recognition in terms of whatever they've done throughout the Gillette 7Sea Invitational.
It does. It's been a long journey. It's been a really long journey for the teams and the players as well. You know, 6 matches back to back for the last 5 days. They had to put in, everything in blood and sweat and tears. Everything has, led us to this moment. A beautiful moment where OR came out on top. TSM walking away with the 2nd prize. The MVP being TSM Zakonox, and the most valuable team also being Team TSM. 3 prizes. We wanted it, and they deserved it, and they also delivered it. They did it. For us, I would say that, they wanted to see us happy, I guess, Sam. But guess what? There's Enigma as well with that 1500 to go with it. But gotta feel bad for Godlike, because they started off really well on the grand finals, but they kind of fell off. And the team that I really feel bad about is Marcos, because they were the first team to get that chicken dinner.
Exactly. I mean, it's a little bit disheartening, but again, congratulations to all the 16 teams. It was not an easy journey to become even the grand finalist, and they put up one hell of a show for us, for the viewers, to make sure this competition reaches the top-notch level, and they made it interesting till the last match as well. And that is, I would say, huge appreciation, and also a huge thank you and heartfelt one for all the participants, all the invited teams, to giving their best. Even the 24 teams, the 8 teams that left out in the semi-finals, they also did a brilliant job. But now we are about to come to the end. In case any of you missed out of the action, or who won the first few matches, or you wanted to see the end moments of what happened on every map, you can follow us on at the rates of Skyesports Gaming, where you'll get all the end fights, even at 7C's Insta handle. And in case you want to look forward to getting yourself on the hands of the Mark III Razor, the limited BGMI edition one, you can find it on link in the description. Make sure you get your hands on. The tournament might be over, but your chances are not over to get that. But also, huge thanks to the entire team of Skyesports to bringing in such a, I would say, well organized as well as such a tough tournament. And also, it would have been possible because Gillette themselves made this possible, becoming a partner alongside 7C. But this does bring us to an end, right, Edge? Thank you to the viewers as well, because
Yeah.
you were the main reasons that we saw one hell of a matchup, and the support that you were giving to your favorite teams. And as I always say, just before the end of the tournament, if one thing comes to an end, it makes way for better things. Here's thank you for everybody out there, and we'll be looking forward to meeting you again soon. With that said and done, this is going to be me, Lucifer, along with Edge, signing out for the tournament. Bye bye.